lot more than we actually do. And this is what we call the execution gap, is closing the gap up to the point where it really starts to be over-professional.
Here, now, and today, we will start and act.
Can everyone see my screen? Hello?
Hello everybody, welcome to the 2020 Project A Knowledge Conference. It is really great to have you all here. I checked on the chat, we have people from Barcelona here, from Munich, of course from Berlin, a lot of people, Luxembourg. We actually saw Shanghai. I guess the people from the US will come a little later. And what? Oh, I'm so sorry. My tinfoil hat. Yeah, actually, before I came here, I was bringing my son to the kindergarten. It's around the corner from here. And, well, they do Halloween. And I promised him that I will go there with something really creepy, the most, like, scary costume that I could find. And to be honest, I find these tinfoil hats a very, very creepy thing. It would be great to have the presentation now. So let's put this aside, because I think tinfoil hats is not what we should really focus on. What we should really focus on is ratio, is data, is facts. That's what Project A Knowledge Conference is about. So last year, I did a kind of a joke and I asked to the audience, do you believe that the Earth is flat? And you wouldn't believe that there was a good, like, 10% of the people who were raising their hands. And I guess some of them were joking. But, you know, you see these days when things are getting a little bit rough that like the unity of the people believing in reason and in facts and in data is actually not that, it's not that clear, it's not that much of a given as you would probably hope. It's something that you have to go for, that you have to defend. The motto of this year is go far, go together. And to be very honest, when I heard it the first time, just right after we took the decision, I thought, isn't that a little bit lame? I mean, that could be the motto of, I mean, I'm looking here through the window, I'm looking at the headquarters of the Deutsche Bahn, German Railway, go far, go together. That could be their motto. I mean, nothing against them, they're great service, but is that really what we are about? Is that edgy enough? Go far, go together. And then we started to put the program together and we realized, well, we are looking at a lot of things that bridge stuff that we didn't bridge in recent years, that the whole startup world, that actually businesses didn't bridge so much. When we look at marketing and sales and brand, bridging from the upper to the lower funnel wasn't so much a thing. It was very much all happening in silos. And now more and more companies are getting really great in actually building this bridge. We were looking at startups and corporates. I mean, corporates reached out to startups quite a while ago already, but that startups try to learn from corporates, rather a new thing. And we will actually hold a talk about this later today. Insourcing and outsourcing. Surprisingly, many startups start to look into opportunities to outsource some of their services and sometimes even core functions like IT. Marketing, probably a common thing already a little bit longer, but then also at insourcing, so bringing back core competencies and build a scenario where both really work together seamlessly. Investing in operations. If you look at typical startup media, there's this good 80% that would report about the startup scene purely from the point of view which startup got how much funding, how much money. And then on the other hand, there are folks like us who say, let's go after the operations and let's look at how you have to do things in order to build a successful startup. And to bridge these two worlds is something that we focus on this year very, very much. And if you look at our program, you will see that we have a whole investment stage, a startup stage, where we see presentations from really promising startups, and we mix the operational part and the investing part. And then there's business and politics. We see an interesting situation on the political side, and usually everybody says business and politics keep these two very much separate. We will get there later again. Well, 2020 has been very much and heavily under the impression of COVID-19. Very difficult year. There are very few companies who really profit from that, and I bet they wouldn't even enjoy putting the finger on that, and many companies really heavily suffer. And that's just, such a crisis situation is just another reason to focus on what we can do together. So go far, go together, something that unites us, look after how we can support each other. And then there's climate change. That is a topic that was around before COVID, and it's still there, and it's still not yet solved. So go far, go together doesn't feel so lame to me anymore. We are going through really tough times. So we were thinking about what can we do this year? Last year, the Knowledge Conference, if you were there, we worked very closely with Ecosia because we thought climate change is the one thing that we will try to help, contribute a little bit, solving and putting it in the center of the attention. And that is still a super important topic. But then we see another trend that is out there. And I know that sounds drastic, but I believe, unfortunately, this is true. We see some degree of an erosion of democracy. And this is even more important. It's not that this kills us first, but it trumps, pun intended, phenomena like climate change and COVID-19. Why? Because when we see very important countries in the world that play an important global role start to have leaders that are just not up to solve big crises like COVID or like climate change, then we have a major overarching problem. And that's why we believe we have to be political. And this does not mean that we should now start, go through hiring processes where we try to figure out which political preferences candidates have and hire only people who are on one specific political side. That's not the point. The point is we should defend the foundation of what we have, like the constitution that we have in all democratic countries and that we truly believe in, the foundation of everything that allows us to be free and to have a free opinion, and that allows us to actually build successful businesses in the end also. And the political spectrum that support that and that builds bridges is something that I'm deeply convinced is also the side of the political spectrum that is best in handling the crisis that we are facing. And obviously, those populists who go against that, they will not get us out of these crises. Let's see how that goes in a few days. As part of today, we will also give room to Join Politics. Join Politics is an initiative. It's actually here from Berlin that collects money and invests it in initiatives that do exactly that. They are political, and they are initiatives that go against populism, that support the constitution, and that are trying to make this world a better place by real political involvement within the spectrum that I just mentioned, without saying we just support this or that side within that spectrum, but on a global level against the attacks that democracies are facing today. We really appreciate that. We will later have them have a talk. And I highly recommend to watch this one. And if you have money and you want to put it somewhere, or you have operational expertise and you just want to support them, reach out to them. They're really great people, and they will appreciate your support very much. So is that motto really so lame? Go far, go together. This is what we really mean. It's not an empty phrase. It's not something where we say we are at the same level as a railway service. We really mean that. That is really what Project A is about, and that is really what the Project A Knowledge Conference is about. So please stay with me and support this motto and try to see it and live it during the day. At that point, I want to introduce our partners. And now you will think like, oh, okay, now after all this intro, now there's the commercial break and now they have to name these companies because they got money from them. And that's not the point. I mean, to some degree, that's the point, obviously. We did get money from these companies, but the core, the key of all this is these companies allowed us to pull off this event because they really lived this whole go far, go together. When the COVID crisis hit us, we had actually just a few weeks before that signed the contract with the location where we wanted to host this very event today. And to be honest, we still pay for that. We pay something like almost 200,000 euros for a location that we can't use today. So we had all this big cost block. And at the same time, we had the difficult situation that we had to explain to partners that we still would actually like their contribution and some money for not doing this massive physical event. And the ones that you see here were the ones who stood by our side and who said, you know what, we really appreciate that you are doing this. We believe this is a great idea. This is a great signal. Things are going on. There is a new normal, and we support that. We will be there. We will contribute with real content, and we contribute also to pull that off. So a big, big thank you to MasterCard, to SMP, the Silicon Valley Bank, to UniCredit, Google for Startups, Salesforce, mVenture, McKinsey, Gründerszene, and Business Insider for helping us hosting this Project A Knowledge Conference today. Your contribution is very, very much valued. Big welcome to everybody. It's great to have you all here from all around the world. But just before you go away, just stick with me just another 2 or 3 minutes. During the whole day today, because this is a virtual event, we want for it to create some buzz out there. So whenever you think about, whenever you like something, you like a scene, you like a talk, whatever, please take screenshots on your computer, on your mobile device, wherever you are, and post them with the hashtag PackOn2020 on LinkedIn and on Facebook. You would help us a big deal in order to make this event the success that we want it to be. And now we want to do something that is very specific in Run the World. Run the World is the platform in which we are hosting this event. And if you watch this stream in Run the World and not in LinkedIn Live or YouTube, then we will now take a group fee. So your computer should show the option now. And please look into the camera and click the Take Group Fee button. We'll just take a minute for that. We have more than 40 now, but we will wait a little longer because the number is actually increasing nicely. Now we are over 70, 80. That will be a really nice group selfie. Over 100. So as long as the number still keeps rising that fast, I'll still give it a little bit of time. Wow, 150. And I think all of you will actually get this picture sent to your email address with which you registered on Run the World. 200. And now it's slowing down. So let's cut it off here. The photo is being rendered. By the way, Run the World, the platform in which we are hosting it, really great platform, can very much recommend it. If you plan to host an event in this COVID times, Run the World is a very good place to go. The founder, Xiaoying Xu, she will be with us for a talk and for an interview on the main stage later today. She's located in the valley. So for her, now it's actually deep night, and we hope we can actually get her out of bed and onto the stage in time for her interview and her talk. And now, please, you can either stick around here for a program overview. I will soon go over there to a computer and actually give you an overview of what's happening during the day and especially in the morning. And then on the main stage, it will continue with interviews. On the main stage, we will see interviews with the most interesting guests that we have during the whole day, right? And that will be not very deep functional talks or so, but you will learn a lot about backgrounds, personal stories, etc., from some of the most interesting speakers that we will have today. I think we will have Philipp Westermeier here, Nina Reike, Hansi Hansmann, etc. I think that will be really great fun, and you can actually see our website here already. The alternative is obviously that now you leave this session and you go into one of our 78 deep dives that are happening today. I also very much recommend to try out the 2 networking opportunities, which are in Run the World, the so-called cocktail party. Imagine that like a kind of speed dating where you are matched every 5 minutes with somebody with whom you can then talk for 5 minutes and just see if it's interesting or not, and then you can connect or so. Or alternative, you go to Wonder. You will find all that in the agenda. And Wonder is a 2D platform where you can go around like at a real party and decide that you just want to talk to somebody whenever 2 people get close. A video window opens, and then you can just talk. And this is also the platform in which we will do most of the Q&A sessions today. These are the options that you have today. I wish you a wonderful day. You can now go into the deep dive sessions, which are actually starting in exactly 2.5 minutes. So maybe grab a coffee, grab a tea, whatever you like. If you're in a different place of the world, maybe grab a beer, if that's already time, and enjoy this day. Thank you very much. So far, those who want to go with me through the program overview, just stick around. Thank you. So now, if you want, together with me, have a glimpse at the program that we will have today. You can either follow me here on the screen, or you can go to project-a.com/knowledge conference. I think somebody will also paste the link into the chat, if we could please do that. And then you will see the main page of the knowledge conference. And if then you click on talks, you see them all here. And that's a little bit tough because if you go through all the talks, I think there are like quite a bit over 100. But that's what these filters are for. And we will look at several things here at first. So let's look at what's happening at the main stage. At the main stage, you see here the welcome. And then you see that we are the whole day running backstage sessions. So as I said, you will see interviews with the most interesting deep dive speakers during the whole day. There will be Hansi Hansmann. He's an angel investor from Austria. In Austria, he's a real superstar in the startup scene. You will see Tarek Müller, Peter Fricke from the Deutsche Börse, 2 of our partners, Ben Fischer and Thies Sander, Erik Siegmann, really a celebrity in the marketing world, Oscar from Silicon Valley Bank, our CMO, Philipp Werner, together with Philipp Heinemann. I hope most of you know him. Markus Wim from CrossEngage. I already said it, Xiaoying Xu, who is actually the founder of Run the World, the platform in which this is happening, etc. So this is the main stage. Then there is the talent lounge. The talent lounge is happening mostly in the morning. And what we do there is, if you are a talent, if you are a digital person who is seeking for a new job and is looking at what should I do, what's the criterion based on which I should look for my next assignment, my next job. If you want to get some tips on how to best get a job, that's a great place to go. Go to the talent lounge and you will see here which sessions are happening in there. Then there's the startup stage. On the startup stage, you will interrupted by a few more content-focused sessions. You will see presentations of, I think, more than 30 really, really promising and great startups. So it will be mostly the founders who will come there and explain why they are doing what, and basically, we wouldn't say pitch because most of them are not really looking for funding, but they will basically show their company, their startup, and maybe also that is a good place to either decide where you want to invest in the future or maybe where you want to work. here you get an insight directly from the founders. And then there is, as I said, the networking lounge. In the networking lounge, you have the cocktail party, which is this format where you can do some speed dating. You are matched with people, and then you just go into a one-on-one talk with them. Or you log into Wonder, and in Wonder, you roam around like at a real party. You get close to people, a window opens, you walk away, the window closes, etc. It's great fun. Try that out. Obviously, there is, then very important, there are also master classes. One of the partners that you saw there that we have on board this year, of which we're very proud, is Google. And Google is offering 3 master classes that are real deep Google master classes. And it's great to have that. It's very comparable to the deep dive sessions, but to learn from Google, about Google, how to do marketing. Well, I guess you're with me here that this is something really special. And then there are the deep dive sessions. And the deep dive sessions obviously are the heart, the core and the heart of the Project A Knowledge Conference. So here you can filter by topic and you can filter by time. We will now look at specifically the morning. So it starts, and I think it has already started 1 minute ago. So if you see anything here that starts at 9:40 and you like that, leave this session immediately and go there. You can, by the way, out of this agenda, if you open that, you can also, through join the session, directly go to Run the World. And if then Run the World asks you to register, well, you didn't register yet, do it then at this very moment. By the way, if you are following this stream on LinkedIn Live or on YouTube, then you are only seeing the main stage. Now would be a good moment actually to register on Run the World. It's for free. You don't have to pay anything. You just have to go there, register. I think it takes less than 30 seconds. And then you can join this very event. I think our social media team will post the Run the World link directly under the YouTube or the LinkedIn Live video. So it started already with Tim Herbig, great product manager, I think also from Berlin, talking about, I think, the focus a little bit on the difference in product management between output and outcome. So it's a great session to watch. Then one of my personal favorites, the Corona Catalyzer. Pia Frey, founder of Opinory, is sharing how when COVID started, they decided we still have to be successful, we still have to do marketing, and we are a B2B company, and we just cannot host events anymore and do sales talks person in person. So they went completely online and they did a lot of webinars, etc. And this actually gave them a real boost. So they took a weakness and they made the best out of it. And how they did it, Pia and Martin together will talk about that. And this is an interesting one, also already started, also highly recommended. Trend Tours is a company in the Project A portfolio, and it's basically travel for the golden agers. And the company is usually selling bus travels within Europe, well, to the people in the golden ages, right? And as this is their target group, they focus a lot on offline marketing, and they basically send out paper leaflets so that people go there and then book their travel. And they were a company that is really, really ahead of the industry by applying tree boosting and machine learning in order to find out which of their campaigns work with which target groups in order to optimize this whole process. So you have a relatively conservative target group in business, a company that is not like early startup anymore, but they exist already, I think, for more than 10 years. And they were really ahead of their market in bringing in machine learning and tree boosting in order to optimize their offline marketing campaigns. Really great project, and Jonas, Alexandra, and Moritz will talk about that. Then you still have a little bit of time for that one. It starts at 10 o'clock, but interesting one. A lot of startups nowadays are in the B2B sector, and they often have what we call the Deutscher Mittelstand. So the small and medium-sized enterprises, a little bit larger than medium sometimes even, and they have to win them as customers. That's not an easy thing. That's not like I put some SEA campaigns out there, some display, and then on Facebook, people click on a banner, and then they buy my product. And Hubert Deutsch is somebody who really comes from the industry. And he, together with Uwe Horstmann, they will share what you have to do in order to win those as customers. The future of Vue.js, and I'm for sure like pronouncing that wrong. Vue.js is a front-end framework that is like everywhere and all around. And everybody who works in front-end knows it, and a lot of people are working with it. And we are more than proud that we have one of their core team members today here with our head of front-end, having this talk about what the path forward is with front-end and with their specific framework. So there you get a glimpse really from somebody deep in the core at what we're talking here. Brand performance, full funnel force. We did quite a lot of work with our portfolio company Krü this year. And Krü is a company that operates in digital health. You basically visit a doctor on your phone. And this is something that in their home market, Sweden, started very much with offline marketing and brand building. And in Germany, when we approached the German market, I hope you have heard of them by now, you will see that a lot of marketing is also still about billboards and TV campaigns, etc. But we wanted to combine this very strongly with online and performance marketing. And Cornelis and Anastasia have together worked on that and built the bridge and made it measurable all across the full funnel, from the measures that you take in the upper funnel, brand building, awareness building, all the way to the actual click and make a patient use this product. Then the famous Hansi Hansmann. Hansi Hansmann is a business angel from Austria. He has invested in a number of really great companies. He will give an overview of them later on, and he's a kind of celebrity, as I said, in Austria. He's also invested in Anyline, for example, one of our portfolio companies, and he's the type of angel investor who doesn't just like put their money and walks away or goes or annoys the founders with telling them what they should do from morning till late. But he's somebody who really inspires founders. I heard he takes them on trips to the forest and so on, and they do like experience exchange sessions together. He can talk, and he will talk more about that. But he's really a persona that you want to see, that you want to meet, and that you want to learn a little bit from. We then have a really great session with heavy, good, but digestible content from one of our partners, McKinsey. And they will give us their view on why digital business should know about customer experience and what they should do about it. So Harald and Oliver will come here on stage, and they will help us to really dig deep on that topic. Then we have Jean de Bressy, again, I hope I pronounced that correct, from Zalando. Most people have heard, who work in marketing, that Zalando has done a big deal about digitizing their marketing efforts, and he will basically talk firsthand about that. We then have a talk with Jonas Bailey from Jung von Matt. Jung von Matt is probably, like, at least in the DACH region, the ultimate name when it comes to brand building and offline campaigns. They are super creative, and it's great to talk with him about how agencies and startups, so classic, usually agencies like Jung von Matt would work with corporates, with those who have a lot of money. You know it, BVG, Sixt, you know, some of the big brands have worked together with Jung von Matt. Usually startups wouldn't even dare to reach out to them. And Jonas will explain you how and in which cases that makes sense and it is possible. Then we will learn about sales from Salesforce. And I mean, like, how much more direct can it go? They do this together with our portfolio company Liquid, who actually has to do quite a, if you don't know them, just check them out. It's basically like private wealth management. And together with Salesforce, they will explain how you can manage and scale your growth really well. So if you learn that from Salesforce, similar to marketing in Google, you can't probably get closer to where the heart of that is. Then, one of the stars of this event, obviously, Tarek Müller, founder of About You, will share with us how they won the hearts of a young audience. Great talk. I don't think I need to say too much about that. Probably a little bit more, and I'm not an expert, I very much admit that, about Gaia X, which is one of the biggest tech initiatives in Europe for federated data infrastructure. That is a little bit tech heavy, but it's an interesting topic. I recommend to drop in there, to have a look at it. It's happening together with our CTO, Stefan Schulze, and the one person who is actually driving it, Dr. Oliver Maus from Plus Server. Then we have Salesforce again giving us a deep, real good functional talk about how you should set up your sales team. So this time it's about the organizational side, about successful sales team directly brought to you from and by Salesforce. I think I need to hurry up a little bit. Or am I over? Yeah, actually I'm over the time. So I will cut it a little bit short here. Scaling product management by our CPO together with the product chef at Casavo. Then an overview of the whole funnel. I have 10 more minutes. I'm sorry. Yes, I missed the time. Okay, we are not professionals here. You will have to actually let me say that at that point. All the people that you will see here today on the main stage as moderators, as well as the people in the individual sessions, our main job is not being a TV host. As you can probably guess by now, we are doing this one event every year, and things like this will happen. Be prepared for that. I hope you forgive this to us. Luana Junge is responsible for marketing at Spryker, and Spryker is a tool that basically helps large e-commerce companies who have probably outgrown Magento and the alikes a little bit, but don't now want to go for a full, super complicated, self-developed solution, and to basically go into that space and to have a solution that is as at the quality of the really, really big ones, and the big ones actually also go for that. They have with Spryker a framework that brings them out of the box a lot of solutions already. And you can imagine in this world, they have sales cycles that are sometimes a year, maybe sometimes more. And you have to basically win the leads for that often via marketing, often via performance and online marketing. And then you have to transfer them through the whole funnel until you can finally convert them and make them sign a contract that usually has a very, very big amount of money at the bottom of it. And Luana will share with us how Spryker is actually approaching this big task. Then we have Peter Fricke. Peter is from the Deutsche Börse, and he will give us insights about IPO. The IPO is for a lot of startups the step that they aim at, right? I mean, like I think you have usually, theoretically you have 4 options that what can happen in the long run with your startup. You can go bust. That happens probably with most of them. You can be very successful and be sold, so you do an exit, right? You can be medium successful and keep going. Not sure if that is really what startups are about, at least not VC-backed startups. And then number 4 is you just grow so tremendously that nobody can swallow you anymore. And very often the most successful ones, well, they go to the stock exchange, they do an IPO. But that is something that is big and scary, and many companies don't really know how to approach it. You can do a lot of things right and wrong about it, but there's also a little bit too much fear and talk about it that scares people off. And Peter will give us an insight about how that actually really works, directly brought to you by the Deutsche Börse. And I think that's a very interesting learning. And then we have McKinsey helping us understanding for the digital businesses the future of the marketing return of investment. How to optimize it by optimizing the spend allocation, and again have the full funnel overview. McKinsey are doing a lot of very successful projects about that, and they obviously have a tremendously strong competency center about that, and we're very proud that today they will share their insights and what usually just like the companies that are large enough for that and pay really a lot of money for that, not that they're pricey, but it's major projects. And here you will get insights into that for free as part of that event. Big thank you for McKinsey for sharing that knowledge. And that is the morning. I will not go the same way through everything that happens around noon and in the afternoon, but you can basically like filter here and look at that. There are probably a few sessions that I can recommend looking at. What would it typically be? The Project A product school is something interesting for, well, those people that are in product management, obviously. Tamer, our CPO, and his team, they have put a lot of effort into putting together like a framework of sophistication levels and steps that you have to take in order to be really successful in product management. Definitely a good one to watch. M&A as a part of the strategy for startups to grow is something that is also not too much around usually. A normal startup grows by just like selling more and investing more and then selling more and then investing more and then you grow your team, etc. And probably even a little bit like supported or triggered by COVID-19, which has put companies under pressure and some of them had to give up. There was quite some consolidation in some of the markets, and that opened up opportunities for acquiring like competitors and grow inorganically through mergers and acquisition. And that sounds easy in the first place. Well, first of all, you need to have the money, yeah? But then you also have to go through the whole process of actually really integrating them and putting them together with your business. And we will have here a talk with people who have done that from Urban Sports Club, from Comtravo, Sender, and Charlotte, from who is our head of venture development, will moderate that and guide you through the session. And she has actually worked on some of these projects together with the startups. They will tell you about what's the right moment for that and what are the opportunities and the pitfalls about all that. There's a lot more. One thing that I'm not sure if I will find it easily here, but that is one of my personal highlights of that day is the Ballmer Peak. Ballmer Peak, you can Google it. Basically, I don't know if you all remember or know Steve Ballmer from Microsoft. He once put together quite a crude theory that says a developer, when they put together code and they would drink alcohol, their performance stays about stable. Some people say it drops a little, some say it increases a little. But then there's like a point when they drink a little bit more, when suddenly their performance goes through the roof. And if they drink 1 or 2 drinks more, it suddenly drops dead. And we will do a live test of this theory. This session is actually with the friendly support of M Venture, and they gave us little Jägermeister bottles. And Jacopo and Zoltan, who are 2 backend developers of Project A, they will actually really do that. So they will solve developers' tasks and drink under very careful supervision. And after that, we give them a lot of water, obviously, and put them on a cab to get safe back home. And you will see Michael and Toby, and I think our CTO will also join for that. They will review what they are doing, and they will review their code, and they will do a live commentary about that in order to understand how this Ballmer Peak really turns out if you try it in the real world. Definitely also one of my favorites. If there's ever, last one that I want to mention, the Doppelgänger podcast. So Doppelgänger is a podcast that is around only since July this year. It's not only about, there's some focus on marketing, but actually not too much. It's also about a lot of tech topics, investment, etc. And it has succeeded to be like, I don't know the statistics, but I feel like almost on eye level with all the big podcasts that we have in the DACH region for sure. And they will live record within the Project A Knowledge Conference. So watch this if you want to see Pip Klöckner and Philipp Glöckler do this podcast recording. You can also ask questions. You can really participate in the podcast. It will be great fun. my last recommendation for today. If you don't find anything that interests you, come to the main stage, listen to an interview, or otherwise use the networking opportunities. I wish you a wonderful day today. My time here is up for now. The next host here on the main stage is Hannah Schwer from Business Insider, our media partner, and I wish you a wonderful continuation of this event on the main stage and in everything else that we have to offer. Thank you.
Welcome to the Project A Knowledge Conference. Stay tuned for very insightful sessions.
Thank you so much, Rainer, for your inspirational talk, and welcome back to the Project A Knowledge Conference 2020. I'm glad that you are joining us and watching us from wherever you are in your office today or in your home office. I'm your host this morning. My name is Hannah Schwer. I'm a startup reporter at Business Insider, and I'm really excited for today's program. Before we dive in, just a quick reminder, sorry, we have a very interactive panel today. So this stage is actually also your stage. You can ask questions to all of our guests, and don't be shy, just ask them in the chat, and I'll be sure to ask them when the talk nears its end. So just go ahead. But our first guest today actually comes from Google. And before I introduce her, let's play a little video.
As an entrepreneur, your first job is to find the place and the people that get you, feel you, support you, champion you, and go there and conquer.
It's good to have a community, not just of people that believe in you, but people who are
So you guessed right, our guest this morning comes from Google for Startups. Her name is Nina Levchuk. She is leading the sales team that focuses on startups and the technology scene and VCs. And she's been at Google for, I think, over more than 7 years, and is also was one of the leaders of the Women Initiative at Google. Welcome, Nina.
Good morning, everyone. How are you guys?
Great to have you. This is our little music to welcome you.
Yeah, just waking up everyone in the morning, right? So
yeah, exactly.
Where
are we catching you this morning?
In Berlin. So actually very close to the Project A office as well.
Cool. So, Google is a very famous employer. I guess a lot of people are also wondering, how did you get there?
Wow. That was just, that was the one, as I always saying. I have a long journey through the FMCG, consulting, startups as well environment in Silicon Valley. And then I just met Google, and since there 7 years we are together. And I'm still keeping my passion and focusing on helping startups together with my team. And now I ended up here in Berlin.
Now, your sales team is a pretty novel thing at Google. I think the DACH region is the only region that actually has a sales team that focuses only on startups and VCs. Can you tell us a little bit about your team? How big is it? What does your day look like?
Absolutely, happy to tell. Actually, to be very frank, like Google for Startup by itself, right? It's a very big team that exists globally, and they're focusing on many programs, including such programs like female founders immersion programs. And by the way, today at 10:50, right after my interview, there would be 5 amazing female founders who are going to pitch to the investors and to the coaches their business idea. So please join us in 10:50 as well. But beside that, in Germany specifically, or in DACH, we have a team that is focusing actually to finding and spotting new unicorns and really helping them to navigate through their full journey of coming from the seed stage and growing to the very big and mature startups. And this is where our uniqueness is coming, because basically we have launched this team a bit more than a year ago, and currently like trying to support the top startups across the DACH region. Yeah.
I mean, I think probably everybody who's watching us is on the hunt for the next unicorn. Can you share a little bit how you go about that?
Absolutely. Yeah, fair to say. You asked me as well how big our team. I think it's over more than 20 people who specifically only working on the DACH, and we trying to meet the startup very early, right? For example, we just recently launched our ads onboarding program, where even if you never actually try to build your digital marketing with our products, you could come in, register, and you will receive like direct support from the Google. So like dedicated person who will help you to navigate through the crazy complexity. And to be honest, when I, for instance, work in startup, and when we only started, I remember how challenging it could be to be overwhelmed by so many product offering across Google, Facebook, and other many companies. So it's really critical and important, right, to help on the startups from very, very early stage. And then basically when you're already with us, you are building your strategy, we're giving you resources that could help you to optimize your digital strategy. But as well, when you're ready to grow globally, we will be there for you to provide you with all possible data and tools that could help you to do it and prepare for that. And then you're coming to basically to my team, whereas my team is focusing already on the startups that I would say at the stage B, right, or round B, round C, and they really like to scale globally and really position themselves big around the world. And so we will help you to make it happen, and we'll work with you hands by hand, I would say. And how we're spotting, I think, through the many different formats that currently exist. I mean, now in Corona, it's getting harder and harder, right? But then most of the startups exist online right now, and we are online. So like this is a mutual meeting that are happening all the time, and I'm really looking forward as well today to meet at your hangout area or pizza lounge, or how it was called, like fun lounge, right? Yeah. So looking forward to meet new unicorns.
You already mentioned Google has a few talks today. I want to start with one that you are holding, that is winning international customers through the power of digital marketing. Can you give us a little bit of a sneak preview on that? I think it's this afternoon around 3 for everybody who's interested.
Yeah, absolutely. Yes, please join us. This would be very hands-on masterclass. So it's not just about how amazing Google products are, but it's about how to use, what is the best approach, how you could really do your strategy by using our tools, and what the free tools exist as well, to support you as a marketeer within this journey. And basically, this masterclass would be, we'll start with a great story of one of our startup Frontier Car Group that scale in very short time across the world by using a data-driven approach. So everything about data, offline to online, especially if you're a startup that are facing both sides, offline and online, and really need to connect both strategies together. This is, I know, from my experience, one of the most challenging steps how to really connect all those data and make it sufficient, this would be masterclass for you. But as well, if you're only purely online or pure play, as it's calls nowadays, this masterclass would be very useful, because we're going to show you how to prepare your company and your resources to go globally, and how not to make mistakes. Because believe me, through so many years, we learn a lot about what the most common mistakes startups are doing when they are going internationally. And now we could really give you how to basically advices to avoid these mistakes and make it really efficient for your business.
Before we talk, before we talk about those mistakes that you see a lot of times, I want to ask you about those resources that you talked about. I mean, a lot of startups and VCs are struggling right now because of Corona, and the first thing that people cut is their marketing budget. What is your advice in such a situation?
Wow, that's a very good question. Interesting enough that when the first lockdown happened, we actually ran the webinar together with VCs, and we have as well VC from Project A participated in our webinars. So we were discussing, okay, so what's happening and what resources are cut and what the right strategy to do. I think it's very unique to every single startups based on their business model, because through lockdown we actually saw both ways, right? We saw the startup that were gaining a lot because suddenly they start to provide the service they are providing become super relevant and only available online. So in this case they will see organic growth, but in the same time they were gaining through the paid marketing a lot of leads in cheaper price, right? So that was their golden moment to get and generate a lot of leads and buy it with a lower competition. And then we saw the different situation when the businesses who providing services, or if it's their services were connected to offline operation, right? They were really in some cases get rid of half of their teams, and of course marketing budgets were impacted. But then we actually created webinar how to recover. So if you want to learn more about how to recover, I'm going to put here the link for our platform as well in a second, and you could actually hear how to recover quickly if you cut your marketing budget actually during the lockdown, and how to build on the strategy, because there is obviously impact. If you're not active for a while in the marketing channels, you're losing your positions, right? And then you need to really find smart way to recover fast and not to spend all money that you have in your pocket left, right?
Yeah. For all of those who are just joining us, this is Nina Levchuk talking to us. She's from Google for Startups, and shares some tips on what to do in the crisis and how to move forward. She also has a talk later, winning international customers through the power of digital marketing. And a quick reminder, you can ask questions. Now is your time. If you want to have some advice from Nina, what to do about your marketing strategy, what tools to use, what new products. This is your chance right now to ask questions in the chat. Nina, you mentioned earlier you see through your experience that startups and your customers do sometimes the same mistakes over and over again, and you've learned about it over time. Now, this right now is a time where actually mistakes are very costly, and people try to be as efficient as possible with their budgets. So I guess it's a better time than ever to talk about how to avoid those mistakes. Can you share some?
Absolutely. And actually, would be fair to mention that 2 other masterclasses that we're going to have addressing those mistakes as well. So we have another 2, and one would be very interesting about overall how to reach your business goals with the search automation, right? This is a complex approach, and professional digital marketers are spending a lot of time to build, as we call it, holistic, right, approach. So if you really want to know, if you're in the beginning of your journey or you're already advanced and you really want to see how the good look like holistic approach, so in order to really make your strategy right, this would be very good masterclass for you as well. And then I need to check, but it's like we're going one after one. So if my at 3, so that might be starting around 1 p.m. or something. But if you just go to the Run the World and type Google, you basically will see all of a 4 or 5 presence here. And then another one, actually one of my favorite one, is Google Trends, and it's about how really to engage you with your consumers early on, how to understand their behavior using our data, and how to build your marketing strategy, right? So all those 3 topics are addressing actually the mistakes that are happening, because when you are a startup, right, and you have limited resources, limited budget, you need to accelerate. First thing which you could do is best is to learn about your consumer and really understand your market very well. And this is where Google providing those free tools to do it in a customized way, specifically for your business model. And then when the startup is already, let's say, positioning himself in their local market very well, and they start to think about, okay, now I need to go internationally. The common mistake, what I see, like the first of all, they under-evaluating the resources, right, that they have in place. They start to ask themselves, okay, can I use my German customer service to serve UK clients, or can I just maybe find like the way just to do it through the chats and not really spend too much time understanding what the behaviors actually in the new markets. So all about understanding consumers, that's the one part, right? Then the second part, what is happening, okay, I understand my consumers in local market. I might understand already a bit consumers in the market where I want to go, but actually even making step back, what the markets I need to go, right? How to find the right market, how to not get to the trap where you're entering the market and competition is so expensive that you basically burn your money, right? So that's another thing. We know many startups who were like, trying entering and then were actually very famous startups. I will not going to mention the names, but I think, guys, we heard many stories when the startup entering the big markets like US, etc., and then deciding to put on pause because it just didn't work out in terms of money or in budget. So how to avoid that? You're going to learn as well in my masterclass. And then the last one that I already mentioned, but not least, of course, is like how to connect offline to online, right? And this is, I think, data activation and how to really link those 2 parts and make it in the right way. That's definitely what every marketer should learn if they have ambition to go globally and make it in the right way. I see there is a question actually start to comment.
Yes, there is. I saw it too. So somebody asks about the split between B2B and B2C. The question is, what's the split of investments these days between B2B and B2C?
I think this question would be the best to ask to Florian Hannemann, for example, right, to our partner in Project A. But if I could readdress this question a bit in a different way, if you ask me with what part of the startups we're working mostly, right, under Google for Startups umbrella, we of course serving equally B2B and B2C. But when it's coming to the digital strategy or digital marketing and my team, right, so ads product or everything around ads, that would be mainly B2C, although we do have see more and more startups like Software Enterprise, for instance, right, that are B2B, but they are very active in the online digital advertising, and they're becoming big customers of us. But then when you look at the cloud, for instance, right, Google Cloud, you will see that their majority of the clients would be B2B. So it's very in terms of our resource investments, I really believe it's not about ratio, but it's about where opportunity and where we could be the best partner for those startups.
I guess a lot of people are wondering, that's also what this question is addressing, what kind of startups are you looking for at Google for Startups?
Yeah, so we're looking at every startup that have ambition to grow and become a big startup, right? So, and I see there is some as well question about what type of startups could really benefit from masterclass. So literally, it doesn't matter if you're at the pre-seed stage or only idea stage, or you're already actually in the very late stage. It will be useful for you. I would say two first, like automation and trends, would be super useful for every single stage, but especially for the startups who are only in the planning stage, right? And my masterclass, I would say it's a bit more advanced, right? But mainly for the startups who are ready to run the world. But if you educate yourself early on, and you could do holistic planning in future, why not? So I would say use this opportunity and start to educate yourself early on.
I see there are a lot of more questions pouring in right now. For example, Oleg wants to know, will you talk about mobile apps marketing, including social media, meaning spending budgets mainly with Google rivals such as Facebook, Instagram, Twitter?
Yeah, very good question. So, we do have actually recorded masterclasses on mobile apps on the platform Google for Startups. So it's free. So feel free to go and check them out. Here today, we're gonna, I think, if I'm not mistaken, in the search part, there would be some talks a bit about optimization on mobile strategy. In my particular part, winning international growth, it will be more focused, as I said, on automation and market finder, so how to find the right markets and engage with consumers. But we're gonna hanging out with my colleague after that in the lounge. So if you have particular question about mobile apps marketing, feel free to come and join myself, Magda, Bjorn, and we will be happy to answer your question on that part.
Okay, cool. Will you be in the Run the World cocktail party, or will you be at Wonder?
At Wonder. Yeah, Wonder. Okay, there is a cocktail party. Okay, I didn't know about cocktail.
So there's one at Run the World. I think it's more like chat roulette sort of logic. So you actually speed date with people.
Yeah.
And at Wonder, you can actually do a lot
Connect.
of people.
Yeah, so we will be at Wonder straight after masterclass, hanging out there minimum for 30 minutes. So we'll be very happy to talk.
Cool. And we have some more questions. Tamara wants to know, do you feel that now with everyone and everything going digital and global, is it going to be easier to reach farther markets?
That's a very good question, right? So, farther markets, expanding more and more and entering early on. I definitely see the trend that competition is a rise, right? So, definitely 5 years ago to enter such markets like US or UK would be way easier than now, right? And then products are so diversified. So even if you could look at the very similar business models, you see that two startups, let's say founded in Berlin with the same business model, could go in a very different ways, right? One will go to the Germany, Austria, France, Spain, Italy, but another one will go with the same business model to emerging markets. Both startups will be very successful, but because they don't want to really spend their money on the competition where another a strong startup exists, they're choosing other paths. And I think this is good question to talk about, because it's all about where you see you could really still grab the market share and where you could really provide better offering, right? And if you have enough resources to position yourself with this better offering. And that's why, in our masterclass, we're going to talk about how actually to do it, how to do this analysis and what the data to use in order not to enter to the markets where you're just going to burn out your budgets. That we saw through our experience a lot what happening with startups is they're not doing accurate planning and accurate analysis.
So I see our next guest is already waiting in the digital waiting lounge. This was Nina Levchuk from Google. Thanks so much for joining us this morning and for your insights. You can catch her later around 3 with her masterclass on digital marketing and how to win the global market. Thanks, Nina.
Thank you, Hannah. It was my pleasure. Have a great day, everyone. Bye-bye.
Bye. Welcome back to Project A Knowledge Conference 2020. If you just tuned in, my name is Hannah Schwer. I'm your host this morning. I'm a reporter at Business Insider, and I'm very, very excited for our next guest. His name is Hubert Deutsch, and he spent more than 17 years at machine builder Liebherr. Nowadays, he's CEO at Feinguss Blank, which is a specialist in precision casting of metal parts. And he's also an expert on bringing the German Mittelstand and startups together. Welcome, Hubert.
Hello, good morning. Nice to hear you and see you.
Yeah, of course, you also get our warming music this morning. Welcome to the stage. Where are we catching you today?
So you can catch me today in my home office, and it's in the south of Germany. So in between Ulm and Lake of Constance, and yes, it's really a nice region.
Yeah, so greetings to southern Germany. I saw that on your website of Feinguss Blank, you have the claim, the future is smart. Now, to be honest, I think most people out there don't connect the metal casting industry to like a smart business, but you have reasons to state that. So what are they? Can you tell us a little bit about that?
Yes. So probably I give a short impression about my CV, and I worked nearly 20 years for Liebherr, and therefore I was 14 years in the C-level as CFO and in the sales responsibility. And then I switched in the typical German Mittelstand. Blank have now roughly 1,200 employees. And as you said, this is really deep Mittelstand. I think Liebherr is not that Mittelstand as known, but at the end, the culture is like the same. But at the end, yes, we built a slogan, smart investment casting, smart Blank. And what is smart at this stage? We saw that, especially in the German Mittelstand, we have really a big problem of understanding. A lot of startups come into this market, and they enter especially in this connection in between our customer and we as producer. And therefore I want to highlight also the sensitivity to our employees that there is coming a transformation. And what is smart? It's not only one thing, it's really like a different portfolio of issues. For example, smart employees. We think over what is in the future our knowledge we have to have in our company. So we have to be also digital in our knowledge competence, but also on the product side. Yes. Another focus is also on processes. We have to check where we can make our processes smart, means we have to be intelligent, get the data of the machine toolings, etc., and be smart there. Also, we have to be smart in the connection to our clients, but not only on the client side, to all of our stakeholders.
Because who are your clients? Can you give us a little bit about an idea of your company? You said already you have more than 1,000 employees. Are you working globally, and in which industries do you find your clients?
Yes, so 70% of our turnover is located in the automotive sections, and especially, and then because of this smart issue, 100% of this automotive turnover is in the common diesel engine, because we produce parts of this turbocharger, and in the near future we will not deliver, let's say, these pieces which we have right now. We expect that we will lose minimum 50% of our turnover in the next 10 to 15 years.
Wow.
And this is really significant. Yeah. But at the end, also investment casting is also located not only for automotive. We are also establishing now in the medicine and aerospace business. And therefore, as I said, smart, you cannot only focus on one client. And typical clients from our side are really the German car OEMs, so Audi, BMW, Porsche, etc. But also, as I mentioned, in the industry, medical or the aerospace.
Now, they are right now especially hit hard by the crisis, the whole automotive sector and OEMs.
Yeah.
Where do you see opportunity in that? Because a lot of people are talking about that this crisis can also accelerate some transformation. Do you share that view, and where could that be?
Yes, there is a big potential, let's say, but the problem in the German Mittelstand is we are really very traditional. We are really focused on a long experience in our tradition, in our culture. And this is one of our pain points because we will not change rapidly, and therefore the dynamic we have to catch and we have to focus on. How can we survive? At the end, we do not see big potential in e-mobiles. Therefore, we have to enter into new businesses. Totally new businesses means other sections, means aerospace, medical, etc. But on the other side, I think to survive in Germany, we have also to focus what we are doing, not with whom, what we are doing. So we need more developers. We need much better understanding for our clients to be on the same eye level to develop with them the next generation of motorcycles, etc. But there is a potential, and I think also the possibility with digital aspects gives us the chance also to survive in relation with our competitors in low-cost countries.
You already had a talk this morning, Cracking the German Mittelstand, how to tackle Germany's most rewarding customer group. For all those who are watching us now and missed your talk, can you give us a little bit of an idea what the main points were? How do you actually tackle German Mittelstand? How do you get them to become your customer as a startup?
Yes, I split my presentation into 3 clusters. One is strategy, structure, and culture. And the big problem is, as I have seen in the last few years, and I have experience on the one hand side with typical German Mittelstand on the corporate side, but also on the startup side, because with Project A, I have really the good possibility to enter into, since long time, into B2B investments. And I see the problem is we are talking mostly in 2 different levels. They do not understand each other. And my intention is that we get them on the same level to build bridges on the strategy, but also on the culture side. Because the German Mittelstand is very traditional, and therefore they need to get a lot of trust. And trust is the main point to see on the other side from the startups. And also what I can recommend is align your spirit to the German Mittelstand and empower also the structure to find the best.
What does that spirit look like?
Sorry?
How does that spirit look like?
The spirit looks like, the spirit is, as I mentioned, the trust for this understanding. You need to enter not only for a student project, you have to enter into their strategy, and therefore you need somebody into this in this typical German Mittelstand company who takes the responsibility for such a project. Yeah, you need an owner of this project, and it's not good only to talk with, let's say, the Department of Innovation or the head of Department of Innovation. You need somebody in this company who understands where are really the decision-making people.
Just a quick reminder for everybody who is watching us out there, if you have questions to Hubert Deutsch, just ask them in the chat. Now is your chance. He has a really great experience and or a long time experience in German Mittelstand, so he knows how to crack those customers. And if you want to get some advice, now is your chance to ask questions.
You're really
I was
welcome.
wondering, when you told us earlier about earning trust and everything, have you actually worked together with startups at Feinguss Blank?
Yes, I took also the chance to bring them inside. But as I mentioned, I'm the CEO of this company, and it's not always good. If I say they have to talk to startups, for me, it's much better if my employees, the departments are coming and they have ideas. I can only give them some impacts, I can give them some ideas, but at the end, I only give them the chance. Also my employees, I give them the chance to enter into connections, but I want that they catch this possibility and they bring it to success.
How do you drive this change in culture, that people are open to that?
This is a good question. So first of all, day by day speaking. So every morning, when I enter into our administration building, I say to everybody, good morning. So to really everybody, and more than 100 people, to get the feeling what is now the sensitive, what is the emotion in the room, etc. And to talk to the people, to understand them, to give them trust. It's really also there a big question of trust, and to give them the feeling they can decide by their own and they are self-responsible, and give them also the chance to make mistakes. And then when they made the mistakes, to give them once again energy to stand up and go for on.
In Rainer's talk this morning, he was also encouraging us to be more political. And I was wondering, there's been a lot of talk about bringing the Mittelstand and the German startup scene as two major assets of German economy together. Do you see that there can be something done by like regulatory framework, that sort of like politics can help you with that?
So first of all, 99% of German's companies are located in the section of the Mittelstand. So 90%. Yeah. And on the other side, we have more than 70,000 startups in Germany. So we have to bring them together. And I think there is really no understanding until now. Also from the political side, there are some good innovations and platforms, let's say, but most of them, they are really not successful. Why not? Because everybody in this game, let's say, thinks I cannot share my informations, they are too trustful, and we need really very urgent a better understanding how to fall down and how to organize this risk. And on the other side, we have a really hard impact also from our banks. And they want to see, if you go to a bank and ask for a loan or for money, they want to have 100% safe and secure information and products, otherwise they will not give you some money. So what we need is really more venture capital, in the sense of startups on the one hand side, on the other side acceptance for this venture capital in these Mittelstand companies. Mm-hmm. There's really a lack of understanding, a really big lack of understanding. And in the States, we have really good examples how it can be done.
For those of us watching us who are working at a Mittelstand, like at a small or medium company, and are maybe now inspired by your talk, what's your advice to them to take the first steps and get in touch with startups, get those innovations in their company?
First of all, search for a person which has domain knowledge in this sector. This is really important, because first of all, this domain expert can also tell you where in this Mittelstand company is a decision-making person. And I think the second one is find a bright range of companies, not focus only on one company, because most problems are that these startups solve the problem for only this company, and this is too specified. For one company, you have to split to a right range and mix of the portfolio of your clients, and on a special point, then you have to focus on. And therefore, you need somebody who has this domain knowledge. This is my best, let's say, recommendation I can give.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. One quick question. Some people who want to ask questions but maybe didn't dare to write in the chat, or are not at the keyboard right now, can they catch you later somewhere at Wonder or at the cocktail party, at any networking events today?
Yes, I will be also on the cocktail party.
Okay, cool. And are you looking, when you look at the program, are you joining any other sessions? Can you is there something you can recommend?
Yes, so for me it's really always interesting to see also information about leadership, because this is one of our challenges also in the German Mittelstand, and as I said, to bring these bridges together. So leadership is one of my main tasks where I want to focus on today, and also the business strategies, to see some of them. Yes.
Okay.
At the end, also, please feel free and get in touch with me on Instagram. You can also find me there, or LinkedIn. LinkedIn is also.
What are you doing on Instagram? What kind of content?
Also, let's say business development and startup. So venture capital and corporate buildings.
Can you drop your name in the comment section so people know where to find you?
Yes.
Later on? Cool.
I will do so, yeah?
Okay.
Perfect. Super.
That was Hubert Deutsch, everybody. He is CEO of Feinguss Blank, a Mittelstand company from Germany. He's an expert and kind of drives the whole thing on Mittelstand and startups and how to get them closer together. Thanks so much for joining us today, and thanks so much for all your advice.
Thanks a lot. Have a nice day. Take care. See you.
So actually, Eduardo San Martin Morote was supposed to join us right now. He's in the program. He's a front-end developer who focuses on Vue, but it seems to be that the program has changed, and we have another speaker coming up from Project A. I'm not sure if he's already here. Can you give me a sign? Is he already here? Okay. So we wait 2 more minutes? Okay, great. So we have a little short break here for 2 minutes because we were waiting on our next speaker. And as we wait, if you want to, you can also ask some questions in the chat again, or look at the program again. I'm not sure if we have any questions in the chat. I'm gonna take a look. No? Okay. So I'm not quite sure if Eduardo is coming later again, but if you tuned in and wanted to see specifically him, he was supposed to talk about the Vue ecosystem, which is a framework for building interfaces for web apps and websites. But yeah, and he had actually some news to share, because Vue is right now also bringing out a new edition, Vue 3. And he was supposed to talk about that, but I guess he is not available today. Our next speaker is Christoph Rösler. He is from Project A, and I'm not sure, is he here yet? Great. So welcome, Christoph Rösler. You can also sit here. Yeah. So we have some corona issues today, so we need to keep the distance, but do you sit comfortable?
Absolutely. Thank you very much. Yes.
Great. Christoph Rüster, can you tell us a little bit what you do at Project A for everybody who does not know you?
Yes, absolutely. So hi, my name is Christoph. I'm Chief Commercial Officer at Project A. I've been here for almost 6 years now, and I'm responsible for 3 things. 2 are on our operational side. So as probably everybody knows here, I hope, we're an operational VC. So we have quite a big team, around 85 people that support our portfolio company. And I'm heading the venture development team. It's basically a group of portfolio managers that try to stick close to our portfolio companies, understand where they are, what kind of challenges or opportunities they might have, and how we can best support them with our 85 people. And the second team that I'm also responsible for is our sales and customer success team. So it's basically a group of sales and commercial specialists that support our portfolio in sales, account management, and customer service. And third thing, on our investment side, what I also do is our private equity co-investments. So we don't only do early stage investments. That's also something that is probably special about Project A, but we also invest a little bit later in companies that are more mature and usually still profitable, which doesn't hold true for the majority of our early stage investments.
How long have you been at Project A?
For 6 years now.
Well, quite a long time. So how many knowledge conferences have you experienced?
Well, this is actually, Knowledge Conference. We changed the name a little bit. This is the third one, I think. In the early days, we called them Portfolio Days. So they were quite a bit smaller. They were just for our portfolio, not for external people. But if you count all of them together, it's 6 actually. So
wow.
Every year, and the very first year, I actually organized the Portfolio Days. Wow. So that was one of my first projects here at Project A.
So this is the backstage stage today. So we want to find out a little bit about the backgrounds of people, of talks and stuff. And I think it's could be very interesting to hear how the Project A Knowledge Conference has changed over the years.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. So as I said, it was called Portfolio Days at the beginning. And that was an event, I would say it was physical, of course. Back then, everything was physical. It was around 120, 140 people. And it was basically the founders and the C-level management of our portfolio companies, co-investors, and then some people in the, I would say, startup or digital ecosystem that joined. And it would be quite focused on, I think, what we do today on the startup stage. So where it's basically a lot of pitching, a lot of our portfolio companies presenting what they do, and then a few keynote speakers. It was a 1-day event in the first year. I think second year it was then a 2-day event. And it was also, I think, where the Portfolio Days or the idea of going more into that knowledge sharing idea started, because the first day was pitches and the second day was then more operational talks. And I think in the third year, we kind of went back a little bit to 1 day and just pitching startup focus. And then 3 years ago was the first really big knowledge conference. External people were invited. I think we had 400 or 500 participants. And yeah, then I think next year was the biggest physical event so far we had.
How big is your record?
Last year was 1,000 people.
Wow.
1,000 physical people, yeah.
Cool. And can you share a little bit of the journey to the PackCon 2020? I heard was kind of rocky.
Yeah, so I mean, obviously, an event of this size, you start planning a lot earlier.
Yeah.
So we started planning end of last year, and obviously, the first thing is you try to get a very good location, try and get all the basically physical conference things ready, catering, guests, how many can we invite, all those things, and that probably took up a good part. And then COVID hit around February, March, and we are starting to get a little bit concerned if that was such a good idea to put 1,000 people in a couple of rooms. And then there was a time in between where we said, okay, it's definitely not going to be on-site only event. It could be either a hybrid solution or a fully virtual solution. And then I would probably say June, July, we decided, okay, it's going to be fully virtual because everything else is just not plannable. We cannot be certain that it happens. And yeah, I think, now it looks like it's turning out well. From what I've seen so far, we're still early in the day. We definitely have a lot of interest for those kind of events, even though they are remote and you don't get the free food and drinks that you get otherwise. But I'm still, looking forward to the rest of the day.
Yeah. Do you have any sessions scheduled for yourself?
I do actually. So I'm hosting a couple of sessions. So actually, the next one is now starting in 10 minutes by Salesforce. Actually, not talking about their product so much, but rather about how they actually sell, how they set up their teams, how they manage their sales pipeline. And then there's a negotiation talk happening around noon by a very good negotiation trainer with a exercise as well. So something that you can apply that knowledge to straight away. And then probably the thing that I'm personally looking forward to the most is a talk this afternoon with Mark Roberge. He's the former CRO of HubSpot. And then afterwards, I'm on a panel with 4 commercial leaders of our portfolio discussing the topics of sales sophistication. So when and how should your commercial department be set up? How sophisticated?
Now that I have you here,
Yes.
you know, I'm a journalist. I also talk to a lot of investors and VCs. And one question that I've been asking lately a lot is, what kind of trends do you see this year? Because, you know, a lot of people have updated their strategy.
Yeah.
How is it at Project A?
Yeah. So I think in general, our core strategy hasn't changed that much. I mean, our kind of hypotheses have always been quite fluid in a way. So there's always certain topics that we find interesting, but we've never been a fund that says we are solely a fintech investor or solely a health investor. And the one thing that all of our investments have in common is digital. And I think digital is probably the one thing that has, if you may say so, at least gotten a little bit of tailwinds in the COVID crisis. So I think that still holds true. What is probably quite hard from the investor side at the moment, but also obviously for the companies trying to raise money, is that whenever you look at a business now, there's probably 2 groups of companies. There's one group that had a negative impact, so their sales or revenues have gone down. And that obviously makes it harder to raise money because nobody really knows how long this pandemic is going to last. And then there's the other group that have benefited. Some of them have seen incredible surges in sales, but then investors still sometimes look at it and say, okay, so how sustainable is this really? Is this just a sales push that is now lasting for the next 6 or 12 months? And afterwards, customers go back what they've been doing before. You have, I don't know, higher churn rates in your software products.
What kind of industries are those?
The ones that have benefited. So I think if I may quote a few from our portfolio, I think Spryker, it's an e-commerce infrastructure. They have seen really nice sales push. There's companies like Dixa, it's a customer service solution. So I think any kind of digital solution that helps companies becoming more digital and also maybe setting up their business in a way that it can be run more remotely, I think they've generally seen a good increase. And then the third category is probably e-commerce. Shops being closed, people can only go online. So they've also seen nice tailwinds, like Lampenwelt, for instance, a lamp e-commerce shop.
Yeah, the cocooning effect, I guess.
Exactly. Right? Yes. Yeah.
To everybody out there, speaking of cocooning in your home offices or wherever you are watching us right now, just a quick reminder, this is an interactive stage. You can ask your questions in the chat if you have some. So if you have any questions about Project A KnowledgeCon, about the lineup today, or about how Project A's inner workings look like, just hit the keyboard. But let's talk a little bit more about the Corona crisis. I know it's people hear it a lot and it's kind of getting tiring, but I mean, right at this moment, we are kind of where we are in March, April again, economically seen. We're heading into a second lockdown. And how are you preparing for that as a VC?
Yeah. So on our operational teams, I mean, we've been remote now since April, I think. I mean, we're in our office right now. Our office is open, but basically the company policy is you can work from wherever you want. So in terms of how are the teams now going to work together, not that much is changing, I would say. And that's probably was a good decision to say, no, we're not coming back to the office, going back to the way we worked before, and then we're having to switch back again. But for us now, it's not a massive difference, at least in the way our teams work together. Obviously, in private life and everything, there are some more severe restrictions now. But that's probably a good thing that we made this decision. I think what is probably most challenging for us is starting to work with new investments, because I think working remotely works quite well when you know the people, when you've known them for some time, you know who's there, who you can talk to, and also how they are a little bit. And I think it's a lot harder to understand people.
Are you scouting like exclusively remotely right now?
It's a mix. So we've actually done our first couple of investments this year that were done fully remote. So
you never seen them?
Yes, exactly. So Pactum was an investment we did in April, and the entire funding and DD process was fully remote.
Wow.
So we sent those guys a couple of million euros, and we had never seen them. Luckily, it turns out the company actually exists.
Okay.
So that worked well. I mean, there are some, well, there used to be some meetings happening physically now again in the last couple of months. But I think the next month it has to be fully remote again, at least here, yeah.
And how do those remote pitches look like?
Well, it's basically Zoom calls.
Yeah.
So the way our investment process works is usually a lot of interaction between our investment team and the funding team first. And then when we get into a certain stage further down the funnel, the management team or the founder team, they pitch in front of our partners. So that's what we call our investment committee. It's our 5 partners, them and the other founders sitting in Zoom calls. It's usually around 10, 15 minutes of a presentation again, and then probably like 30 minutes of a discussion. So they're quite interactive. Also because at that stage, we've already spent a lot of time looking into the company, and this is not a first pitch telling us the basic of your business model, but this is really getting deep and trying to solve the last kind of questions that we might have, and then showing some conviction that we want to do this. Yeah.
I guess a lot of startup entrepreneurs are also watching us today. Most of them, I think, are one of the most asked questions is like, how do I pitch to an investor? How do I approach a VC? Now, usually, I guess the best advice is go to the events, meet people, try to talk to them in person. Now, that's not possible anymore. How do people in times of remote work get your attention?
Yeah. So I think one of the best ways still is try and get an intro to someone at Project A, right? I think getting through that, so our not the biggest amount, but the best quality lead flow usually comes through network. So it's people introducing us to companies, to founders. And I think if you don't have any direct connection to Project A yet, I'm pretty sure there is a way that at least via 2 or 3 edges, you can get to someone who knows someone at Project A and get an intro. So I think this is always the best way to grab our attention. If you really don't, and it's also good test, right? Somebody who can achieve this, at least they've ticked off the first hurdle. If that's not possible, you can obviously just go to our website. There's an email address, investments@projecta.com, send that, and there is people actually looking at this. I mean, there's a lot of stuff coming in there, but we do look at every single email that we receive on this, and then our investment team will reach out. But personally, I would recommend try and get an intro. And if it's just hitting me up on LinkedIn and sending me a message there, we want to see as many companies as possible, so we're always interested in meeting them.
Okay. I see we have a question coming in, but before we get to that, just a quick question to you. You mentioned LinkedIn. Has that become more important now to you as a networking tool now that real networking is not happening?
Yeah, I think so. So I would say, I mean, this is very anecdotal evidence, but it feels like there has been more activity on LinkedIn in the last 6 months. At least I receive more messages and more things that happen on there. And I would probably also say I spend more time on LinkedIn recently.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so the question that we got from our audience, thanks so much. By the way, you can still ask questions. I think we have 3-4 more minutes left here in this talk. So the question is, does Project A work with external partners to help their portfolio companies, or do you only use in-house resources?
No, so thanks for the question, Sebastian. It's not that we only use in-house resources. So the way our model works is that we don't make any profit with our operational support, right? It's actually a lost business for us. And we only do this because we believe that we make our portfolio companies better with this. And this means this is our number one goal. So if there is anybody out there who's better at something or even offer something that we don't do at all, it's also not like, for instance, we are probably not experts in logistics, I would say. If an e-commerce company asks us to help them setting up a new warehouse, I would say we can support you in looking for someone who can do this.
Wait, you're not delivering packages yourself?
Not anymore, no. So we will definitely point you towards people in our portfolio who've solved this challenge maybe, but are also more than happy to work with external people. And quite often we actually work in a way that it's both external people, Project A operational people, and our portfolio company working together. For instance, in CRM implementations, because we also have, yes, we are a big team, but then we also have limited resources, and it quite often makes sense to co-staff this with external people than someone from us and the portfolio company. So it's always a mix, and it's whatever is best for the portfolio company is basically our approach.
Okay, I'm just looking at the chat. Are there any more questions? I don't think so. Are you gonna hang out today at Wonder or the cocktail party?
Absolutely. I'll be at Wonder. I will be basically going in there with the speakers that I'm hosting the talks of. So I'll be there also discussing those things. And also after our own session tonight, I'll be on Wonder talking a bit more about sales sophistication.
Yeah. About Wonder, there has been some sort of hype, I guess, in the VC scene, but also at universities I've seen that, and in the whole productivity scene. Can you explain to our viewers who don't know Wonder yet what makes the magic happen there? What is it all about? Just one sentence to them. As I've gotten to know them, they are sort of looking to be a competitor to Zoom, but in which ways, and in which ways are they different?
Yeah, so I think that they're the same, as in the end you end up in video calls with people. I think the difference is that it replicates the way that we would have done this last year. You walk in a virtual room and you can basically bump into people, meet people, and just start talking with them. So I think it's a good mix of something that you are used to from conferences last year and our new world now.
Okay, thanks so much, Christoph Rösler from Project A, joining us this morning. Thanks so much for all your insights on how Project A is tackling this.
Thank you very much.
And next up is Charlotte, and she will talk to Hansi Hansmann. Enjoy and stay tuned.
Welcome to the Project A Knowledge Conference. Stay tuned for very insightful sessions.
Good morning, everyone, from the Project A Knowledge Conference. Super excited to, for this day to have finally arrived, and very excited also to be interviewing Hansi Hansmann, Austria's most successful business angel, who we just had the chance to listen to 20 minutes ago on his entrepreneurial journey and why he loves to be a business angel. Hi, Hansi.
Hi, Charlotte.
Hi, you're on the main stage. I'm super excited that we get to ask you a couple of questions. There were so many questions in the chat. So maybe let's jump into like a couple of those. People were really curious to hear about your endeavors or your troubles with the Spanish mafia. Is there any fun story that you can tell us about?
Well, I didn't realize when I started. Well, I have to start before that. I had money after I did the exit, and I was approached by a lot of people. And then somebody approached me and said from Argentina, from Buenos Aires, said, we have a wonderful concept. And I flew to Buenos Aires and looked at it, and these were these big sports restaurants with 150 or 200 screens, and they were full of people, and they were really working very well. And these people wanted to start outside Argentina, starting in Spain, quite obvious, with a new business. And they were looking for a typical Spanish partner, and that was me. So we did a 50-50 joint venture, and the idea was we start with the first huge place in Madrid and then have a chain of these places all over Spain. And we started, and it did not work at all. It did not work at all, because people in Spain, the name was, by the way, Locos por el Fútbol, crazy for football. People in Spain are crazy for football, but nothing compared with people from Argentina. And there was also a big difference, which I didn't realize, that in Buenos Aires, and I remember then, the people going to these restaurants were more or less 50-50 men and women. And in Spain, only men, or 95% men, went to the restaurant. So we had this huge restaurant for 1,000 people, more or less. When we had a live soccer game, we were full, that's right. But at 10 o'clock in the evening, after the soccer game, 5 minutes before the game ended, everybody was asking for the bill, and we had nobody in the restaurant. So then we will start thinking we need to pivot. And we started with a disco. And we were starting with a disco with some people who had knowledge about that, kind of a nightclub, hip-hop disco. And I didn't realize that in Madrid, this is very well organized. I mean, it's really a mafia behind that. Mm-hmm. And 2 or 3 weeks after opening that, we had drug problems in the disco. And somebody went to my managing director and told him, hey, we found these 3 people taking drugs there. You know that they could have real troubles with police and everything if they come here and find it out. But yeah, we can protect you, no? You pay us 2,000 or 3,000 euros a night, and then you won't have any problem.
Okay.
And I said, no way, I'm not going to do that. Well, the drug problems became bigger and bigger. And I really, for some days, was by the way, going with bodyguards. That was an interesting experience. Then I found a solution. There was a very well-known English rugby player, professional rugby player, who had to give up his career and started a flying disco in Madrid. Every Thursday, Friday, Saturday in a different place. And I talked to this guy, and he did, instead of a flying disco, he was moving to our place, and we did a 50-50 revenue share, and everything went out well. And then the first day when they were there, he and his 25 rugby friends were standing there, and the problem was solved, you know. Okay. and then I was accepted in Madrid Night Mafia. The problem for me was, you know, disco in Madrid starts, you won't believe it, at 3 o'clock in the night.
Yeah.
It was, I could not go very often there because at 3 o'clock in the night, I'm half dead, you know. So if you go there at 1:30 in the night, nobody's there. It's even not open sometimes. Well, they open at 1 o'clock, but at 3 o'clock, the live starts. But when I was there, it was really nice, yeah.
Awesome. So no more bodyguards needed after that.
No, that's right.
Nice, cool. Maybe to be able to pick your brain a little bit more on your activities as a business angel. What does a typical day in your life look like nowadays? Can you run us a little bit through your routine?
Well, nowadays it's different because we have COVID times. Last year, I had 88 board meetings where I attended board meetings. This year, maybe a little bit less, maybe 75 or 80, but I do all of them from home. I mean, nobody goes out there and does a board meeting. And this gives me really more time in my life because it's simply the logistics, which is not necessary. I have, for example, some companies in UK, and a board meeting in Busuu, the language learning company in UK, takes me normally 2 days. Now it's 4 hours, and that's a big difference. I mean, it's not the same having always the Zoom board meeting compared to a physical one. And I really would love to see these people from at least once or twice a year, but I hope it will change. But for me, Corona had a lot of advantages. My life is easier because everybody accepts that I'm sitting at home and doing my business from home. I have chats with my founders, video chats. I have board meetings, a lot of them, sometimes two or three a day. And my life is also a little bit better since I stopped investing in new ventures beginning of 2017, because it's mainly in the first 12 to 18 months where I really have to dedicate a lot of time to new investments in order to really understand what's happening there, how are the founder working together, what's about the product, what's the potential exit channel, when is the next funding around to raise, and things like that. Now I have a more mature portfolio. On the other hand, I mean, most of the companies are doing very well, but if in a mature company has troubles, then it's always big troubles.
Mm-hmm. Can you maybe tell us a little bit about, so one thing that you really stressed in your talk just 20 minutes ago was the importance of a team, and you compared it to the 3 golden rules in real estate are location, 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 whereas in angel investing for you, it's team, team, team. And can you maybe share some of the learnings or some of the stories of like what was the biggest trouble that you had to resolve in like team dynamics where there was some trouble happening or things not working out?
Well, I mean, very simple question sometimes. For example, if you have 3 founders and one of the founders, his only goal and his main goal is to go for a quick exit in 2 or 3 years. He wants to have a little bit of money and then enjoy life. And the other founders want to build a really cool, sustainable company. Then for sure you will have a problem among the 3. And I had these twice or 3 times. That's one thing. The other thing is, and I had it also once, that as I mentioned in my talk before, I mean, startup life is 24/7, and people who are young people that are still not fully developed their personality, they develop their personality much quicker working in a startup. That means that differences you also see much quicker. And it can well be that a silent guy, number 2 in the company, after 1 year is maybe a stronger personality and has better thinking and a better vision than what I thought is the number 1 person. And if they find it out and nobody helps, it's a founder clash. There's no way to avoid that. If I see this coming, I can try to really communicate very, very open what I see and try to find solutions that we can change a little bit responsibilities slowly and things like that. So
how much do you get involved at this stage? Do you give your advice, or do you not get involved in all? Are you a mediator, or do you recommend an external coach that they can work with?
No, in early stage, I do it myself. I talk to the people, I know them, I like them because I only invest in people I like. And when I see that they have troubles talking to each other, I try to find out why, what is the reason, and then coming to the point and try to avoid that point.
Mm-hmm. And how do you exactly evaluate a team? So you mentioned earlier that you're looking for ideally like a team size between 2 and 4, and for there to be a strong leader and for them to have different skills. What is it something on the personal side that you're looking at? Because you also mentioned that you would not invest into a team that you wouldn't get along with. What exactly does that mean? What characteristics are you looking for?
Well, I mean, open communication is very important for me. So if I ask a question, I want a clear answer always. I hate if somebody is just talking around and not giving a real answer. I would not invest in these people. They have to give clear answers. I want to have people that listen to me. I mean, I'm just a business angel. It's always their business, their decisions. But if there is a complicated topic, I give them advice. I want at least that they listen to me. And you can find out at the very beginning whether these are people that are listening. So listening, open communication, being curious, having also other things in mind. People, for example, I found out that people who are doing a lot of exercise are or who are competitive, let's say, professional sports people are very good founders, to be honest. because startup business is always competitive business, and you need this kind of inner competition that you want to be better than others. At least one person in the founder team, maybe not all of them.
And when we look at a little bit more of what happens before you invest. So one of the questions that came up during the last talk and is also now in the chat is, how do you source deals? Is that nowadays very much inbound, or how do you go about finding the companies that you want to invest into?
Well, nowadays, as I mentioned in my talk, I'm not investing, and that's a very important message that I have to say to the audience. Please do not send me business plans. I'm not investing nowadays. But when I invested, I mean, the deal flow came mainly to me. In Austria, I'm very well known, and I would say 90-95% of all projects in Austria come to my desk at some stage, and 20-30% of German and other deals. I also was attending very often events. I was shareholder and business angel in Pioneers, the big festival which we had for several years in Austria, and there had a great deal flow because these people were inviting 2,000-3,000 founders every year. So I saw the companies, I saw and I could I saw what they prepared before, and I could decide which people I want to say when the festival takes place, and which people I want to see. And that was a great help for me.
If you could give advice to people that are just want to get started on angel investing and maybe let's say they have less than 100K capital available, what's the first step? How would you advise for them to get started?
Who has 100K available, the business angel or the company?
An individual that wants to get started on angel investing with, let's say, 100K capital, how would you advise them to get started?
Well, I mean, in Austria, it would be easy. I would recommend him to go to the Austrian Angel Investors Association, where we really teach virgin angels, like we call them, how to do that. I would not recommend an angel investor just to put in 200,000 or 300,000 euros because he's totally convinced by a pitch. You know, my rule is normally from 100 companies I see, 5 are investable. Very, very much simplifying. I would like to elaborate on that if you don't mind. That was not the question, but that's an interesting thing, maybe.
Go ahead.
From 100 companies I see, or I have seen, 5 are investable. Why is that? Are there so few good ideas? No, there are many good ideas. Let's assume 50 are really good ideas and problems that are worth to be solved and could be the basis for a startup. But on average, it's only 10% where the founder team is the right one. And 10% of 50 is 5. Then there are 10% of the other 50, 10% good founder teams, and they don't have the right project. I mean, I recommend them to look for a different project, obviously. So that's the reason why there are only 5 investable companies. And coming back to the business angel question, so try to do co-investments with other experienced business angels at the beginning. Put in 20, 40, 50,000 euros. I mean, not all business angels like co-investors. I did not, by the way. I did my first early stage rounds always alone because it's so complicated to deal with to find the right harmony and the right communication with the founders. An additional co-investor makes it more difficult in my experience. But there are angel groups investing together, and there you can learn as an angel how to do it. And then one day after 4, 5, 6, 7 angel investments, you can do your own angel investments. As an angel, you should have at least 10 investments, better more. Why? I mean, it's easy. If you have 3 or 4 and the 3 or 4 fail, then you think, oh, angel investment, you will never earn money with that. If you have 10, the likelihood that 1 or 2 companies are among the 10 that are good and give you back your money, or even more than that, is much, much higher. It is much, much higher.
And how patient
much,
should you
much
be?
higher.
And how patient
Very,
should you be?
very
And
patient.
how
Very,
patient should you be?
very
And
patient. My
how
experience is that it takes 10 years on average.
for the first investment to pay off?
Yeah. 10 years. I mean, business angels sometimes can go out earlier. When we see it as a Series B or Series C, they do secondaries, and business angel can go out if they want. It's not my intention to go out earlier. I want to stay until they find a land. I mean, I'm invested, for example, in Busuu, the language learning company that was founded 2008. That's a great company, doing extremely well. They are based in London. They are 12 years old. I mean, we could have sold it, but I mean, it's still a company with huge potential. Other companies, 7, 8, 9 years. I was lucky when I invested in Runtastic, because Runtastic was sold after, well, 5 or 6 years, more or less. But I mean, Runtastic was a special case. You know, in Runtastic, I was the only person who put in money. They didn't need any investor. They were profitable more or less from year one and financed the growth with their own cash flow. But today, that would not be possible. That was possible 8, 9 years ago.
Mm-hmm. There's one question from Thomas in the chat. Thomas is asking, how open are business angels in general to work with older or more senior founders, so 50 plus?
Well, I do not. I mean, you know, I will be 70 next year. I prefer to be together with young people. That makes me feel much younger. That's one reason. The other reason, the other reason, what did I want to say? Yeah, the other reason is that founders between 25 and 30 sometimes still live at home with their parents. Not always, but they do. So, you know, if you have a founder team with 3-4 people, you have 3-4 people that are paid below market, well below market. I mean, that's the rules of the game, because they're working there in order to add value to the company, and their stake is going to be worth millions some years, maybe. And in the meantime, they work for 2,000, 3,000, 3,500 euros, whatever. And you have 3 fully committed people working without any limit for the company. You can ask a person 25 years old doing that. You cannot ask a person 40 or 50 years old having a family and having kids doing this. That's a very clear reason why it has advantages to have younger founders. And another thing is, I mean, in tech and in digital, as a general rule, the younger the people are, the closer they are to digital topics.
Okay. Thank you so much for all of your insights. I think the audience really, really enjoyed having you and being able to pick your brain a little bit. Is there anything else that you want to say as a finishing sentence?
Well, regarding to business angels, I would say it's the best job one can have. If you have time available and money available, and if you are patient, and if you are very experienced professionally, then it's a wonderful job, because there's nothing better in the world than working together with young, talented people.
Thank you for your inspiration today, Hansi. Stick around at the Project A Knowledge Conference, and hopefully see you soon.
Thank you very much, Charlotte. Thank you, everybody. Bye-bye.
Bye. Perfect. Next up, we have Jonas, Managing Director at Jung von Matt. Hey, good morning, Jonas.
Hi, good morning.
So good to have you here at the Project A Knowledge Conference today.
Thanks for having me. Thank you.
Awesome. What are you here for today? What talks are you hosting?
My talk is called The Path of the Brave, and was called The Path of the Brave, or is called, and I was talking about a complicated relationship, the one between startups and agencies.
So for everybody that doesn't know you in the audience, can you quickly introduce yourself, and maybe whoever couldn't join your talk, can you just quickly summarize what was that about?
Of course. So yeah, I'm hi everybody. I'm Jonas. I'm Managing Director at Jung von Matt Havel here in Berlin. Berlin Mitte, Brunnenstraße, close to the Rosenthaler Platz, to be very specific. And yeah, I'm working for national and international brands across different industries. And as Jung von Matt Havel, we kind of positioned ourselves as the agency for challenger brands. So companies that challenge the market in a way, and companies who want bold communications, companies who are open for new thinking, and this results in a natural closeness to the startup industry. And I'm just noticing this is the perfect transition to my topic. So as I said, my talk was called The Path of the Brave. And the point is that in theory, startups and creative agencies should be a dream couple, because this is where brave companies meet brave ideas. And, so one has the need and the other the skills. But the relationship is quite complicated, and the question we were asking us is, why is that? So we did a report that examines the relationship, and we spoke to founders and marketing decision makers, as well as decision makers at venture capital funds. And we came to the conclusion that even complicated love stories can have a happy ending. We just need to start overcoming the cultural differences, and we really need to listen to each other. And that was what my talk was about.
So how are you doing that today at Jung von Matt Havel? How are you addressing startups and getting them to work together?
Well, there are many inbound. There's many inbound business, and the thing is that, and that was part of my talk as well. I think we need to kind of rethink the way we work. Startups are like learning organizations from their very core, and we as agencies, during working for big companies, we in the meantime we fail to be or to act like a learning organization. So if we have inbound business, then we try to check what can be a common starting point. How does our service package need to look like? Which process, or how does our process needs to be designed, and what could be the payment model.
Mm-hmm. And as you're working with startups in your agency, and part of this conversation on how you can attract startup clients, is there any new capability in your current team that you think you needed to address those?
No, I don't think that we need different people or different capabilities. I just need to think that we need different service packages. So we need to we need to think in smaller stuffing. We need to think in closer collaboration. We need to think in working in sprints, and not taking the brief, going back to the agency, and then thinking for 3 weeks, closed doors, and then present what we have, and maybe then we are not on the same page, because startups mostly work much more agile and faster, and we need to adapt to that. I think this is more important than getting new people on board. I think the people we do have, we just need to find the right framing.
Mm-hmm. And is there any situation where your team then goes to join the startup in their office, works together with them over there to really soak up the vibe and the culture of that startup?
Of course. I think this is part of it's one. Of course. It's something we sometimes in the beginning we failed to do so, and that was sometimes just I remember 2 or 3 projects last year which we didn't get exactly because of this. Because we applied our standard process, which is we get the brief, we sit together, we try to crack the nut, and then come up with a solution. But of course, we need to do that, and in the meantime, at least we adapted to that, and we do that.
So what happens when you don't win a pitch, or when you don't get to work together with a client? What is the process afterwards? Do you align on the learnings or what has happened, and how do you adjust accordingly?
Yes. I think, funny wise, I had a meeting this morning from 9 to 10 where we were talking about with other managing directors, what we were talking about a big client, which we did, a big project, which would have been very important for Jungformat as a group, which we didn't win this year. And we were talking about the learnings, because I mean, in the end, you're putting so much resources into these kind of pitches. And if a pitch is lost, it can be a win for yourself if you take the learnings on board, and if you try to improve on several points. Yeah, so we of course we do that. Yeah.
So Jungformat Havel is very much known for fantastic advertising and branding campaigns for BVG, for people that are from Berlin and are listening, or even BMW. What is personally one of the projects that you enjoyed most working on?
I would say, given the fact that today I'm talking to people from the startup scene or close to the startup scene, I would say it's Spring. I had that as an example. Just there was a question going into a similar direction during my talk. So I'm repeating that one. Spring is a platform for men's health challenges that millions of men are facing. And so first and foremost, erectile dysfunction, but also hair loss and others. And at Spring, you get like simple access to healthcare solutions by getting connected to doctors, pharmacies, totally digitally. And the platform was just launched last year, and we did the brand development and the launch communication. And so we developed CI, claim, TV communication, and lots of still moving image for online and social channels. And the client, who is the founder as well, he kind of trusted us completely. And so we made a very, very funny commercial. And we made a brand positioning, so we said you have to deal offensively with that topic so that it's less of a shame thing. And then our claim was man-made easy, and our communication was tried to be as easy as that. And yeah, we did. I just said that a spot called Hängenbock, where knights try to conquer a castle with a hanging Rambock. And the best thing is this commercial outperformed all their performance ads by far, really by far. So for me, this proved in a fascinating and funny way the power of creativity and branding, and it also proved that if you have the need on the one hand and on the other the skill, and you take away the cultural differences, then you will have great potential of working together. So this is, for me, it's a case where everything worked out very well and still does. And yeah.
Cool. So as you just mentioned, trust seems to be a deciding factor on making the collaboration between you and the client really enjoyable. Do you ever deny clients, and why would you?
Of course. I mean, I think it is really, really important. I think, the metaphor of a relationship might be the right one. I mean, if it doesn't fit, it doesn't fit, and you need to feel it, and you need to create a common culture to do great work, and you need to have an understanding for each other, and you need to be in a position where you are allowed to talk openly about what you want and what you don't want, and I think this is very important. And what always helps is, I'm not a big fan of pitches, of course, because it's like, all the invest an agency does in this time, during this pitch time, you try to get it back afterwards. So what I more like is chemistry meetings, where you really get to know each other, where you can talk about thesis, etc. On the topic. Or on a certain problem the client has, and there you really get to know each other, and this is a good starting point for building a relationship, and a relationship as I said, from my perspective, the most important thing. So if the relationship doesn't work, of course, you should never do it. Just not only for the money or for, I don't know, for the sake of fame. I'm not a fan of this.
Okay. Can you maybe share excuse my language, a fuck up situation?
That's a good one. Yeah, that's a good one. Oh yes. No, it's a good one because I think yeah, I will explain. So that was last year. It was a global project for a very large automotive company. And we pitched and really wanted to have that project. You know, I would even say we were a little greedy, or we wanted it too badly, and we overestimated our competences. And it was about brand building, check. About a global creative platform, okay, check. Integrated campaign, check. Media integration, check. But there were also other things that we were asked for, like I don't know, like centralized global workflow management and marketing automation things and several other things. And so what we could and should have done is you know, to partner on those topics, to collaborate with someone who has done that 100 times. And what did we do? We thought, yeah, we can solve that on our own. And so in the end, we came up with a presentation that was rather explaining the solution to ourselves than to the customer. And yes, of course, we lost that pitch. So why do I'm telling you that? Because this is what I'm believing from like very, very strongly. My learning, and I really try to apply this to any inquiry or potential project now, is provide your best skill only. So there's no sense in trying to compete in all disciplines. You know, provide your best skill only. And for me, it is like, this makes sense on an organizational level, because then it is kind of a filter for what fits your organization and what not. But it makes also sense on a personal level. You can ask yourself every day, like, do I provide my best skill here, or do I try to compete in a discipline where someone else is better, and I'm just trying to show people what I can do? It's not that I shouldn't do it, but at least I should be aware of it. So for me, it is going into like fuck ups. You can try to avoid fuck ups if you try to focus on what you really can, knowing what you can't. So
cool. Thank you so much for sharing that. There is one question from the audience. Ole wants to know: many startups refrain from upper funnel and branding investments due to lower measurability. How do you overcome this objection?
Is it? Well, yeah, I mean, in my talk, I illustrated a pull effect that you can have from a performance perspective. So the business you do without advertising is your core brand effect, and I mean, I think that would be my answer. I mean, in the end, it's like, it's not, branding is not only about awareness, what you put in, what you get for media, but it's also that pull effect that you create besides that. And I think this applies for the whole funnel, you know. And I mean, in the end, you could measure that pull effect as well by showing how many leads you get, for example, without pushing media. And if you have a better branding, you will create a pull effect, which is more than only awareness which is full funnel.
Do you have, Ole, I hope this answered your question. Maybe to another question I have, your favorite social media app and why?
Well, what I use most, I don't know. Is WhatsApp a social media app? I don't know. Then it's Instagram, I guess. I know I need to get more into TikTok, To be honest, I think I downloaded it and then I deleted it again, and so but I didn't really use it so far. So the answer is Instagram, yes.
And is TikTok something that you already offer as a service to your clients?
Yeah, of course, and that's why I'm very much ashamed. I should be I should know that better. Yeah.
All right. So besides downloading and getting onto TikTok today, are there any other talks that you're going to be watching, or are you going to stick around and hang out in Wonder?
Yes, I mean, I will hang around in Wonder during the afternoon, hopefully a bit. Now I have a good, I have a client presentation in 20 minutes, but the talks I would I think there was one, the demystifying the marketing flywheel, from Dr. Markus Wübner, if I remember correctly. So, and the flywheel is like in contrast to the funnel, it puts the customer in the center of activities, and despite its recent prominence, it's a vague concept so far. So, it will be interesting to hear and to talk about how to make this model or the flywheel fly. And the second one would, of course, be Philipp Westermeier, The State of the German Internet. I like to listen to it every time, and it's always, it's always very interesting.
Nice. What are your plans for the weekend? Looking out the window here in Berlin, it's not the best weather. So what do you have planned?
Well, to be honest, just nothing. I will relax with my girlfriend and cook and maybe have a good glass of wine. That's it.
And get on TikTok.
Yeah.
Cool. Anything else that you want to share with the audience?
No, I'm just thanks for having me, and I think it's great in these times to have such a format, and it works pretty good. So thank you very much for having me.
Jonas, thank you for being our guest today. Have a fantastic Friday and a good weekend.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
All right. Hi, everyone. For those of you who are just joining us right now, welcome to the Project A Knowledge Conference. We're just getting started. There are so many amazing talks happening on the platform right now or here on the main stage. Next up, we have Peter joining us from MasterCard today. So also thank you to MasterCard for being one of our sponsors at the Project A Knowledge Conference. And we will first show a video of MasterCard, and then I'm super happy to welcome Peter on the stage today, and we have 20 minutes to pick his brain. Hi, Peter.
I am here. Thank you. Hello, Charlotte. Hello, everyone. There's another living room in this case, south of Munich. Welcome, everybody.
Welcome, Peter. Thank you so much for joining us today. Thank you for MasterCard for joining us at the Project A Knowledge Conference.
Thank you. It's our pleasure. It's our first time we do that, actually, because we have seen the enormous conference you set up, the participants, all the conferences in the past. Of course, it would be our pleasure to do that face-to-face today in Berlin with everybody who is now there or sits in front of his or her PCs, next year maybe.
Absolutely.
It's great.
For everybody that doesn't know you, maybe can you just introduce yourself to the audience? Who are you?
Yeah, sure. My two sons still think I sell credit cards at the airport. That's not true. I'm taking care of the business of MasterCard in Germany and Switzerland. Hansi would say I'm a dinosaur because I joined 14 years ago when the world of payment was a very different one, when the world as such was a very different one. And now 14 years later, I do what I do. I came here because I found very interesting when I met Florian the last years, what he has achieved, right? And what the startup scene in Germany has achieved. And there's lots of things MasterCard is doing in this respect globally around the world since 10 years. And yeah, I'm happy to talk about it with you and with hopefully many, many other people in the next 20 minutes and later in the afternoon.
Sure. So you've been with MasterCard, if I've done my research right, for 14 years already.
Yeah.
What is making you stick around?
Oh, it's a fantastic industry, right? So 14 years ago, it wasn't as fantastic. There were many older people, many bankers around payment. And nowadays, you know, it's actually very trendy and hip, right? In the startup scene, you have the idea everybody wants to found a neobank, a fintech, a wallet company, a loyalty company, and so on. And when you see how MasterCard has developed, when I started, it was 4,000 people. Now it's 20,000 people. We grew through acquisition, we grew organically, and we grew with all the new territories we do our business in. And one big thing is actually since 10 years to collaborate with startups around the world. Many people know us because they have a card in their pocket, hopefully, and the network we run. And to give you an idea about the size, it's a network with, I think, 50 million merchants connected, 30,000 institutions. 14 years ago, these were mainly banks. Today, there are lots of tech companies, lots of mobile phone companies, and hundreds of thousands of startups. At the end, there are 2.5 billion people carrying whatever kind of MasterCard product that has these two interlocking circles on it. And in times of digitalization, in times of networks, there are many startups that want to use this. And beside the idea to run a payment networks, we have many, many other corporate objectives where we use startups to win the fight in a more digital-centric world, to build new solutions for people around the world. And maybe there's one particular thing I would like to mention is we call that inclusion. Okay, so one of the key things that technology is doing for us, and startups play a key role in that, is to bring new people to the system. Okay, so there are still, depends on whom you trust, like 2.5 billion people out there that don't have access to what the digital lifestyle can offer. And I don't talk about payments here, I talk about finance, about health systems, about government systems, and so on and so on. And what technology, and in particular startups around the world, have done is that they brought in 500 million people in the last 5 years to this system that can benefit from it in their personal life, in their own businesses, in their small businesses. And this is mainly based on technology, mobile phones, etc., etc. And we expect that another 1 billion people will join the system, but much quicker than what we have seen now. So 10 years ago, I think we run one of the largest startup platforms in the world. I will talk about it later with Florian. It's called StartPath, because there's a mutual interest, right? From startups to leveraging our connections, and from our institution to leverage startups. And this is what we do. I think we screened 10,000 startups since the inceptions around the world. We ran 200 of them through this particular program. We are invested in over 100. There are prominent alumni like Revolut who have done that. We ourselves, as a company, invested 90 million euros in startups over the last 2 years. So there are many, many things where we work together, and many, many things where we can benefit from.
Awesome. That is super exciting to hear. And actually, one thing that I didn't know about MasterCard, how closely collaborating, or how close the collaboration between MasterCard and the startup world is. You mentioned in a talk 2 years ago at the NOAH conference in Berlin that you're running different labs around the world where you develop products and solutions together with your partners. What does that look like today? What has changed over the last 2 years?
It looks the same. Let me talk quickly about it, then I'll give you a nice example. So it's actually 12. So we run 12 labs around the world. What that means is these are centers where we put our developers and our user experience experts and product experts, all of these things together. Another term would be there are our research and development facilities. So all 12 of them are there to develop and design solutions for the people connected to the MasterCard network. There's one exception, that's the one in Nigeria, in Kenya, but we run together with the Melinda and Bill Gates Foundation. Okay. Also nice to know MasterCard is the second largest foundation in the world. So after Bill and Melinda Gates, and this particular center is just there to allow financial inclusion projects for example, farmers in Africa. So the European hub is in Dublin, in Ireland. And so we run approximately 1,500 people there. And these people are there to help our partners to develop whatever kind of solution they need. And I give you a good example from the one in Nigeria. So we had a startup coming to us in one of these Start Path events, and that were young guys from Nigeria. And what they actually developed is a system to allow micro farmers to get access to modern farming equipment. Because there's a very big difference in your output if you're a micro farmer in Africa, if you plow your field with a donkey or you do it with a modern kind of tractor, okay? So the problem there was the guys had great ideas, and they wanted to conquer the world and make the world a better place for micro farmers in Africa. So they came to us, we combined it with a local agricultural bank, redesigned the platform that the farmer with the mobile phone or even with a feature phone for those that have one, could get access, what's the next tractor available. On the other hand, the guy who rents out $1 million tractor wants to have just some information about the people who rent it, because they are afraid they just drive away with it, right? So we gave access to personal information, to an identity, and also to financial history to make sure the guy who rents the equipment is legit and all of these kind of things. So on top of that, they connected it to information from the agricultural ministry about prices, right? Because if you harvest your crop and whatever it is, you want to know what a fair market price is and all of these things. So this is one of the ideas the labs are doing. There are many, many others that are mostly closer to our westernized ideas of startups and financial services. But it is the key point here is it is much bigger than just financial service or payments. We do this as well, yeah, but the overall organization is a much broader setup.
So when you're looking into doing investments, what are some of the criteria that you look at? What's important for you there as MasterCard?
The answer is it depends. Okay, so we do two things. Number one, we connect startups to get scale. Okay, so if you are a startup in the, let's say, financial service industry or fraud or cybersecurity, AI, whatever you're up to, you can easily connect with these 30,000 institutions and 50,000 merchants connected by us, and we give them access to basic technology, yeah, tokenization servers, digital IDs, QR codes, whatever. And the other thing we do is we invest in some of them where we think we have a particular interest as network to enhance our network with the capability of this startup. So we don't do it for financial reasons, okay? We don't want an exit and have a better evaluation, but we want to use the services in our network. An example, you might have heard, a Swedish-based company, Doconomy. We invested recently in them. So what they do is they, as we think, provide a very clever solution about carbon footprints, and that you as a consumer can actually learn more about how you spend money, what does that mean for the eco footprint you're leaving on this world, how can you counterbalance that, etc., etc. They do that with an index provided in Sweden, and this is a functionality people just love. And when I say people, I mean end consumers, I mean our customers, because it's one of the big tests of our generations, and we invested in them. And maybe, if possible, this is crystal ball reading, clearly, we would like to bring this functionality in our network, yeah, and then the startup itself can have our network, our access to our customers, and finally, if possible, into our network to 2.6 billion consumers.
So maybe referring back to the talk that you gave 2 years ago, one of the things that you mentioned is that consumers back then, what was important for them, not so much like the rewards and the points, but the security. Would you say that nowadays that has changed, and what is now important for people is the sustainability aspect that you just mentioned as well?
Oh, it comes on top of it, right? We always say transactions must be simple, smart, secure. Simple is the easiest one. If you have a product that helps our brand, it should work everywhere. It doesn't matter where you are, online, offline, in whatever parts of the world. And the second one, smart and secure. So smart could be the eco-footprint component of it, what came over the last years, but definitely secure is one of the key aspects. I mean, go out there, take a look about data incidents, data leaks, all of that. It's one of the key challenges for the next decade. And the problem comes with the exponential growth of information, correct? I mean, unfortunately, we learn nowadays with COVID what exponential growth can mean. It's the same for technology. I mean, in the past, if you run a network like ours, there was a new person on the world, the person got a credit card, and it was a linear growth, correct? So that was manageable. Nowadays, you have your iPhone, and with every app you have on it, it's machine-to-machine communication, right? We run more API calls, of course, than payment transactions in the meantime. And so when you use your phone, all the communication that goes off in the background with APIs requesting information, it's a very difficult topic when it comes to payment and banking, okay, where people access your personal information, where people actually access your bank account. So you want to make sure as an organization that you know in real time what is happening with all this information, and that you're also capable of reacting in real time if you see something is happening what you don't want to happen, okay? And in my world, with open banking, open interfaces, APIs, this is a problem that unfortunately will become bigger and bigger. And yes, the security is one of the key components for consumers and of course for everybody who is in this payment banking value chain.
Okay, so for everybody that just joined as well, we're talking to Peter, Executive Vice President, Germany, Switzerland from MasterCard. Maybe going a little bit more into what your work looks like on a daily basis. Can you run us through like a typical day, either during COVID or pre-COVID?
Yeah, there's a big change, I think, but this is a common truth for everyone, right? So we are sitting at home since the 8th of March, okay, approximately. There are good things and bad things in it. I guess we have to make, there's an opportunity in every crisis, okay. The 15 years before, I was one of those guys who was sitting twice a week in an airplane. Now I'm at home. There's a beautiful component in it. After a couple of months in it, one of my sons, 4 years old, came to me and said, COVID is great. And I said, why? And he said, because you can read me a bedtime story every evening. So these are definitely the good things. The bad things, I guess, are that some of the stuff you do in business is losing speed, right? I mean, you can maintain lots of your business and lots of your relationship with things like video conferencing, telephone conferencing. But I guess to really drive and push innovation forward, it's just getting a little bit slower. I hope, and I think nobody knows how the new normal will look like and where that will end. I hope just some things will not come back, like flying to stupid meetings for 2 hours, these kind of things, because society has learned that can we achieve these things in a different way. Nevertheless, as human beings, as fathers, from a cultural side, all of that, we miss these things. Home office was never a problem for us. I do home office within MasterCard since the first day, so 14 years ago, correct? Because it's normal in our business. It is a virtual, very, very virtual business. We run a central network somewhere in the US, and the rest are satellites, offices. So, and I hope that we will learn from that we will scratch out some useless stuff.
Yeah. With everything that you have on your plate at the moment, what's maybe one thing that's giving you a stomach ache and one thing that you're getting really excited about?
In my business, so especially in Germany, 3 years ago, a colleague of mine showed me a very nice test, and you can try that at home. If it still works, I don't know. But if you type into Google's Germans laugh, Deutsche lieben, the first answer you get is Cash Bargeld.
Yeah.
Okay? Even before Italian, Bratwurst, Sauerkraut, and all of these things. Unfortunately, with the trigger of COVID, we have even seen that the Germans go away from cash. They digitalize, they spend behavior, and there's lots of opportunity in it. And I think it will stay that way. Okay. The headache that's giving me those days is, personally, I don't know if my kids have a school tomorrow because of COVID and all of that, and then we are babysitters, homeschoolers, and all of that together. Business-wise, I'm not sure how long it will take to get this this shock out of the system again, right? To have everybody back on track and deliver innovation for a digital-centric community we live in at the same pace that it was before.
Can you elaborate how many people are you leading in Germany and Switzerland within your function?
Oh, Germany and Switzerland for MasterCard is small from a people perspective. It's only 130 people, right?
What's important for you there? How do you lead your team? Along what values do you lead your teams?
I guess the most important thing for MasterCard is you have to try your things. Failure is absolutely okay. I mean, this industry we work in had many failures. And when you go to a typical payments conference, there's always this one guy who shows you the chart of all the wallets and all the ideas that failed. And you know, if you work for MasterCard and you expect to come here and to have a plan, and somebody tells you after X months this is how far you are, then that's the wrong team you work in, right? MasterCard is definitely a company where you come, you get a task, and do it yourself. You know, if you fail, it's okay, but if you don't try, that's the issue, right? And change the pace of change in this industry. If you take a look how you bank today, how you pay today, how you use your data today, this is so different since the last 5 years, 10 years, and we tried so many things that failed, and it will go on like this. And this is the way it works in MasterCard, and most people that have this flexibility and agility are very happy with it.
Cool. Maybe on a personal note, what are some of the fintech startups where you yourself are a user?
Oh, I have an N26 account, definitely. I wouldn't call them startup anymore, right? If you have millions of customers, you're far away from that. And also, you know, fintech, it always has the connotation of 3 guys sitting in a garage and doing something, right? But that's not true, as most of them became banks, real banks, and provide services to millions of people in in many countries, and they use technology in a different way. So, but I have plenty, right? I'm a payment geek, so I have to try them all. I have to use the wallets and to see where the real benefits is, and it's a great thing for consumers, for everybody.
Awesome. Regarding today in the Project A Knowledge Conference, are you going to be sticking around? Are you going to be joining people in Wonder to have a chat?
I will join people in Wonder, even if I miss the real life drink. Maybe I get me one a little later. I picked out some of the calls later and deep dive sessions that are there. And yeah, I look forward to it and wish everybody who is at home or in Berlin a great day and lots of fun.
Peter, thank you so much for joining us today. Thank you for MasterCard joining us at the Project A Knowledge Conference. Please pick Peter's brain with any questions that you have in Wonder. And also, you're welcome to stick around on the main stage.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Welcome to the Project A Knowledge Conference. Stay tuned for very insightful sessions.
Welcome back to the main stage of the Project A Knowledge Conference 2020. I'm your host for the next hour. My name is Hannah Schwer and I'm a reporter at Business Insider. And our next guest is a true unicorn founder, Tarek Müller, co-CEO of the online shop About You.
Hi.
Hi, Tarek. Great to see you.
Hello, great to see you. Thanks for having me.
Where are we reaching you? Can you tell us a bit about your background there?
Yeah, this is my apartment here. I'm at home.
Okay, so greetings to Hamburg, I guess.
Yes, exactly, in Hamburg. Thanks.
Tarek, how have the last months been for you personally, but also for your company About You, who is big in e-commerce?
Yeah, it was definitely a crazy ride during the last 9 months. I mean, beginning of COVID, the demand for fashion, even online, has massively decreased. So online fashion was definitely not a winner of the Corona crisis. Luckily, the demand has increased back to a level it was or would have been without Corona as well. That basically the total demand for online fashion. But what we have seen is that the categories have massively shifted. Obviously, nobody was buying evening dresses or bikinis, you know, but people were buying kids, sports, and mainly leisure wear, homeware. So we had to shift basically the stock, and we had to shift marketing channels. Some marketing channels have massively increased in performance, others have decreased. So it was a crazy time, I guess, as in every company, and we had to be flexible and fast.
What are the marketing channels that you see booming?
I mean, for sure, social was booming even more than it was before. So we focused even more on social media. I mean, even before COVID, social media was by far our largest marketing channel, but it became even more important during COVID. Other channels like, outdoor advertisement, for example, was completely shut down, basically. It didn't make sense at all. I would say these are the two most extreme examples. Luckily, we came through this crisis quite well, so we gained massive market share. We grew by more than 80% during the last 9 months. We were cash flow positive in the last 9 months. So, for us, it was luckily it was commercially good. But this was also due to a lot of things we did. For example, we were one of the first onliners, even the first onliner at scale who sold community masks. And we have sold millions of community masks. We have sold them at self-cost, so we didn't do any margin with that. But we have gained millions of new customers by selling basically community masks at self-cost that obviously have converted to other categories as well. So this was just one thing out of like several initiatives we did basically in order to gain traction even during Corona.
Can you give us a scope of how big About You is today in terms of customers and revenues?
Yeah, happy to do that. We are active in 16 countries. In 10 out of the 16 countries, we are market leader. In the remaining 6 countries, Zalando is market leader. In continental Europe, we are the number 2 after Zalando when it comes to revenue, but Zalando is 8 years older than us. So we are doing 3.5 billion in gross merchandise volume this year and around 1.2 billion in net revenue. We are profitable in our core markets. We have a strong technology and enabling segment where we basically license out our software to other retailers as a SaaS model. We are sitting in Hamburg, 1,000 employees, still growing by, this year I said something around 70-80%.
Wow. For all of those who are watching us now, by the way, you're more than welcome to ask questions to Tarek in the comment section. We will talk also a little bit more about social media marketing, what Tarek is especially known for. So just hit the keyboard if you want to know anything. Tarek, you mentioned social media has been big this year, and I know if you look at the download charts of any app store, you see that social media apps are really like on top of it, especially one that is TikTok. Has that been relevant for you? And are you personally also on TikTok?
So yes, I'm personally on TikTok, not as a content creator, but as a content consumer. I think I downloaded TikTok, I don't know, late 2019 or something. And we did a ski trip with our company, we rented a hotel. Okay, it was kind of a youth hotel with 150 people. And that was the time where I really got into TikTok because my colleagues basically explained this to me, and we were trying to create a TikTok viral, which, spoiler, didn't work. We did so many crazy stuff, but nothing went viral. Just to try it out, it was quite funny. I consume content on TikTok. We as a company are active on TikTok as well. Not crazily active, but we play around a lot with TikTok and TikTok advertisement, TikTok corporations, and several other things. So it is important, and I think, but it's not important in the masses right now. It's a phenomenon of young people at the moment, very young people below age of 18, which are not commercially interesting now. But I think it's still very important to be focused on this platform, but because usually older people are adapting the behavior of younger people. So I think it's important to keep track of the platform, test around a lot to be ready when this is really, really commercially relevant, because it goes in the masses.
And do you have any tips who to follow there?
Oh, I mean, it depends on what kind of content you like. I mean, the reality is following on TikTok is not that important. That is one of the big changes of the logics, basically, of TikTok. So you know, the question on whom to follow is a question that is questioned out of the behavior of Facebook and Instagram, where you saw the content of those who are you are following. You can use TikTok without following anybody, and it's a great experience, because TikTok is really basically taking a look on the content and then presenting you content that might be relevant for you, no matter whether you're following this person or not. And that is very interesting, because that means basically the value of having followers is decreasing in comparison to, for example, Instagram or Facebook, where this was the main metric, was how many followers you have, because this determines on how much reach your postings get. On TikTok, you can have millions of followers, but your posting is still just reaching 10,000, and you can have 3 followers and can create a viral that is seen by millions. So followers are not that important as they were on other platforms, both as a creator but also as a user.
And you said you haven't had the viral hit yet, but I'm sure you've been doing some research on the secret recipe. Can you share that with us? Like, what's important
for viral on TikTok?
Yeah,
I mean, it must be relevant to the audience, and the question is, how is TikTok? It must be, in the eyes of TikTok algorithm, it must be relevant. So the question is, what is the relevance criteria of the algorithm of TikTok? And as far as I can see it, it is like rate, comment rate, and view-through rate, and also repeatedly view-through rate. So if you have a video that is repeatedly viewed by a person, always to the end, and then again and again and again, and then liked and ideally also commented, then this is seen as a great piece of content. So this is why a lot of TikTok videos are basically produced in a way that they spoil us something they catch your attention in the first second, and then they leave something very interesting open to the end, because they want to catch your attention and keep your attention by doing something crazy in the first second, but then they want to make sure that you're watching until the end, and ideally watch it again, because you watch it until the end and then you realize, maybe I missed something in the beginning, and that's why you watch it again in the beginning. So this is the way how TikTok virals often work, is this method. It was my personal opinion, it was my personal basically impression.
We have some more questions coming in about your broader social strategy. Somebody wants to know, what are the experiences you can share to become such a known consumer brand within such a short time?
Yeah, actually, I just did a speech from 11 to 11:40 about exactly this. This was the topic of my speech. Yeah, I guess to sum it up, it's, we are heavily focused on telling great stories and creating meaningful experiences and stories. And I think brands should see themselves more and more as media companies and entertainment companies that make sure that they are producing relevant and great content that is then being aired on, whatever is relevant. Now it would be, Netflix, it could be linear TV as well, social media, etc., and multiplied through the lens of influencers. I mean, that at least I think is the secret sauce if you're serving a young audience, I believe.
The next question is, do you think that performance marketing itself will lose power or relevance in the future due to stronger restrictions regarding data security?
No, I don't think it will lose power or relevance. But I think it will be, as always, it will change. So the way you do performance marketing, what is important, what you can measure, etc., becomes even more complex, I would say, with restrictions in what data you can gather. And here, the truths, I think the set truth about all this GDPR thing is, it was made by politicians to secure the rights of end consumers and to basically break the power of the large platforms. And exactly the opposite has happened. The large platforms are massively profiting from this, because users give them users want to use Facebook, so they will click on every accept button that, Facebook throws on their screen. So they don't have a problem of not tracking what the user is doing, because they have the acceptance. Small platforms, small shops, again, etc., are not having such a high login rate. About You, for example, is a platform with a very high login rate. So we don't have a huge problem through GDPR, because most of the users on About You are surfing locked in and giving us the acceptance or the consent. Yeah, so we are not that affected. And on the other hand, people by clicking on the accept button, they often accept more data than you as a platform would have been allowed to use without GDPR. So now you can track even more after they gave you an acceptance, and they always give you an acceptance if you're a relevant platform. Yeah. So I think it is a very stupid thing, GDPR, because it does exactly the opposite of what it should do. Yeah.
I know those accept buttons are popping up everywhere in the internet, and a lot of people are annoyed about it. How has it affected your business?
I mean, as said, not that many, yeah, because our users are clicking on accept because they really want to use About You. So, I mean, now we are allowed to do more than we were, before GDPR. It's a very unfair thing because the unfairness is for the small players, yeah, that are not having that loyal customer base that is clicking on acceptance basically blind, yeah, or surfing on a locked-in state. So it has not affected our business so far. I would even say in the opposite is the case, that it gave us a better market position than before, because you always need to see this on relative numbers. I mean, how is your marketing? Is through something happening like GDPR, is your market position improving or decreasing against your competitors? I think that is the relevant question, yeah, and the only relevant question. And we saw that through GDPR, our market position has improved because our users are giving us the consent. Yeah.
So you've essentially said that in times where data privacy is getting more and more serious, customer loyalty is even more important. Can you give us an outlook on how that also impacts your social media strategy? I know you come from influencer marketing. Now you're doing also a lot of festivals and own events. What does the future look like there for you?
I mean, for us, the strategy is pretty clear to basically get less dependent from classical advertisement by incubating formats that sustain by themselves and finance themselves. For example, our festival you were referring to, the About You Pangea Festival, music and fashion festival, has ticketing revenues, is a great marketing measure for About You, but it's financing itself in latest 1 or 2 years after Corona. Yeah. And we are doing this already since last year. And we will push forward in becoming the #1 entertainment and content media powerhouse, basically, when it comes to fashion content. Yeah.
And what's next there? What's next after influencer marketing and festivals?
I mean, we are doing a lot. I mean, we are producing products, for example, products that help improve your daily routine with textile. That can be stuff that is helping you in your wardrobe. That can be an Wäschekorb, where you put your laundry in your laundry box, basically, an About You laundry box. Yeah, that sounds silly, but at the end of the day, if we make sure we are producing a laundry box and it says About You on your laundry box and it has a nice call to action, which it has, we're already doing this, you will be reminded of About You every day when you put stuff in your laundry box. Yeah, it's a great touch point with our customers. And these are the things we are doing. We produce the #1 top-selling laundry box on Amazon. Yeah, and it's reminding the consumer every day on About You. Yeah, we are we have produced a lot of documentaries within Corona because events were not happening, and doing a lot of shows, etc. that are being streamed, for example, on Join. Yeah, Join gave us money to stream our About You documentary about Bill Kaulitz, whom we have done a fashion cooperation with, and next step hopefully is Netflix. Yeah, we want to produce a documentary which is called About You, documentary about fashion designers, for example, like Chef's Table, branded from About You and streamed on Netflix. Yeah, I mean, this is great marketing, I believe. And we get money from Netflix.
How serious are you on that? Like, is that an idea, or are you actually moving forward on this already, About You on Netflix?
I mean, we are moving forward on this because we are already producing documentaries. So far, Netflix was hesitant of acknowledging that our content is so great that it's worth paying us for it. But it's just a matter of time. We are getting better and better in producing great content. Yeah. And I think there will be a time where Netflix has no other option of paying us to get our content. And for us, this is then free marketing at the end of the day. Yeah.
There are some more questions coming in. One person wants to know, how do you inform yourself about the algorithms of TikTok or Instagram? Only through testing?
Yeah, it's a combination of what my colleagues observe, what we see in data, and that's the most important part, the data, and my personal impression of by using the platforms. Yeah, but data is the most important thing I rely on when it comes to information, and not so much my personal behavior, because it's not significant, or it's not it's a bubble behavior, I would say.
I've been wondering that as well. I mean, like, you're this senior entrepreneur. You've had a long career and founding your own companies, and now you're kind of like putting yourselves in the shoes of 12 to 13 to 16-year-olds. How do you put yourself in their position when you do strategy for your company?
Our target group is not the 12 to 16-year-olds. Our target group is 18 to 49, and the average customer age of About You is 30. Yeah.
Okay.
We're really serving everybody. I mean, between 18 and 49. I try to follow the behavior of 12 to 18-year-olds, because often this is kind of an outlook of future behavior of 18 to 49-year-olds. Yeah, so I think it makes sense, even though 12 to 18-year-olds are for an online shop not commercially relevant at all. They don't have money. They, due to the being underage, they can't even order in a lot of things. Yeah. So this is not a commercially interesting target group, but it's a marketing-wise, it's an interesting target group because they heavily influence the behavior of older people. Yeah. So I think both is relevant, but at the end of the day, our target group is 18 to 49.
But how do you get into like this teenage scene? I mean, I ask, I don't know, my niece or somebody, but how do you do market research there?
I mean, first of all, we do market research, but we always try to, ask a significant mass of people in order to not get subjective, bubble opinions, but get a significant data. And at the end of the day, it's just, trying out a lot and then measuring the impact. Yeah, I think that is the number 1 to number 10 thing you should do, is try it out, optimize, get it measured, and then learn from the learnings learn from the data you get, and then improve.
Okay. Another question from the stream: how do you ensure sustainability of About You's business?
Yeah, we have a threefold strategy there: reducing eco footprint and compensating whatever's left, and by this getting carbon neutral. And also reducing waste and other things. Secondly, increasing the number of products that were sustainably produced on our platform. At the moment, we have around 12% of the offering is sustainably produced, and our goal is to get to 25% of all items being sustainably produced. And thirdly, introducing circularity. And there, for example, you can buy secondhand products on About You. And in a year or so, you can also, with your return parcel, you can also throw in your old clothes. We will quality proof that, we will wash it, etc., and then sell it. And you will get 60% of the selling price as an end consumer. So we make sure that you get money for your old clothes, and by this improve the eco footprint of fashion, because you basically extend the lives of fashion, and you make sure that less fashion is getting produced, because this is the ultimate goal. We need to produce less fashion, and if we produce fashion, it needs to be sustainable. Basically, that is the goal we want to provide, or we want to play a role in.
So there's another question, because I see we are getting a lot of questions from the audience in right now. Probably won't have time for all of them. Are you going to hang out on Wonder later on? Can people catch you there?
Yeah, till 12:30.
Okay, great. And one more question about your business. We've been seeing About You rising from small shop to like this unicorn. A lot of people are wondering, what's the next step? Are we gonna see About You doing an IPO next year?
So there were a lot of rumors in the press lately on us doing an IPO. Obviously, we don't comment those rumors.
Okay. Best of luck to you for next year, and to everybody who wants to catch up with Tarek, he'll be on Wonder. Thanks so much for being here and joining us.
Thanks for having me.
Welcome back to the Project A Knowledge Conference. For everybody who's joining right now, my name is Hannah Schwer. I'm a reporter at Business Insider, and you're on the main stage right now, which is very interactive. You can ask your questions in the chat. Don't hesitate. And our next guest is Peter Fricke, who works at Deutsche Börse. Deutsche Börse is the company that is running the Frankfurt Stock Exchange, for all who don't know. And he is the head of the venture network there, which is helping startups to get access to financing. Welcome, Peter.
Hi, Hannah. Thank you.
Of course, you also get our welcoming music. Welcome. Can you tell us little bit about your backdrop? Where are we seeing you right now?
I'm at the FinTech Hub of Deutsche Börse. So this is our commitment to the local FinTech scene here in Frankfurt. And yeah, I'm at the office today, the only one here, because we also, of course, have some work from home principles we have adopted. And yeah.
Okay, so Deutsche Börse Venture Networks has been founded 5 years ago. And when I heard about it, I was wondering, why did you decide to enter into the startup ecosystem? What's your reason behind that?
Of course, the main reason behind this, maybe thinking back like 5-6 years ago, the typical role of a stock exchange was, I shouldn't say wait and see, but back then IPO was probably still a bit more prominent among companies, and we basically saw then after the global financial crisis also a decline in IPOs, so new prospects joining, but also some companies getting delisted from the stock exchange. So that's why we thought, okay, we need to do something to be more approachable, to be also more active, and really establish an active relationship to potential issuers in the future. So that's why we have set up the venture network, because we said, okay, if the companies are not coming by themselves anymore, then we need to come to them, help them to raise funds, to educate them also what it means to be a public company, so that we basically increase the pool of potential candidates.
What companies have you helped so far to do an IPO? I think there were 9 listed on your websites. Can you drop some names?
Exactly. So also in the talk, I covered the likes of Delivery Hero and HelloFresh, but there were also maybe not so well-known companies like VacuTech, Enphone, and then just yesterday, quite happy about Fashionette as well.
Okay, and just can you take us through how exactly you support and help startups?
Sure. It's at the end of the day really a case-by-case decision and process. But in general, you could say we focus on 3 main, let's say, service lines or pillars. The first one is really to connect them to suitable investors so that they get the necessary funds to manage to grow from Series A to B to C, and then hopefully also pre-IPO and IPO. So that's the first one. This can happen via online events we are organizing, via really physical meetings, our online platform where we connect startups and investors. The second one is really our network. Here, of course, we bring in our own expertise, but also the expertise of capital market partners, banks, lawyers, the regulator, BaFin, and so on. And the last but not least, it's also about education, because most founders, they might be really the experts when it comes to their field. They know how to grow their company and so on. But maybe when it comes to, okay, how do you achieve capital market readiness, maybe how to tackle the next expansion step, that's something where you can also learn a lot about from your peers. That's why we have created quite an extensive training curriculum to also make sure they have the necessary skills.
Your talk this morning here at the Project A Knowledge Conference was about IPO myth busting. For everybody who missed it, so myth busting, that sounds quite cool actually. What kind of myths are there, and what kind of wrong assumptions do you see?
Maybe just taking some examples. I mentioned, for example, Fashionette yesterday. They went public. They didn't have like a 1 billion unicorn valuation, but it's still possible to use the capital market. So I think that's one common prejudice many people have. They think about your Siemens, your Deutsche Bank, and so on. So really about the large corporates being listed for years and years, and maybe forget that also they have started at an earlier point in time. And second myth is probably many people consider IPO really as the end, so as the exit. So that's basically where you as a founder maybe, oh, okay, now it's all done. Now I get basically paid for my hard work and so on. But in fact, it's just another way of raising funds. And I think that's something what we, with the Venture Network, would really like to establish and plant into everybody's mind, that you forget about this exit path, but rather see it as a capital raising mechanism.
You know, when talking about exit, when that happens and founders all of a sudden become millionaires, billionaires, are there any, like, do you kind of help them to handle this new situation? Is there also support after they do the IPO?
No, we usually don't need to help them. I think what you mentioned a very good point. For the entire ecosystem, we do need to keep this kind of cycle alive, because we have seen this with like some very successful serial entrepreneurs. They keep embedded into the ecosystem. So
and reinvesting, you mean?
Exactly. So once they receive liquidity from exits, they reinvest it into the system. And I think that's also what made other ecosystems in Silicon Valley and so on so far ahead of us, that they really managed to keep this system going for years and years. And that's also why we see these kind of valuations.
In your view, what needs to happen that we see that more often, this cycle?
I think we've already seen a good trend. Now we have so many great companies now in Germany, in particular, also at the growth and later stage now. And yeah, I think it's probably a bit more early liquidity, so that be it early employees, early investors, but even the founding teams actually do see some of this liquidity and have the opportunity to either reinvest in other startups as business angels, as family and friends, and that basically keeps this cycle alive.
With Corona, a lot of companies are postponing their IPOs right now. I think the most known example is Airbnb. Do you see that as well? Is that your experience? And what are you advising companies that actually planned their IPO this year and now it's kind of not the reality anymore?
Yeah, it's definitely difficult times. Probably also depends a little bit on the business model itself. I mean, definitely tourism and travel and so on has been hit one of the most, whereas others, when it comes to digitization, food delivery and so on, e-commerce, it's probably has been a very good year so far. So I think it's need to differentiate between the different business models. Overall, you can only time also an IPO to a certain degree. There's always some level of uncertainty attached to it. When you look at the entire year, we call it like IPO windows. So that means usually it's not a good point in time to IPO, let's say in December, because investors are not, let's say, that approachable. And also when it comes to the figures you'd like to use for your investor roadshow, they're a bit old then. So we usually see 4 windows, roughly around the end of first quarter, when you can use the last year results, then another one before the summer break, after the summer break, and then I think we are still currently in some sort of window, which will probably close towards mid-end of November.
Okay. By the way, to everybody out there watching us in your home office or at home or wherever you are, you can ask questions in the chat. And Peter Fricke is really a good expert to ask about everything that in regard to how to get money for your startup, how to get financing. So don't hesitate. Peter, what is something, Charlotte asked this question earlier, and I think it's a great question. What is something that's on your plate right now, one that gives you kind of a stomachache and one that you are really excited about?
Tough question. I think excited about is probably the great potential we have here in Germany and also in Europe. So we see so many really aspiring companies at the edge, maybe of pushing to the next level. Also, when it comes to potential IPO candidates, I think we see at least 20-25 companies in Germany now where they're at a good level of maturity where this might make sense now. Another aspect is that Also, private markets are becoming more and more sophisticated, more institutionalized, standardized. So what's probably already happening in the United States, in UK to some degree, we see some more acceptance levels also for private market secondary transactions in Germany and Europe. So that keeps my hopes up, basically. Stomach, yeah, I mean, that's also very one of the reasons why we have started this initiative 5 years ago, and we still need to go not a long way, but at least we have to do some more homework. Is we still haven't produced so many really global companies in the last 10 to 15 years. So as I said, there's potential, but we also need to make use of this potential, as particularly when it comes to all these platform businesses. You, at the end of the day, you only need 1 or 2 large players. So let's say Germany 20, 30 years ago, with our automotive industry and so on, we were really among the top companies worldwide when it comes to the sector. When it comes to tech, unfortunately, so far, other ecosystems do have the lead here. And I think that's something where we have to catch up in the next years.
Okay. We see, for example, you've mentioned Delivery Hero, you've worked with them. They have been a prime example for being a startup that is becoming a DAX company in less than 9 years. What needs to happen that we see that more often? I mean, I talked to Niklas Östberg this week, and he told me, you know, in his opinion, we need more people who are daring to do stuff that is deemed not accepted in Germany, so to be more courageous. What's your take on it? What do you think does it take?
I think Niklas is absolutely right. I think that's probably one aspect. I mean, in many aspects, delivery has really been like a prime example, because, as I mentioned in the talk earlier on, also in their pre-IPO financing rounds, they really made use of all the different financing tools and partners which are out there. So they really made use of all the opportunities. So I think that's also one thing maybe which can guide as an example for other companies. Really explore your options, and be creative where you can get money, either locally, domestically, but also internationally, also from different players. And each of these players, they can give you additional views how to tackle certain issues. They have their own network, which you can then rely on, and they can also promote you among their peers. So that's probably one aspect. And yeah, I'd probably say stay hungry, right? So always go for the next next step, and yeah, keep being incentivized.
If people are watching this right now and are saying, man, I need to talk to Peter Fricke about my financing strategy, how can they reach you?
They can reach however they would like to reach me, so by phone, by mail, social media, and so on. I can also, of course, reach out to the team. We have a team also based in Berlin, one in Frankfurt. So always very approachable and open to any kind of discussions.
Are you gonna hang out later at Wonder or the cocktail party?
Not sure whether I'll make it to the cocktail party, but I'll probably step around for the Wonder meeting. Yes.
Cool. We have some minutes left, I think. So if you have questions, everybody in the audience, now is your chance to ask Peter Fricke. I have some more questions that are more general on the stock market and on the trading market. You know, with all these trading apps on the rise, there are more and more retail investors coming into the market. How do you see this development, and how does that change the landscape?
Very good question. I think it's overall a very good development, because if we compare Germany to other markets, our share participation, in particular among retail investors, is rather low. So I think it's roughly about 8%, whereas other ecosystems more like 50 to 20%. And at the end, this also helps companies who would like to go public, because they, at the end of the day, they can address a larger investor base, right? This particular is important for B2C business models, where retail investors equal potential customers, and they can not only buy the products, but they can even invest in the stocks. I think that's a good development. Secondly, though, sometimes retail investors are also driven more by short-term goals. So they probably react more drastically to, let's say, bad news or different views from what they have expected. So from a company perspective, it's always good to have a very balanced mix of investors who rather pursue a long-term investment strategy and those with a short-term investment strategy, because the short-term investment strategy gives you needed liquidity if people would like to get in or out of the stock, and the long terms, they kind of anchor your share price at a certain level so that you are basically protected against large swings in the price.
I've been getting, I work at Business Insider and I get startup pitches a lot as well. And I've been getting a lot of pitches recently with startups saying, hey, we're doing crowdfunding, really exciting. What do you think about that option for financing?
It's definitely one option. It's to some degree also comparable to the stock market because you are not interacting with, let's say, super professional investors compared to VC or PEs. And that means you also need to adjust your communication strategy. Mm-hmm. So you need to communicate a lot more. I think that's also why many crowdfunding platforms now using not only, let's say, the information sheets, but also videos, a lot of marketing tools, just to make sure that they provide enough information to potential investors, that they have all the knowledge they need. On the other hand, I think crowdfunding is often used at a very early stage of company financing. And of course, there's always the risk when it comes to startup financing or early stage companies that not all of them might make it to maturity and also profitability. I think that's something you need to be aware of.
Okay. I see there are some questions in the chat, but I still have to wait still. One moment. I think there. Okay, now I see it. Sorry. We had some technical problems here. The question is, what is your advice for pre-seed and seed phase startups in Germany?
General advice or in a particular?
I think for financing, yeah.
Financing? I think we have done a fairly good job in Germany across different sectors to really support, in particular, companies in the seed phase. So I think just look in your more local environment. There might be some business angel networks, some investment clubs, many universities. If you're still in university, they do have their own programs where at least maybe not large amount, but you can still get some kind of funding via grants and so on. So make use of these opportunities. The same is true also for state-owned institutions. I think in every state in Germany, you have your own Beteiligungsgesellschaft, and they are particularly driven also to support local companies. And sometimes they have very favorable conditions also when it comes to the financing contracts and so on. So make use of these. And if all of this is not successful, then of course, reach out to us or also reach out to other states and make sure you have checked all the options. And last but not least, I think also on an EU level, there are quite some valuable programs active, and it's worthwhile also checking them out.
Okay, Peter Fricke, he is head of the venture network at Deutsche Börse and was joining us. Thanks so much for all your advice on financing for startups.
Thanks, Hannah.
Welcome on the stage of the Project A Knowledge Conference 2020. For those of us who are just tuning in, my name is Hannah Schwer. I'm from Business Insider. And our next guest is all about online marketing. Jean de Bressy, he is responsible for Facebook marketing at Zalando. Welcome. Hi. How are you this morning?
Good, very good. There was the talk was really enjoyable, and also you have a very good space for conversation and networking afterwards. That was very interesting.
Did you try out Wonder yet?
Yes, and then we had 15 people joining at the same time and asking questions. But I mean, it was really, really nice.
I think it definitely feels almost like a cocktail party. You can kind of go around
Yeah.
in a virtual room. It's really cool.
Yes, it's definitely completely new for me. Like it was a new experience. Really interesting.
So for all of those out there who don't know you, Jean, can you tell us a little bit about your career, how you got to that lead position at Zalando for Facebook marketing and what you've done before?
Yeah, sure. So I worked for 5 years at Trivago in Germany. It's been roughly 8 years that I'm in Germany, and I went from marketing to being a product manager, and from being a product manager to being a product manager working on marketing topics at Trivago. So I was doing Martech, and I switched over to Zalando a bit less than 3 years ago when there was a very big push to moving performance marketing into the direction of tech. So right now we have a full tech structure in our performance marketing department, and we have product managers leading teams. And so I was lucky enough to start in the Facebook team. Now I'm leading the development of the Facebook team. We work with engineers, marketing managers, everything. And it's very interesting. Back to your question, how did that happen? It's a lot of work.
What keeps you excited to do all this work? Like, what excites you about online marketing?
It's a very good question. Actually, so what we do is extremely tech heavy. So I work with, for instance, what is really interesting about my job right now is I get to build machine learning models with data scientists to predict how much we should invest in our campaign. So it's not only just the marketing, it's also the data side, and then there's data protection, there's the legal aspect to it, there's how it will evolve in the future, and then there's, of course, marketing tactics and how do you adapt to your channel. So how do you develop and grow in all of the different placements? What is the strategy everywhere? I mean, it's very rapidly moving. If I had to say one thing, is that it changes very quickly. So what was true 2 years ago is probably not true 2 years from now. So we need to build in a very specific environment, and I mean, keeps us on our toes all the time.
We're gonna talk about the data topic in a few minutes. What I was wondering, in the media bubble, in my world, people keep saying, okay, Facebook is dead. Nobody is on Facebook anymore. And it's actually true for some, for some trends, like people are not reading us there anymore as much as they have been a couple of years ago. So I was wondering, how is that in e-commerce and specifically for Zalando? How is Facebook or what role does Facebook play in comparison to other channels?
Excellent question. So I started at Zalando thinking that no one was on Facebook, and then I discovered actually a lot of people, and way more than what you believe, are on Facebook. Also, we do fashion. So an e-com for fashion, I mean, most of the target audience is mostly women, and it starts 25 to 45 maybe, and that's the key demographic of Facebook. It's like, I would compare it to earlier days in TV where you had the housewife that was at home and watching TV, and now actually it moved to being on Facebook. So the audience there is amazing. Like for direct response, really great. And it's still there. It's still very powerful and growing. And the second part is social, so the development of social media. And I thought, okay, people are not going to Facebook anymore, but they're transitioning to the ecosystem of apps of Facebook. So now Instagram is extremely strong, growing faster than Facebook. And we've shifted also our strategy from a brand perspective to being very present on Instagram. That's what my customers are requesting now. The shift to social.
So for you, Instagram is big. As for Zalando, Instagram is bigger right now than Facebook.
On the social aspects, we separate performance marketing and then whatever is brand or social media. But there's a very big push to going in social media on social networks, of course. And with Corona, what happens is people have even more time than before. So we see all of the networks have a lot more audience, a lot more opportunities to advertise because people use their phone way more right now.
And are you also looking into new channels? We've had Tarek Müller this morning who talked a little bit about TikTok. Is that something that is interesting to Zalando?
Yeah, definitely. So we're always checking what is going on in the market, how customer demand is shifting. I can tell you from a perspective of performance, some of those channels are too early. So if we talk about TikTok, they don't really have the solutions that we're looking to advertise at scale in Europe. We don't really know how the data exchange is supposed to work with TikTok, if we can even exchange data. But what happens is there was a very big shift from customers going to that platform, a lot of people consuming content there. So brand is very interesting. So how do you create content that people relate to as your, Zalando as a brand, and how can we make an impact there? So it's not our remit, it's not performance, but what I'd say is those channels get first pervaded, or the introduction, the start is brand marketing.
You've had a talk this morning, tech-driven performance marketing, a look at the next frontier. For those of the audience out there who missed it, can you give us a recap on that? Does that next frontier look like?
Yes, I'll try and be quick.
No, we have time.
But if I want to be exhaustive and not be too long, I'd say, first of all, our department is a tech-driven department. So it's cross-functional teams with product managers. We rely a lot on automation, and we do way less marketing work than what you would expect because most of it is automated. So that's the first part. The second part is the importance of data and how much we actually look in data for every type of decision making we make. So when we want to measure things, we look at our own data, we have our own attribution, we run our own models for customer lifetime value, and we have a specific ways to reach or understand the return on investment of each of the campaigns. And that enables better decision making. And the third most important piece for us is measuring incrementality. Not sure you know what incrementality is. Measuring incrementality,
step by step, right?
What we do is we want to understand what is the causal impact of marketing. So we want to invest where we can prove that showing an ad made sense and triggered a response. So we will test all of the markets, all of the channels to figure out what is their incrementality, and then inform our investment decision. So modulate how much we invest based on how much traction we actually see in a channel. And in the end, what we built is a system to make better decisions than what you would have if you don't have that information. And hopefully it informs management and leadership, and they can trust the way we invest on social or on search, knowing that our euros are hard at work doing what they're supposed to do.
I know to a lot of the audience out there, Zalando is actually kind of famous because they are famous for betting on AI in marketing. I think 2 years ago, even there was some bad press because Zalando let go 240 people because they believe in the power of automation. Can you say, like, why do you believe in automation? Why is that the way you're going? And
I mean, I think right now, 3 years later, it's not really that we believe in it, it's that we know for a fact that it has worked. Like we have the numbers that show that streamlining the market, streamlining how you make decisions, having a better read on incrementality and knowing how much you want to invest made sense to us. Because when we look back, Zalando is growing pretty quickly still at our size. There's a lot of demand in the market. Now we're lucky enough to be in a context, a very hard context right now, but we sit in one of the industries that is actually not hit by it, even the other way around. And we try to capture the demand where it is and satisfy, what is coming at us. And it's worked. Like we have a team that is very lean. Like we don't have so many people compared to the size. We're above 50. Okay. It used to be way more.
So you're leading 50
No,
people?
this is just, I lead the Facebook team inside this department. But we have like 5 or 6 teams that operate, most of which are looking at data, by the way. So it's like half of the department would be looking at the data structure and decision making that we do, and then just a part of it is looking at the marketing, actually. Yes, and we've seen the growth, and we've actually been able to scale despite having a much leaner team, and we know in retrospect that it has paid off for Zalando. So. And we know in the future that was the only correct way to potentially structure yourself, because we see other companies doing the same. So they're actually banking on the same things. And I would add to that, channels are making it easier to automate. Like we work, with the biggest channels, and when you're working with Facebook, when you're working with Google, it's increasingly easy to work with their APIs and actually automate most of the marketing work, mostly at scale, actually, because we're in an industry that enables this.
for all of those out there who are not techies, who are not marketing pros on your level, can you make an example how automated marketing looks like on Facebook? Like, what do you actually automate? Do you have a case?
Yeah, sure. I mean, the whole pipeline basically, but how it works is there is this wonderful product called Dynamic Ads on Facebook.
What is it called?
Dynamic Ads. So what you do is you send Facebook an inventory of your products that are available. And being an e-com, we have many items available. So just give that to Facebook and tell Facebook who to target. And the metrics that we just need to pay attention to is, okay, how much do we invest? And Facebook does most of the work of saying, okay, I will show the customers that you target the items that they prefer. So they will select the items that people would prefer seeing. All of this happening during the auction time. So actually you see always an ad that is personalized to your need. And the only thing that is requested on our side is to prepare those feed, having engineers that can send it and regularly update it to Facebook, automate the campaign so that we can bid regularly on it and we don't have manual work to decide how much to invest. Yeah, and all of this happens with virtually almost no interaction for all of the European markets.
Okay.
It's kind of, search operates in a similar way. So if you have search ads, you just tell them what are the keywords that you're bidding on. And once you have a basis that is automated, it takes care of itself. And that's a very similar setup.
Mm-hmm. Just a quick break for all of those watching out there. Jean de Bressy is a real marketing guru or social media marketing guru. I mean, he's at Zalando, he's been at Trivago, so quite a track record. So if you have questions, just hit the chat and let us know what you want to know. Jean, I have Tarek Müller from About You, who was here earlier, mentioned the increasing challenge of data availability because of GDPR. How are you handling all this right now? Is that something that you're feeling as well, the I have to accept button and everything around that?
I mean, I was listening to him, and his points are exactly true. So GDPR compliance probably is doing the opposite of what it's aiming at, meaning the biggest platforms benefit from it, and the smaller actors, the small players lose a lot of data. Just the one part. Of course, we do see it. So what is happening is, in Berlin, we even have the case that if you opt out from tracking, you're also opting out from Google Analytics tracking or any type of analytics tracking by default. So we have to not see what is happening for some customers that end up on our premise, which obviously makes the job much harder in marketing. And we're constantly looking for ways to mitigate this while still, I mean, customer data is one of our main promise at Zalando. We protect customer data and we make sure that we're compliant in every aspect. So we try to deal with the legislation while at the same time, so on top of it, adding this customer data protection and then finally making sure that we can still do our job as marketeers. And what we see is that this is a trend that carries on. So next year, there's going to be even less data. We have iOS 14 that was released, but then the release of removing the IDFA number is starting in January, and we know there's going to be less targeting options for iOS campaigns. So we're constantly looking for solutions. It's not easy. I think the entire industry is looking for solutions. So we're talking to other companies, see what kind of mitigations are possible. But we're definitely not the ones to tell you how to fix this because I think as everyone, we're trying to figure out the solution.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I see. Okay. There is one big topic that we have actually not talked about already, Corona. I know this word pops up in almost every talk today because it's very relevant, because it's really tightening up again the situation. How has this affected your work or the marketing sector? Because from what I see when I talk to companies, the first thing they cut is their marketing budget. So it seems to get a little harder. How was it for you this year?
So there, I was thinking about it earlier, and I would almost copy paste the answer from Tarek, which it's exactly the same. What happened is demand dropped when Corona started, and we're preparing for a very big hit because no one knew what was going to happen. Yeah. So we reduced the investments where we could. What we saw is same out of home. TV even makes a bit less sense to us because now people are consuming in a different way online and they're moving from the offline world to the online world. but then it recovered very fast in e-com, and now the situation is so that we have increased the guidance for the overall year, the financial guidance of Zalando, and we're lucky enough to be in a situation where there's a lot of demand in the market, and we're trying to capture it, meaning that we invest more than before Corona happened right now.
What did you in your marketing team prioritize when you realized that the crisis is hitting?
In the marketing team, so yeah, there was a mix of things. As a brand, we're moving a lot into social, so we're leaning a lot into social starting this year. It was already a trend that we started last year, but it accelerated so much more due to Corona. So everything on the brand side was shifted upside down, and instead of having long-term out-of-home and TV campaigns, you have influencer-based social media campaigns. So everything, you need to rethink your whole brand strategy for the year. I think that was the most interesting trend happening, because for performance, you lower budgets, you increase budgets to try and figure out what to do, but this is fairly standard.
Yeah. Speaking of influencer marketing, you know, in my timeline, a lot of influencers were suddenly stuck at home and doing other kinds of content. How has that changed your work? And I mean, like, I know you're not the influencer guy at Zalando, but you know what your colleagues are doing. Like, how has that changed?
So I can't talk so much about how it influenced, so how Corona specifically influenced it, but I can tell you it's a very big trend for us in the past 2 to 3 years. To lean on social means also have a strategy with influencers and be present with the community and understand how you have to talk with influencers to communities.
But is that still attractive when they kind of have a boring life?
I think actually it's even more interesting.
Yeah, why?
Before. Yeah, it's just because you need to create content that people can relate to, and even if people are at home, you know, I'm at home as well. So if an influencer is at home, they're going to be something that Tarek was mentioning as well. The categories that people shop changed a lot. So we see sports and comfort wear being more important, and then an influencer is gonna, you know, wear these things and show it to you, and that's exactly the same as what you're doing at home. So I think the relationship is there.
That's true. Yeah. On a personal note, what are your favorite social channels? Where can we catch you? Do you have any professional?
I'm very bad at social media and being there. So I don't have Snapchat. I don't have TikTok. I'm on Instagram. That probably is the only thing.
Okay.
That's as a professional in the field, but I discovered that actually most of the people I work with are exactly the same. Not too much into. I ask around for Snap, for instance, and nobody seems to know how the platform works because nobody has it. So that's interesting.
And are your bosses on social media, like the CEOs of Zalando?
That's actually a good question, and I don't know the answer to it. I don't know.
Okay, cool. Thanks so much for being here. I'm taking a look at the clock. Okay, I think we don't have any more time for questions. Thanks, Jean de Bressy, for being here today. He is the Facebook marketing lead at Zalando, and thanks for all your advice.
Thank you very much. Thanks for the time.
Next up, we have Merlin with Ben Fischer and Thies Sander. Stay tuned.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Merlin Carter. I am Senior Content Writer here at Project A. I will be the host for the next 40 minutes for the main stage. And I have to excuse myself. I might seem a bit hyperactive. I've had a little bit too much coffee, but that's okay. And anyway, I'm also excited for our next guests. They are both general partners here at Project A. We have Ben Fisher and T. Sander. I'd like to welcome them both to the stage. Welcome. So, first of all, before we get into things, I would like to ask, do you think it's a conspiracy that they had all three bald guys come and talk on the stage together? Because I feel like it's more than just a coincidence, right?
You want to go first or I? No, I mean, people just made fun of us there. It was Uwe, Uwe and Anton, our partners, who teased me to say this session should be called Bold Move, in fact. So,
yeah.
I
love it.
Yeah. So I think that thing is taken, I think.
And we also made sure that we can be distinguished by me sitting on the sofa and T sitting on a black chair.
Yeah, that's great.
Yeah,
great thinking in advance. So yeah, I announced you as general partners, but I'm from the technical side of Project A, so I'm complete ignoramus when it comes to the investment side. So perhaps for my benefit and for everyone else out there, perhaps you could both describe briefly what you do at Project A. Maybe start with you, Ben.
Okay, so in general, what I do is, as all of our partners do, we take care of some of our portfolio companies, is what we call venture coaches. That's one responsibility we have. Me personally, I'm also responsible for our financial part, so our finance department and legal department. And then on a special sidekick, basically, I'm taking care of all of the investments we do in the PE co-investment area, which is basically with a little bit more mature companies where we invest alongside larger private equity companies.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, I've just received a larger mic. Tees, how about you?
Yeah, it's a bit similar. I mean, overall in the partnership, the five of us, I mean, we are obviously discussing a lot how we are basically developing the whole firm on a midterm and long-term basis. But then specifically the way we split roles is that everyone has a bit of a functional responsibility and is leading the work in a certain field and then pulling everyone else in to support whatever is needed. And in that regard, I'm also covering some portfolio companies. Some of them we might speak about later. And then the second element I'm leading is the work with our LPs, so the people that invest or the institutions that invest in our fund, so that we have enough resources to back the entrepreneurs.
Okay, thank you. By the way, as usual, if there are any questions for both gentlemen, you can pose them in the chat. Otherwise, I'll continue. So one of you has a talk later. Ben, I think it's you. You have a session later on in the afternoon.
Yep.
Can you tell us a bit more about what that is?
Yeah, I will have a fireside chat format with David Notaka, co-founder and CEO of Zenda. And he will obviously also talk a little bit of his experience as a founder and CEO of the company and how they grew the company pretty successfully over the last couple of years, especially also with a focus on M&A that they have executed.
Okay, great. And have you both seen any other events so far yourselves?
No, I know we had our annual general meeting this morning. So that's like it's an annual event which we are hosting with our investors, and we spent the morning between 9 and 12 basically to give an update to that group where we are, how we're doing as a firm and as a fund, and that's how we spent the morning. And so we just joined, and we're going to spend the rest of the day basically enjoying the program.
Okay, great. Is there anything that you might check out later? Anything you have in mind?
Yeah, I mean, there's one of my portfolio companies. Yeah, I mean, there's one of my portfolio companies. Yeah, I mean, there's
which I basically was with for 14 years. I then moved into the digital business in Berlin. That was in 2014. Not Project A at that point, but I think Thies and I were friends all the time along, and the discussions about potentially joining started basically then. And then in 2014, was it 16? 16, I made the switch and joined as a general partner. So that's a brief version of the story. But I think the fundamental connection is to Thies and then also Florian and Uwe, because they were the same university as well. So that's the shortcut story.
Yeah. What was that university that you were all at?
WHU Koblenz.
Ah, yeah.
Yeah.
And Thies, you were listed as part of one of the founding members, right?
Yeah, I'm here from the very first days. So that goes back. I mean, I think back to 2011, end of 2011, when there was an initial group of 4 partners, and that was Uwe, Florian. And then there was a 4th one, Christian Weiss, who's not with the firm anymore, and myself. And we got together at somewhere in the middle of 2011 and basically developed this idea about this new kind of venture capital firm. And the idea was always to develop an investment firm brand here in Europe, but do that with a certain angle of having more than just being more than just a financial investor, and having like the theme of being a true value add investor. And since all of us had a bit of an entrepreneurial background and have been involved in startups or setting and so on, we felt that this is an area where value can be generated that could be appreciated by entrepreneurs, and also that was an area where we personally felt we can contribute. And so that was the initial idea, how we got that started, and then it evolved from there. Yeah.
And I just see a question from the audience. It's what is the most promising startup you have invested in so far? I know that's a difficult one to answer.
The most promising? No, I'm looking, I think somebody gave the answer already. Are those the answers? I think Alexander Graf, who founded Spryker, I think he gave the answer. Said that's my answer. I think he gave the answer. Said which I'd love to mention Spryker at this point, because but there are a lot more. I'm lucky enough to back Alex and Boris and the broader team since the very first days as the one from Project A leading the work. So I'm proud to mention Spryker, who are doing a great job. But there are obviously a couple more, specifically also the ones that are beyond Germany, also like in the different areas. Yeah.
And for people who aren't familiar with Spryker, can you briefly describe what they do and what makes them so promising? Can you briefly describe what they do and what makes them so promising?
Right
Briefly
answer.
describe what they do and what makes them so promising. Briefly describe what they do and what makes them so promising. Briefly describe what they do and what makes them so promising. Briefly describe what they do and what makes them so promising. Briefly describe what they do and what makes them so promising. Briefly describe what they do and what makes them so promising. Briefly describe what they do and what makes them so promising. Briefly describe what they do and what makes them so promising. Briefly describe what they do and what makes them so promising. Briefly describe what they do and what makes them so promising. Briefly describe what they do and what makes them so promising. Briefly describe what they do and what makes them so promising. Briefly describe what they do and what makes them so promising. Briefly describe what they do and what makes them so promising. Briefly describe what they do and what makes them so promising. Briefly describe what they do and what makes them so promising. Briefly describe what they do and what makes them so promising. Briefly describe what they do and what makes them so promising. Briefly describe what they do and what makes them so promising. Briefly describe what they do and what makes them so promising. Briefly describe what they do and what makes them so promising. Briefly describe what they do and what makes them so promising. Briefly describe what they do and what makes them so promising. Briefly describe what they do and what makes them so promising. Briefly describe what they do and what makes them so promising. Briefly describe what they do and what makes them so promising. Briefly describe what they do and what makes them so
Thank you.
C-level team and even beyond to just help them guide their journey. And I think that's a big part of where we spend a lot of time on the side to just be there for them and help them to achieve what they want to achieve. There for them and help them to achieve what they want to achieve. There for them and help them to achieve what they want to achieve. There for them and help them to achieve what they want to achieve. There for them and help them to achieve what they want to achieve. There for them and help them to achieve what they want to achieve. There for them and help them to achieve what they want to achieve. There for them and help them to achieve what they want to achieve. There for them and help them to achieve what they want to achieve. There for them and help them to achieve what they want to achieve. There for them and help them to achieve what they want to achieve. There for them and help them to achieve what they want to achieve. There for them and help them to achieve what they want to achieve. There for them and help them to achieve what they want to achieve. There for them and help them to achieve what they want to achieve. There for them and help them to achieve what they want to achieve. There for them and help them to achieve what they want to achieve. There for them and help them to achieve what they want to achieve. There for them and help them to achieve what they want to achieve. There for them and help them to achieve what they want to achieve. There for them and help them to achieve what they want to achieve. There for them and help them to achieve what they want to achieve. There for them and help them to achieve what they want to achieve. There for them and help them to achieve what they want to achieve. There for them and help them to achieve what they want to achieve. There for them and help them to achieve what they want to achieve. There for them and help them to achieve what they want to achieve. There for them and help them to achieve what they want to achieve. There for them and help them to achieve what they want to achieve. There for them and help them to achieve what they want to achieve. There for them and help them to achieve what they want to achieve. There for them and help them to achieve what they want to achieve. There for them and help them to achieve what they want to achieve. There for them and help them to achieve what they want to achieve. There for them and help them to achieve what they want to achieve. There for them and help them to achieve what they want to achieve. There for them and help them to achieve what they want to achieve. There for them and help them to achieve what they want to achieve. There for them and help them to achieve what they want to achieve. There for them and help them to achieve what they want to achieve. There for them and help them to achieve what they want to achieve. There for them and help them to achieve what they want to achieve. There for them and help them to achieve what they want to achieve. There for them and help them to achieve what they want to achieve. There for them and help them to achieve what they want to achieve. There for them and help them to achieve what they want to achieve. There for them and help them to achieve what they want to achieve. There for them and help them to achieve what they want to achieve. There for them and help them to achieve what they want to achieve. There for them and help them to achieve what
Thank you.
often jealous. What I admire, let's put it that way, is if I see people who have found the perfect match of people who have found the perfect, if I see people who have found people had an idea in an area that they love doing, people had an idea in an area that they love doing, and be successful in the end. Had a good time doing it, and there's others in the direct sender market for bicycles, for example, where I believe people have found their passion and they connected to business and were just extremely successful. And anything we can apply that to any industry. I think any of those combinations I admire. Yes. And I guess we found that too for ourselves, which is also good.
Tis. Yeah, I'm thinking. I had a bit more time for the answer. I mean, I oftentimes. I think there are some businesses where it's very easy and obvious to be excited about, and everyone kind of is. But then sometimes you find businesses from the outside are so amazingly boring, and you wonder how these companies can be successful or whether they're attractive. But then if you dig deeper, you find out that these are really just money printing machines, but it's super hidden, and nobody from the other. And I kind of enjoy also the second kind of businesses, which seem to be a bit more hidden and not so obvious, and I find that appealing. There are not so many though, specifically not in the venture world. Oftentimes they're a bit more at the later stage what Ben is looking at in the PE. People are companies are a bit at a later stage, but anyways, that's kind of what I also oftentimes find appealing.
Okay. Well, I think that's about it. That's all the time we have. But yeah, it went by fast. But yeah, it was a pleasure talking to you.
Yeah. Thanks for having us.
Yeah.
Thanks for having us. Enjoy.
Thank you very much.
Have a good day. Take care. Bye-bye.
Bye.
All right. So my next guest. All right. He's, I've heard that he's my next guest, kind of a mentor. So I've heard that he's CMO. My next guest, kind of a mentor. So I've heard that he's CMO. My next guest, kind of a mentor. So I've heard that he's CMO. My next guest, kind of a mentor. So I've heard that he's CMO. My next guest, kind of a mentor. So I've heard that he's CMO. My next guest, kind of a mentor. So I've heard that he's CMO. My next guest, kind of a mentor. So I've heard that he's CMO. My next guest, kind of a mentor. So you are. Can you tell me a little bit about that company?
Yeah, sure. So basically, it's a boutique consultancy. We help larger or fast-growing advertisers to improve in marketing efficiency, also growth-related issues, and it's important to know that we are not an agency. We're really independent partners to them, and we look at them holistically, and we try to translate our findings into operations. That's what we do for mostly Central European based or German speaking countries, for what we call the organic industry, like advertisers in the B2C, B2B business, in telecommunication, energy, e-commerce, but also for private equity portfolio companies.
Okay. And I understand that you've already had your talk.
Yeah.
Remind me of the title, Insourcing Key Marketing Functions.
Insourcing, yeah, and gaining competitive advantages. So it was basically about how to create, how to insource your core competencies in terms of marketing analytics, marketing steering, execution, and being independent from third parties, agencies and consultants.
Yeah, that's interesting. How did it go? Did you go to the Wonder Room and have follow-up conversations?
Well, we had one question. Basically, Philipp Werner is a very good interviewer, but he's probably as knowledgeable about these processes as I am, even though we have something like an age difference of probably 12, 15 years.
No way.
I don't know.
You look very young.
Yeah, thank you so much. Yeah. And he's very knowledgeable about the reasons why you you need to have all the knowledgeable competences in-house on board. And he's also very knowledgeable about the cost of not gaining these internal competencies and skills in-house. So
yeah,
it was a good one.
Great. By the way, it's as always, if you have any questions for Eric, please post them in the chat. So I had a little bit of a dig through your CV or LinkedIn profile, and I noticed that you had something to do with flower companies, Blumen 2000 and Valentines earlier on.
Yeah.
How come you're not in that game anymore? Is it too cutthroat?
I had a hard time leaving the flower industry. For some reasons, I was sticking around flowers for more than a decade.
Wow.
And I'm really not close to flowers. The reason why I've been into the flower industry, so it's basically mail order distance gifting. In 1999, so I'm born in 71, so I'm even older than Florian Heinemann. But we had Florian, you know that Florian developed his antique books, Just Books. That was his first startup, at least the first startup.
I didn't know he had an antique book startup.
Yeah. He's not telling this story. So maybe you say, well, you sold it to AB Books and then it was acquired by Amazon. But usually it was a German-based, I would call it a better online bookstore for used books. But he might have a different interpretation. But since Florian's much smarter than I am, and me and my co-founders, we decided to build something in the mail order industry in flowers, because this time we had Fleurop or Interflora in Germany, and we've seen the IPOs of 1-800 Flowers and Pro Flowers in 1999.
Yeah.
So, and that's why we decided that we would leave our consultancy jobs and build a business plan and a small company, and we got funded for some reason. And then I was able to sell this first company to a shareholder, and I did the same for a family office at Blumen 2000. Got a certain incentive, and I stick for another 6 years with Blumen 2000.
Yeah, and were you already into online marketing then to market your own business?
Yeah. In the early 2000s, it was kind of hard because online marketing was far from being mature, and you could ask a question whether it's mature today. But in the early 2000s, like paid search wasn't invented yet. Paid search in Germany was invented in 2004 and got established in 2005 and so on. So you needed to be quite diligent in order to find the right path toward your customers. So and there was a player which already had a monopoly in that market, Fleurop, and we had zero customer base, some kind of funding, but luckily not enough funding to be leaned back. We needed to find the right pattern to acquire more than 100,000 customers per year for less than €5 customer acquisition cost. And that's a tough school, but a very good school to learn about efficient online marketing.
Yeah, I mean, one of my first jobs in Europe, I worked in the online advertising industry for a search engine called Ask Jeeves. It's now defunct. But some of the first banner ads that I was putting up were, I think it was around 2003, were for flower companies, matching them to keyword flowers.
Yeah.
And then so that was my first experience with trying to manage the performance of online advertising. By the way, what is the difference between online advertising or online marketing?
Online marketing, per definition, online marketing is the broader definition. Advertising usually is linked to paid advertising.
Yeah.
But usually, especially in Germany, those terms aren't used really correctly all the time. So it's kind of a mixture. Usually we say paid or organic.
Okay, interesting.
Yeah.
But then I wanted to switch briefly to something I saw you say in another talk, and it was in German, and I felt that English-speaking audiences, I think it would be great if they also received this wisdom, and it's wisdom related to stage diving. So you have these 3 rules. Tell me if I translate this correctly. Make sure you hold your phone. Maintain eye contact with the audience so that they know you're about to dive, and never dive during the chorus because that's when everyone's dancing and then you're likely just to land on the ground. Is that correct?
Absolutely right. I forgot about this. It's universal wisdom. Unfortunately, we can't do stage diving. But you're British or?
No, I'm from New Zealand.
New Zealand, because they're stage diving and crowd surfing, and it's probably the same, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly. That.
Yeah. Okay. So, but it's universal wisdom because first of all, make sure you've got your phone and your keys or whatever.
Yeah.
Look at the audience because they need usually. If you're not a professional stage diver, you're probably about to hesitate for some seconds. And have you ever stage dived yourself?
I'm a little bit too shy to stage dive, but I have been in concerts where literally there's no way to move, so you have to carry the person whether you like it or not.
Right. So usually what you don't see, because it's not in the center of the stage, is that there are always something like 3 or 4 people who actually would love to do it. There are some professionals who do it all the time, don't care about these. And there are some who are tempted to do it, but they hesitate for some reasons. So usually if you are in the crowd, you're not busy watching those poor stage divers wannabes. You're busy interacting with the main stage. So once you decided to jump, make sure you've got eye contact that someone can carry you. The chorus, of course, is where you have rather those pogo situation.
Yeah.
And pogo is, well, so the density is not equally distributed. So you have a huge gap. Don't jump into those gaps. And other point, think about whether you are female or male, decide whether you go backwards or not.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. I was afraid of being groped as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, do you know what I mean by mosh pit?
No.
So it's in a heavy metal concert, it's where everyone is packed together like sardines and they jump up and down simultaneously and they bang their heads.
Yeah.
So what was the last concert where you did stage diving? To what band?
It was a ska band in Hamburg in the Fabrik. I forgot the names. Oh, goodness. Ska something. A ska band in Ska is very good for stage diving.
Yeah, but not Madness.
No, well, I'm old, but not that old.
No, they're still playing. They're still touring.
Oh, really? Oh, not in Hamburg, not in the Fabrik. Fabrik goes for something like 800 people.
Okay.
But very good question.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we'll go back to advertising or marketing a little bit. Don't worry. What is your favorite advertising campaign? Do you have one?
A campaign. Campaigns are overrated. Everyone can campaign. I like that's cheesy, but I like the actual the Volvo campaign right now. Not whether you've seen it. It's about safety. It's about what the safety belt has implemented in terms of security and passenger safetiness, and it's also a little bit of a reflection how the world was reacting to the fact that you would be obliged to wear a seatbelt. Remember, there's a parallel to the mask. Well, oh no, that's against my personal freedom. I wouldn't ever wear a seatbelt, but seatbelts do save life. And I don't know who did this campaign, but it's quite, because it's heart and brain.
Yeah.
And that's what I think from a brand perspective is what you need to do.
Yeah, it's a very tricky balance not to come across as cheesy or schmaltzy.
Absolutely, but if you have a look at it, my personal opinion would be that this is more a very good equivalent.
Yeah, and that makes me think of another question. So do you watch a lot of YouTube? Do you see the stuff on YouTube or?
Not that often, but of course that's my limited self-awareness.
Yeah.
Would need to look at the data, but my iPhone says that I don't look that much on YouTube.
Oh, okay. The lead up, the background behind this question is I'm constantly haunted by the same ad whenever I'm watching YouTube, and it drives me crazy. It's some expat company helping people to lower their rent.
Yeah.
It's always the same Canadian guy. This company, the agencies don't care about me, but this company helped me lower my rent.
Yeah.
And now do you have any ad that follows you around and haunts you?
Yeah, well, I know. I pretty much know the rules why these ads haunt me, and from a professional point of view, I like to be haunted because that's the best situation to detect the inefficient advertisers. So, for instance, that's what we call a frequency capping.
Yeah.
A frequency capping is that what really does annoy you if a frequency capping isn't balanced or if it's not there at all, because probably you're a English speaking person, probably your browser language is English, your geo IP is Germany, for some reason they're targeting. It's a pretty easy target. It's a small target, but it's an easy target. So the cost of not targeting you is or targeting you inefficiently are very limited. But the real costs are that you are annoyed by this stupid dynamite phishing method of online marketing or advertising. Yeah, and that drives me mad, because these stupid retargeting situations are the real cause why we have pretty strict GDPR legislations. It's same like outbound calls or automated calls cause heavy counter reactions of targeted people.
Yeah, and that makes me think of a recent change in the industry. Everyone's talking about it, but I might as well mention it anyway. It's the outlawing of third-party cookies.
Yeah.
And people have to adapt in terms of how they target specific users. So if you don't know that information, then how do you think people are going to target users correctly?
Actually, I think targeting users who are not willing to give you a consent is going to be a declining discipline anyways.
Right.
So maybe it's probably helpful. There are some companies who actually are trying, because they're still reach oriented, that they will try to brute force their way into it. And of course, you could stick with some silos and target them with the data of the Google, Facebook universe. But I think by the end of the day, if you something like in 10 years from now, this period of transition where we had cookie-based targeting situations will be a phenomenon which today we're very focused by this acquisition methods of upper funnel cookie-based targeting. In the future, we'll be used to the fact that we are targeting segments, profiles like an interest without any cookie, purely on the data of the Google of Facebook universe, and we'll be much more busy targeting our customers who have been willing to give us the consent to target them.
Yeah, and that reminds me, I think I'm helping host a talk later with another one of our companies, IOTA, and they are in the business of defining very precise audience segments. I'm very intrigued as to how they collect this data and how accurate it is, but I'm curious, had you had success with those types of campaigns using that kind of very precise data? Like, I don't know, people are into fishing between the ages of 21 and 23 who live in Berlin, but only in Friedrichshain or whatever.
Yeah, well, if you have upper funnel situations, you are obliged to rely on those segments, on this audience buying methods. So because the majority of the cases, it's that you are targeting by the criteria of the platform. Like in Google, it would be, or in YouTube, it would be targeted segments. In Facebook, it would be likes and interests, and also social demographic information. The point is, it really depends. Upper funnel measures are always, compared to your mid or lower funnel measures, are always more expensive. They are more explorative, like you need to have very fast iterations or experiments whether you find a certain segment which can be addressed profitable or not. The point is, even if you find some profitable ones, the likelihood that they are big and scalable is very limited. So it's either they are big but not profitable, too costly, not converting sufficiently, or repurchasing sufficiently, or they are small and profitable, but you can't scale them up.
Yeah. This makes me think of another theme. When I worked briefly for a publisher also here in Berlin, for a big media company, mostly doing video advertising. And this is where I first got exposed to programmatic. and it was something I wasn't familiar with. How would you explain programmatic if you had to explain it to a 5-year-old?
Yeah. Oh, to a 5-year-old, that's quite difficult. I would try to explain what rule-based is. Like, to a 5-year-old, you can have in German you would say Wundertüte. Is there an English expression of
mixed bag?
Mixed bag, yeah. You either have the choice to have a mixed bag, and the composition of this mixed bag each time is different, but I have a fixed price for your mixed bag. Or I have a rule-based situation when I get to price on an auction base what kind of items I'm going to purchase. So, and the advantage is a rule-based, you can make learnings from rule-based because you know what you're buying, you know how these increments you're buying are developing in your value chain. That will be difficult for a 5-year-old. But on the other side, a mixed bag is dependent from what your publisher has got for you in his inventory.
Yeah.
And whether there was already somebody who did cherry pick out of all the mixed bags and took the most valuable items out of your mixed bag.
Yeah, exactly. It's
cherry picking, and CPM sales is quite important situation you need to be aware if you are an advertiser.
If you're an advertiser, yeah, and if you're
as a publisher, you have different interests.
Yeah, you're worried about some weird ad with a virus in it showing up on your site, or I don't know. I guess the quality controls have gotten a lot better in terms of programmatic and determining what can run and what can't.
Yeah, well, those malware things are usually rather in the lower end of the cost per TKP or CPM.
Yeah.
With cherry picking, I mean, like if you have something like before programmatic, you had these CPM based of the shelf situation, or IO businesses, as we call them this time. The point is, if many of the publishers have two different models for the same inventory. So you have your premium sales and you have your programmatic sales. If your programmatic is also delivering ads to, for instance, retargeting businesses, there's a high likelihood that retargeting is already distributing the high value visitors to one party, and you as a IO partner only get the rest of the party.
Right.
Which might not be the most valuable.
Yeah, and so how does that concretely? How do you then measure success? Then you don't look at click rates, but then you look at conversions. Or
well, the ugly truth is you need to look at from end to end. That's really painful, and there's a huge amount of complexity. But you can't isolate it. Like, for instance, you can't only look at the CTR. You can't only look at the engagement, because engagement is one thing, but that doesn't necessarily equally correlates to transaction. And even transactions, behind transactions could be a newly acquired customer or an existing customer. So you need to differentiate, and you really need to correlate that from end to end.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, and one more question, I guess. I was always intrigued by CPM-based branding campaigns. Like, how do you measure something for a campaign success that's oriented on towards branding and not towards click rates or conversions?
Yeah, well, who actually still does that is usually brands who are willing to have a huge reach, but who aren't able to correlate it to a customer. So usually what you see, a direct to a D2C, a direct to consumer business model is able to correlate from branding upper funnel measures to a customer.
Yeah.
Someone who is in the non-direct business doesn't have that luxurious possibility. So reach is the only thing, and engagement the only thing they can measure. But attribution is a whole different topic then.
Yes. Okay. Well, it looks like that's just about all we've got time for. But yeah, it was fascinating. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
For coming. And now we have, I believe we have a video by Silicon Valley Bank.
Very good. Thanks for the very good question.
Yes.
Was mit der Stage war wirklich gut.
Welcome to Silicon Valley Bank's Germany branch. We work with the entrepreneurs, companies, and investors that are defining what comes next. This means we are fortunate to work with some of Germany's leading tech businesses and the people who invest in them. Our clients span emerging companies to Mittelstand to multinational enterprises. Germany's history is steeped in technological innovation, and the country is inventing the future too. And that inspires us to do everything we can to bring our clients' ideas to life and make their businesses successful, no matter where they are in the world or how large they become. We work with companies and individuals in technology, healthcare, venture capital, and private equity. That's it. That's all we do, and that keeps us on the pulse of the industries we serve. Like so many of the companies we work with, we got our start in Silicon Valley. But we quickly realized innovation is not constrained by geography. Today, we have a global presence that is strategically designed to be where our clients need us. Wherever the innovation ecosystem is thriving, there is a need for SVB to deliver service with an entrepreneurial spirit. And our clients demand a creative approach to lending that is designed to make life and business easier for them. And we're much more than just a bank. We strive to increase our clients' probability of success, and we do this as a partner to our clients, delivering what they need when they need it. We offer assistance to businesses that are expanding into offshore markets, with offices throughout the US, as well as in China, Israel, the UK, and Ireland. We are well positioned to help our clients make that leap. We host educational and networking events specifically designed for our clients. We make connections with potential business partners, investors, and other entrepreneurs. Our dedication to our clients is also reflected in our employees' dedication to their communities. We volunteer, fundraise, and make corporate donations to causes our employees and clients believe in. Our goal is not just to be your bank, but your business partner. Get in touch to see how we can help your business in Germany and beyond.
Wow, what an amazing video. Hey, my name's Anna. I'm heading the investor relations team at Project A, and I cannot wait to have Oscar here from Silicon Valley Bank. Oscar has been heading the Germany branch for quite some time now. He's been working for Silicon Valley Bank all over the globe pretty much. And Oscar, it's just amazing to have you here. Where are you? I hope you're well. I cannot see you yet, but I mean, it's 2020, right? We've all had computer anxiety many times in the past weeks and months. So, if you have any questions for the audience, you can always write in the chat. Let's wait another moment for Oscar to come. Oscar, where are you? I love chatting to you.
Here we are.
Oscar, good
Excellent.
to see you.
Excellent.
How
Good
have
to
you
see
been?
Anna. Great conference. It's really very impressed at the speakers, at the content. Great conference. Congratulations so far.
That's good to hear. So your day has been great. Oscar, let's have a nice chat. Let's talk about like topics that are going on out there, and let's also do a few funny and fast questions. I've got a cheeky one in mind that I'm going to pop up in the end. But
Okay.
first of all, I mean, you've been working for Silicon Valley Bank for such a long time. And I think speaking about Silicon Valley Bank, we always think about venture debt. Could you maybe share us what else Silicon Valley Bank has to offer?
Yeah, so Anna, look, we're very fortunate. We've been in the business now for almost 40 years on a global basis. We bank the majority of venture capital firms and the vast majority of startup companies globally and in the US. And I think that allows us to be not just a provider of debt financing, but really just like Project A, being at the center of the ecosystem, being an enabler through the network, through introductions. You know, we love lending money to early stage companies, growth stage companies, M&A transactions, and all of the above. But what we really, our goal really is to help entrepreneurs succeed. just like yours is. And so even if we don't end up lending money, which we love to do, if we can help entrepreneurs through our network, through introductions to VCs like yourselves, to other entrepreneurs, that's what really drives us and results in the ecosystem growing and in entrepreneurs becoming successful.
That makes a lot of sense. That's really interesting, Oscar. The entrepreneurs, I bet, have not had such a calm year this year, right? How would you say, by and large, the entrepreneurs out there manage their situation and their businesses?
Well, great question. I'll tell you, this year has been an MBA course for entrepreneurs because, around March the 15th, they had to start and change their entire way they operated their sales models, their employment models, their approach to the customer. And the one thing I think what this year taught to entrepreneurs, and I know it's a lesson which you, the partners at Project A, also were teaching, was you had to move fast. In March, you had to move really fast to pivot, to change the way that you reached out to customers, to control and reduce your costs, to extend your liquidity. And when you think of it, Anna, that was all compressed really into 6 to 8 weeks. You had to really reposition yourself. And I think in a way, that actually benefits the ecosystem because we now have a group of entrepreneurs who in many ways are much, much more experienced through good or bad as to how to react and pivot and change with market environments.
A bit of a stress test, wasn't it?
Absolutely. And continues.
Yeah, true. Let's see what happens. And how do you believe the year would have been without COVID? Any thoughts on that?
Well, when COVID began to rear its ugly head in February, late February, early March, in a way I was saying then it was a good cooling off period because things were getting so overheated and so rapid before COVID. Obviously it slowed things down in March and April, but I think as we've all seen, and this is the phenomena, the market has come back remarkably strongly. I mean, I think if you ask most of the delegates, listening today, if you asked them in March, would the market look as it is today? Everybody would have said no. And yet the amount of capital that's out there, the amount of entrepreneurial energy and startups, it's quite incredible. Had COVID not happened, would there have been a few more VC funds and PE funds raising funds this year? Maybe, because obviously fundraising for VCs was interrupted. International LPs went away. So I think fundraising would have been a little bit higher. And I think maybe some of the larger rounds, although, today, again, we saw Get Your Guide getting funded significantly. I think we would have seen a few more larger rounds. So I think those are the differences that we would have seen. Larger rounds and some VCs raising some funds this year as opposed to probably next year.
That's a very interesting point, actually. Speaking about rapid and VCs coming up or raising, since some industries such as fintech and digital health are in fact accelerated by COVID, do you reckon that there will be more fintech or digital health specific VCs coming up now in future, more than initially planned, because these industries got more momentum?
Well, let me tell you the story, Anna. So I've been in Frankfurt now for almost 3 years. And I go to my local delicatessen store, which at the beginning did not take credit cards. It was only cash. Mm-hmm. Today, they won't take cash. And that's happened in 6 months. And so when you look at and that's a very good development, I think, for Germany, because Germany was a little bit behind the curve.
Especially Berlin, right?
And so that's a great example. So I think I've read various reports that the fintech industry has been accelerated by at least 2 to 3 years. So we're almost where we are today. would have taken a couple of years to get to. And my local delicatessen store is an excellent example of that from that perspective.
I bet you're going there with that cheeky blue car, right?
Yes, exactly. And then look, digital health. I mean, you guys know only too well. You know, with your investment, your great investments. Look, digital health is here to stay. It's transformed the way that we're going to interact with our doctors and health practitioners. And again, it's accelerated the adoption of video interaction with health professionals has also accelerated hugely. So these things have had a positive impact on the evolution of certain key industries, as you say.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Yeah, absolutely. And by the way, the other day I read in the news, I bet like everybody did, you know, that Google maybe should be broken up now. Do you have any thoughts on that? I know I'm diving down a new path, but this topic is super interesting, and I know you have an opinion on this.
Yeah. And I will hasten to say that this is my opinion as opposed to Silicon Valley Bank's opinion. So
okay,
yeah. Look, you know, it is a bit. It's history repeating itself. Obviously, when you look at the history of big companies being broken up, etc. Look, there's no doubt, Anna, that if we were to start the internet today, knowing what we've learned over the past 25 years, we would start it a different way.
Yeah.
And the whole notion that, you know, individuals, we give our data and private information for free would be different today.
Yeah.
The way that the internet has evolved has allowed huge companies to obviously evolve and dominate, just as they had done in past industries. The key question is the consumer, is the user being hurt by this? Because ultimately, you know, in the US, antitrust laws are.
I can't hear you right now. Perfect.
Okay, are you back?
I'm back. You are too.
Are you back? Yeah. You know, so ultimately the question is the consumer being hurt? I don't think they are. And look, at the end of the day, Anna, and this is so true, it is the market will determine who the winners and losers are. And let us look back in history. 10 years ago, people were really wondering whether, you know, Microsoft had a future. You look back at Nokia, you look back at any of these technology companies who were hugely dominant, who at that time you said, no way can they fail. And so at the end of the day, no, I don't think Google should be broken up. I don't think it's damaging for consumer. And I think let market competition continue to thrive. And I think that's the key thing, that regulators have to make sure that competition, and that's driven by investors like yourselves and Silicon Valley Bank, but competition continues to grow around these companies, thereby giving consumers more choice.
Yeah, nice thought on this. Really interesting. I mean, tech is really the winner of Corona right now, and in the end, you can't stop it, right? Looking at all the indices out there, whether it's MSCI World, the Dow Jones, or S&P 500, it's always the top tech stocks that are really highly weighted in these indexes and really create the value, especially in the past years. This will probably continue. Where the valuations are going to be, who's going to be the stronger one in the next 5 years, nobody really knows, but it's definitely going to stay exciting.
Yeah.
And now, Oscar, to the audience, if there are any questions, please feel free to shoot. I'm going to try my best to catch them and share them here. Otherwise, Oscar, let's move on a little bit more to the funner or more casual questions. So I would actually be interested. Would you rather like to be stuck in a bikini or have your savings stuck in Wirecard?
The former.
Now all imagine Oscar in a bikini, please.
I'll go and change right now.
That's amazing. So your answer was?
Bikini.
Nice. Okay, Oscar. What about invisible or the ability to fly?
Oh, the ability to, that's a nice one. No, you know, what? Probably invisible. You're absolutely right. Invisible.
Ah, you're one of those spy people.
Exactly.
I'm
Yeah.
scared now. So I bet earlier when you came a little bit late, you were hiding already somewhere here.
Exactly.
Oscar. What about coffee or tea?
Oh, coffee every time. Even though I'm English by background, coffee every time. And my coffee consumption during COVID has risen to 35, 40%.
Oh my God. So what's another COVID habit you developed apart from drinking much coffee?
Drinking alcohol.
Oh, so is it red wine or white wine or beer or what is it? Tequila?
It's seasonal. So now it's red wine. In the summer, it's white wine. And with a heavier meal, it's German beer, Weissbier.
Great answers. Unfortunately, there's lockdown now. Otherwise, I would have said we have to grab a red wine soon. And Oscar, if you could do, this is one of my favorite questions. I bet some friends that are watching are going to smile now because I always ask that in big rounds. If you could do any job in the world, no matter if you'd be earning money or if you have the talent or what other people think, what would it be?
Yeah, I'd love to be in a marketing, in a advertising company. I'm not creative enough to be a creative director, but I love the creative aspects of marketing and sales. That's why I've been listening to a lot of these sessions today on marketing. And I would love to be in the sort of the relationship manager between the client and the creative side of the house, in able to try and connect the two, what needs to be created. I wasn't a huge fan of Mad Men, the TV series.
I was about to ask.
I knew you were, so that's why I preempted. But along those lines, and I've always thought of that because I've wanted to be creative, but I'm not creative enough. So and that's why I love working for Silicon Valley Bank, working with entrepreneurs who are creative. So I would have been in advertising, close to that creative side of the house.
And which agency do you find particularly interesting?
Well, for many years, I got to know Sir Martin Sorrell a little bit, who ran WPP in the UK, which is now part of Omnicom, one of the largest ones. He was quite an outspoken CEO, and for good and bad reasons. But it produced some of the great adverts of the world from that perspective.
What a nice answer. Oscar, we've only got 8 seconds left. It was, as always, so nice to chat to you. And one day I would love to see your creative side somewhere in action. I bet you were a bit humble here. See you soon.
Anna, thank you so much. Good
Bye
luck.
bye.
Thanks, everybody.
Hi, everyone. I'm Anna. I'm heading investor relations at Project A. And now I've got 2 people coming up here that should be familiar to me. That's Florian Heinemann, one of our general partners, and Philipp Werner, our CMO. So nice to have you.
Hi, Anna.
Hello, you too. So how has your day been? You've just been rushing here from your talk from Zero to Hero. Am I correct?
That's correct. And honestly, it feels a little rushed. We would have loved to answer more questions. There were quite some. But everybody who knows us also knows that we like to talk, and then time flies by.
Especially me.
Especially me. So if there are more questions, maybe we can take them here later, or just contact us on LinkedIn, because we really don't want to run away from them. We'd rather love to engage.
Definitely. Maybe you could share for this audience just briefly what your talk was about.
Yeah, so Florian and me tried to put the pattern that we were starting to see across the portfolio into a framework when it comes to marketing sophistication. So there's simply things that we see repeating themselves in the portfolio, and we try to put that into 6 stages of marketing maturity and quickly run through them and explain what we mean and see. And I hope we managed that. We could dive into 2 of 6 as planned, but it was a lot of content for a very little time.
Yeah, and that but I think that's the main thing here, that we just give like some spark or thought what you might focus on, and I think what helps, and we've learned that not only in marketing but in many other areas, that's like some kind of framework or some kind of, it can be very easy or very simple kind of system, helps you to make your decisions and your actions better. And I think that was just one example of that. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. I can imagine it makes it a bit more tangible, doesn't it? Yeah, so maybe let's speak a little bit about COVID. Oh, I bet this is a new topic today. But Flo, I would actually be interested in, what do you think are like the less obvious effects of COVID this year?
The less obvious effects of COVID, that's an easy question. I mean, it's becoming more visible now, but I think what will be quite a catastrophe, and I think that is something I haven't really found a solution for. It's like everybody involved, like cultural activities, like theaters and artists, etc. And if you're like a little bit familiar with this,
yeah.
I mean, people focus on, big company like Lufthansa, and obviously a lot of people are talking about restaurants because it's quite visible. Yeah, but I'm really, I mean, when this whole stuff is over, but I'm really looking or really keen to see is what happens with, like a little overlooked sector, which I think is the whole cultural sector. So let's see there. And I'm also, when it comes to tourism, I mean, a lot of people are concentrating on like the travel companies, that are not working anymore. But I think one of the big affected parties is the countries where these people travel to. Yeah.
Sure.
So and that is, I think, also often overlooked. Yes, I mean, TUI had other problems before than COVID, to be honest. Yeah, but where they ship people to, in those countries is often 80% of the income. Yeah, and those people in those countries don't have reserves like we have, and basically say, we shut the country down for months, and then we're going to pay 70% of the revenue of these companies we're going to pay. That's not a big issue. I mean, if you have no reserves and no other industry, so let's see. Yeah, and I think nobody cares about this, and so much right now, it at least doesn't get any media attention.
I'm not smiling because of what you're saying. I'm smiling because you made the point that you like to talk. That's me.
And I'm smiling because, speaking of Corona, I need to ask you, Flo, unfortunately, I didn't know, it's my fault, I'm sorry. Yeah, to move to that
Corona distance.
kind of, exactly. I think now nobody saw how it was before. This is how it always was. Okay, so Philip, actually, I've got a question. So one of those quick ones. No more marketing or no more French?
Oh, that's hard. French then.
No more French, okay. And
it's an insider though, because
it's an insider.
Anna knows that I like France a lot. I've been studying there. I know the language very well and have friends there. But if I had to decide, then obviously it would be the job that I'm doing on a daily basis.
Flo, I have one for you. Always stuck in a bikini or all your savings stuck in Wirecard? Imagine Flo in a bikini now.
I'll probably go for the bikini. Like, I don't care so much about my outer appearance, as you know. So I guess, being stuck in the bikini is actually something I could get used to, I guess.
What about others? I don't know if they could. No, I'm kidding. And Philip, no more red wine or no more coffee?
No more red wine. I'm addicted to coffee.
And no shoes or no phone?
Ooh, I think no shoes then.
No shoes. That's very interesting. And what about on Netflix? Social Dilemma or House of Cards?
Oh, House of Cards. I'm a huge fan.
Oh my God, you did not answer correctly. Now I don't know what to do, but nevertheless, it was your birthday, wasn't it?
recently.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, happy belated birthday. And you did not yet get a present from your team. Am I correct?
Maybe.
Then I have a present for you.
Oh, I'm blushing.
Even though you gave me the wrong answers. Maybe this is your present. Maybe you could explain the audience what this is.
Well, I don't know, but I think it's the box you see in the Social Dilemma
Yeah.
where you can put your phone in
Exactly.
in order not to be distracted and to basically fight your habit of spending too much time on social media. Is that the message that I'm trying to? So do I spend too much time on social?
No. I've just been told that you really enjoyed this documentary or appreciated it. Maybe you could elaborate what messages you appreciated and which maybe not. So your team had the idea to give you this. I was hoping that you would give me your phone and I could immediately pop it in there, but I guess I'm just going to put your shoes in there in a bit. But yeah.
Yeah, right. First of all, thanks. I think this is a great surprise. Well, I like the documentary. It was very American, of course, and a bit exaggerated probably. But for everybody working in digital marketing, I think it's a must-see because it highlights some of the things that we need to solve, right? So there are definitely too many rabbit holes that you can easily fall into, and your attention is being soaked in by these platforms, and that also strengthens the distance that there is between, at least in the US, between Democrats and Republicans, as we can see in the current political climate over there.
Absolutely.
So I really enjoyed that, but it's also painting a very dark picture for the future, which I don't necessarily agree to that extent, but it's definitely something that mostly tech people in the Silicon Valley, I think, have to fix.
With what exactly do you not agree?
Well, it's very, how do you say, it's very dramatic, right? So it does definitely influence the current election, I think, and
Yeah.
also the last one, obviously. But do I agree that it's so dystopian as they pointed out in the documentary? Not yet, I would say. But I'm also not seeing these algorithms from the inside. So
Yeah.
those guys talking there, I think, have probably more knowledge on that than me.
Yeah. And what about Flo? Do you also have an opinion on this?
Yeah, I also thought, I mean, it's if you have kids, and I have 4, you are not only seeing basically yourself or with yourself how much you're addicted to this. I mean, and also email can be an addiction. That's it's not just TikTok; it's also email. I think that's very, very important. But what I thought, probably to add that point, I think, and that I didn't agree so much with this. It's painted kind of they're like little dark masterminds behind those companies, and I think that's not necessary. I think for me, one of the key insights was that even if you just design an economically extremely efficient system, this is the outcome. Yeah. Because certain content produces high engagement, and if you just want to optimize kind of for a money making kind of enterprise, then echo chambers, self-reinforcing echo chambers are the result of this. And it doesn't need to have like this evil mastermind like Putin or some kind of Russian think tank operation undermining this. Yes, I mean, that adds to it. Yeah, but it's enough that if you provide people with certain content they highly engage on, after some time the natural kind of result of this will be self-reinforcing echo chambers, and content then highly emotionalizes people tends to be content that is divisive. Yeah. So, and then you'll see more and more divisive content, and that's just a natural mechanism without anybody evilly planning it. But it's just a logical result of what's happening if you're just doing a very good and consequent job. And I think that is probably something they should have stressed a little more, because I think everybody that has met the decision makers at Google or whatever, they all would probably say, those are not, this is not Dr. No from James Bond or whatever. This is, they're smart people, and I think they didn't really see coming what's happening there. And I think what shouldn't underestimate is also the great effect that a lot of the internet has. Yeah, I mean, and I think that shouldn't be forgotten. I think, and that has always been the case. I mean, in human innovation, there's always a good side in things, and then you have to manage the bad side. Yeah, and now it's the same thing with nuclear power, and the same thing with whatever. I mean, with any invention we came up with, there's a good side to it, and then there's a negative side, and then you have to manage. You have to understand the negative side and have to manage it. And I think that's what we need to do now. And I'm sure this will happen. Yeah, but that does not mean cutting off everybody from social media. That's not the solution. It's rather finding other ways without me really knowing how that is possible.
Like this one.
Like this one. But learning to live with it in a smarter way. And I think we will. Yeah. I think we will.
So you don't think the world would be better off if we would turn off, for example, Instagram now for everyone?
Yeah, but on the other hand, I mean, Instagram gives also small businesses a reach to the world to present their products. Yeah, so or it gives creators, or you might argue that it democratized access of individuals to a lot of to a great audience, same way that Google did, like Google advertising. And before you had like large media conglomerates that controlled the audiences, and now like everybody with a credit card can participate in digital advertising. And on Instagram, on TikTok, formerly unknown creators, if they do a good job along the algorithm, have a chance to present themselves and their products, and that's per se something that's good. Yeah. And why should you basically say somebody has the right to cut that off because you don't like it? I think we have to manage the negative effects of it.
Yeah.
Which is addiction, and which is people and I think that was kind of the most shocking thing in Social Dilemma, that first dates of young Americans actually are going down. Yeah, so it as like a negative impact on real social life behavior, which is not good for your health, and has like impact on suicide rates and all this kind of stuff. So that's obviously not good. But I don't know whether the solution is cutting it off. I think it's more we have to find ways, and probably also force the companies to come up with smarter ways. The same way that Facebook has started to invest a lot into, it was 5 years ago, they said, we are just a platform. Yeah. So anybody can write whatever, and whatever happens on a platform, we don't give a shit. Yeah. I mean, that was, in short, the answer. And then they built like a 40,000 people army, to start checking the content. And they start to invest a lot into AI to check the content. Is it perfect? No, but it has gotten a lot better. Yeah. So, and I think this is exactly what needs to happen there.
Yeah.
So I'm not talking. That means you have to pressure people. I think that's also one thing. And the biggest thing I think we need to pressure the big platforms on is paying taxes. Yeah. So that is.
But that's happening now, right?
That's also happening.
I mean, also in Europe.
That's also happening. So and that could happen in a much more consequent kind of way. But that doesn't apply not only to tech platforms, but also to many others. Yeah, but many other players. But I think we'll find solutions for that. And the same goes for social media kind of misusage.
Yeah. Did you want to add anything to this?
No, I think Flo made a very good point here. I also wouldn't vouch in favor of cutting Instagram off. I think it really comes to managing the negative effect. It definitely has on multiple angles. But I also think that the people behind this are working on it, because they also know, and by now it's hitting the media so much that there's no way around it. And you can see all the social platforms working on trying to manage negative content. I mean, if you look at Twitter and everything they've done recently, also in light of the elections, and managing somewhat Trump's tweets to the extent that's possible, or at least starting with that. So I think there's a lot to come, and they've realized that it needs to more actively be controlled or managed.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. I actually, before I started here at Project A, at about 4 years ago, right, I started to write this children's book. I never finished it. I don't have children. Maybe you can comment on this, but I had this idea of writing a book called Die Maus mit dem Handy aus. So the mouse without a phone. And I thought, like, because when I was at the beach on Ibiza at some point, I was lying there, and I was on one of those nice sunbeds, and then I saw a bigger sunbed, and it had like 4 super cute children on it, but they were all on a tablet. tablet or iPhone or I don't know what. And I was shocked because back in the days I would be building a sandcastle or something. Like, how can they opt for being in the shadow and like play a stupid game they could play also when it's raining? So I started to write this book, and it was about this mouse that had siblings. I hope it's interesting for you. And they all have a tablet or an iPhone or something. But then the main mouse, the iPhone broke, so it didn't have it. And then the mouse and the family went on a holiday. And then you can imagine how the scenes are. So in the first scene in the restaurant, it's the father's birthday. And the mouse is at the table in the restaurant, and they're all on the phone. And this one is kind of left out because it has nothing to play with. Then the cook through the kitchen sees that the mouse hasn't got a phone and says to the waiters, get this little mouse in the kitchen. And then together they bake this amazing cake. And then they go out and the little mouse delivers this cake, and the little siblings are jealous. They are like, oh, where's this mouse getting so much attention? But they still don't understand it's because she was engaging with something. And the next scene is at the beach. So the older siblings are on their tablet or iPhone, and the little mouse is actually building a sandcastle. And then this woman comes around and she's like, hey, are you participating in the sandcastle competition? And the woman is like, then the little mouse is like, no. Not that I know. Oh, I hope we're still online. Something happened here. Anyway, I'm just going to continue with my monologue. And then the woman, at some point, the little mouse wins the sandcastle competition. And I think you got the gist of my story now and what the moral is. But this is when the siblings are like super pissed because they big time missed out. Like there was a massive FOMO creation. And the moral of the story is that actually sometimes it's worth putting the phone or whatever away because you're really missing out on great stuff and also becoming creative or like developing your skills. Yeah.
That was my highlight of the day. Thank you.
Yeah. I hope.
But I think it's.
Would you buy the book?
Come
on.
Just for you, Anna.
No.
I would buy the book, but it's no.
That's social suicide now.
No, but I think it's true. I mean, if you look at your own behavior, also if you look at behavior of children, my own, and also behavior of children, it's. I mean, one has to acknowledge that the quality of the games and the content that's on mobile phones, etc., is simply very good. Yeah. So you have to provide very good alternatives. Yeah, whether that's sports or whatever. And I think that is the solution is not basically prohibit people using mobile phones, but providing very decent alternatives. And I think that is something that's possible. And I see that also with my children. If you expose them to great experiences offline, they like it, yeah, and they will pursue it. And if you don't, if they get bored, and that's why I think one of the main kind of principles in the past was, oh yeah, children need to have need to have a boring time, otherwise, they will not develop creativity or whatever. And I think that's not, unfortunately, no longer true. You have to bombard them with like good experiences, unfortunately.
Thank you so much, Flo. I think the time is up. We've got two questions. One is, I forgot my glasses. What was the name of the mouse? I don't have one yet. If you can come up with one, ideally sex neutral, for example, Luca, that would be amazing. Or, and somebody said everyone would buy the book. Thank you so much. Then I guess I'll finish it.
And Patrick, Patrick basically asked, what's the product on the couch there? Is that for putting mobile phones in? Yes, Patrick.
Yes.
It is. Yeah.
You can lock them.
And send me mouse name ideas. I would appreciate it.
Yeah.
Bye.
Thank you, Anna.
Thank you.
Welcome to the Project A Knowledge Conference. Stay tuned for very insightful sessions.
Yeah. Okay. Then we will continue. And we have Nina Reike here. Nina? More than welcome to sit in a Corona-compliant 1.5 meters away from me. And I think, did you have a good conference so far? Was it okay for you?
Yes,
You
very
just
much.
you just hit your chat, right?
Yes, I just ran over here.
That's very kind of you. It's it's like I like digital conferences, to be honest, because I think it's like quite efficient to gather a lot of knowledge. But I think it's sometimes the experience is sometimes a little difficult. I think if you don't see that many people.
Yeah.
But yeah, let's see. I mean, tools are improving. I think the tool we're currently using, the Run the World tool, is already pretty cool in many aspects. But I think we're still not at iPhone stage when it comes to digital conference tools in terms of usability. Just catching up a little bit on you as a person, you're managing partner at Sasserath Munzinger Plus or Plus. What are you guys doing there? Basically, can you just describe that for just the people that haven't listened to your talk?
Yes, we're a small consultancy based in Berlin, and we're focused on brand innovation and culture. Basically, brand being our main focus.
And you just came up with a really cool study. That's also why you basically came to our conference and presented that study a little bit. Can you talk a little bit about that? I mean, well, you looked at platform brands.
Exactly.
What are platform brands?
Platform brands. Well, last year I was just realizing that since platforms are the most successful business model in many markets and are basically even many of your startup companies are also platforms. There's a lot of innovation happening there.
They're just trying to be platforms.
Trying to be building up platforms. I was wondering from a brand perspective, is there anything different about managing a platform brand in comparison to product brands or corporate brands? And there was nothing really around on this. So I decided to do a small study. It's basically really a small study. I just talked to a couple of experts, people who manage platform brands or people from academics, just to figure out how does it work.
And what's the main difference, you think? I mean, what makes it more difficult to run platform brands compared to regular kind of brands that, like, I don't know, if you're Henkel, you're fully controlling your brand from one end to the other. What's with platform brands with all these, fuzzy elements you don't fully control?
I think that's the main issue, the lack of control, because in the past year, brand management has been about managing the brand experience, trying to understand every touch point and managing your brand's experience and optimizing it. With platforms, it's a little bit different because you can only control so much. Which is why you, on the one hand, have to sort of accept this lack of control, but also have to define how you actually can design and build your brand experience through things like the benefits. So I think that's really at the core of building a successful platform brand, is being clear what's your benefit, which should be some real world problem that you solve, and then basically growing from there.
So it's not so much controlling every little aspect of your appearance, but it's more about really thinking about what my core is and defining that and bringing that forward.
Exactly. And also one other thing that I think was very surprising to me, of course, platforms are digital business models that are able to scale quickly, which is also why it's so interesting from a startup point of view to build a platform. But actually, platforms are at the core a very human thing. So it's basically are places where humans meet, and this needs to be reflected in the brand. So in the way the brand behaves, the brand looks.
I don't know whether you can follow that thought, but one thing that comes to my mind when you talk about that, one element that we look at quite a lot is personal branding. Yeah, and it's easy if you're Tesla and the only person speaking for you is Elon Musk. Yeah, then Tesla is Elon Musk and vice versa. But I mean, you see it more and more that employees of companies start to post on LinkedIn or are active on conferences and you developing their personal brands, but they're also kind of ambassadors for companies at the same time. I mean, that sounds to me like a similar problem. If you have people going out and being ambassadors, like partners in your platform kind of business, you also don't fully control them. You want them to be authentic, but still, you want to benefit from it. Yeah, because I think if you have employees active on LinkedIn, that's something that's good. I mean, they shouldn't post something politically incorrect or be really divisive or whatever. But in general, it's good if people start to go out and be an ambassador for the company. But would you say that's a similar kind of problem, or could be viewed similar?
I think that's probably very relevant to most companies and especially platforms to have people as sort of ambassadors, because I think real people and real leaders, they can create trust. They can build relationships, and because trust is really a big issue for most platforms. There's also a significantly lower level of brand trust in platform brands. So real people, they can make up for that. They can basically establish a form of trust through what they stand for and what they communicate.
Completely different kind of, or not completely different, but moving probably a little bit away from that. I mean, there's some people that basically say, okay, in the digital world, you have reviews and that are establishing trust, and the reviews kind of replace, what we see as traditional brands. So if you are Henkel and you produce, or if you are L'Oreal and you spend a lot of money on some kind of communication and branding communication, but your product is shitty and the reviews are shitty, then it's not really worth spending the money. So what would you say when people say brands lose value as an orientation point, a little bit at least, due to reviews and more like social interaction? Is that true? Because I mean, there's other people basically say no. There's like in uncertain times and with so much around, you need brands, and brands are more important than ever. I mean, that's like the opposite point of view. Do you have any view on that? I mean, obviously, if you're a brand consultancy, you cannot really say, forget about it. I mean, brands are going down the drain. But is there any studies on that, whether brands are actually losing or gaining kind of in importance?
That's a very great question. I don't really know from the top of my head. Just going back to your point of reviews. I mean, reviews are really the subject of manipulation as well. I mean, if you look at reviews, product reviews on Amazon, there's a whole industry faking those reviews. So basically, there's a trust issue with reviews as well.
Absolutely.
So in the end, I think brands are still important, and not only towards consumers in the markets, but especially in platforms. The brand needs to build a connection not only to the consumers, but also to the different sides of the markets, and also to employees and potential employees. So the brand has a much bigger role today than just selling products. So I believe brand is really as important as it's always been, or maybe even more so.
When do you think, like as a startup, because we have like entrepreneurs here, or people working for startups, mainly in the audience, I mean, a lot of startups, at least in an earlier stage, don't care so much about brand. I mean, they might have something like a style guide, but that's only a small part of a brand. When would you basically say, or would you recommend to also early stage startups to really become very conscious of what their core brand is? Or is that something that evolves over time? Or what do you normally see? Or what would be your recommendation? Is that something that you should spend time on rather early? Or is it something that you also can let go for the first, I don't know, 1 or 2 years, and then it kind of evolves, and then you do this kind of brand development afterwards?
Probably both. As I see it, brand is sort of thinking about the brand helps you to think about what you are, what you want to sell, what your identity is. So it's more of a tool that helps you with other issues as well. What's probably important for startups is, of course, you don't have 6 months to figure out your brand positioning and defining your vision. You have to basically develop these strategic foundations much quicker, which is possible. But then you have to constantly adjust and pivot and learn and build from that. So I think you have to think about the brand from the beginning, but then just keep doing so. And also, it's a team effort, so it's not just one person's job.
Makes sense. I mean, as we have also people here that want to do something digital, but are maybe also interested in like working in that kind of space. I mean, just as a career kind of advice. I mean, if you want to work for Sasserat, Munzinger Plus, or a similar kind of company, what's the background of the people working for you or working at your company, and what would you advise like young university graduates that want to get into this kind of field? What is a good background, or is there no such thing as a good background?
People in our company come from rather diverse backgrounds. So some have a background in communications, like myself, or marketing, or psychology, or sociology. So these are basically the traditional backgrounds that can lead to this kind of career. I think most importantly, you need to be interested to dive deep into anything really, and spend a lot of time reading, making PowerPoint slides, analyzing, and also be creative at the same time.
Okay, but and so is it, as far as I understood you would also still advise going into this kind of industry or into this kind of area? It's still something, if brands are still relevant, it's something that people still will seek advice on in the future. That's pretty sure. Can you talk a little bit about like what are the typical clients how does a typical project look like that you guys are doing? I mean, is it mainly startups? Is it mainly corporates? Who's coming to you?
A little bit of everything. We work for big corporates as well as small startups, as well as non-profits, and even FC St. Pauli. And typical projects are anywhere between 4 weeks and a whole year, or so from big and small, there's pretty much everything.
And FC St. Pauli, that's a very good point. I mean, yes, they probably have a problem on the soccer field or on the football field in terms of performance, but they don't seem to have a brand problem. I mean, they seem to be pretty clear positioned. That's at least with my humble opinion. But why do they approach you and basically say, what can you do for somebody like that?
Well,
apart from like helping them to find a better coach.
Well, I mean, their biggest challenge is always managing, like being a professional and basically also commercially successful football club, while at the same time they're very much like the fans have a huge influence, and they're trying to keep them from basically selling out and selling their soul to sponsors. So that's basically a very delicate balance between sort of being sort of a grassroots Hamburg St. Pauli football club, but at the same time being able to pay the bills.
Yeah, that's true. And you cannot probably be hyper successful as FC St. Pauli. That would not, be true to your brand kind of DNA. One thing that we have one question that comes up quite a lot when you talk to startup organizations is, okay, now we are grown up a little bit and we received, Series B, 10 million funding. Now I want to do, brand advertising. And before they were really nimble in terms of, doing SEA advertising, and whether, and when the Google AdWords conversion cost €2 too much, it was cut off. And now they want to spend 2 million on TV. Yeah. Would you say that in order to build a brand as a startup that has grown to a certain size, does brand building still rely heavily also on communication that transports the kind of messages of that brand? Or is it possible to create a brand also just by putting a very good product out that's used in a certain way, by content and storytelling around it? So how important, because I mean, we come from a world where I at least have the impression that a lot of brand building has been based on communication. And that kind of shifted also with interactive products. And Google, for example, has a great brand, and you don't perceive them being huge spenders on this brand. It's just like you experience the brand, and thereby you kind of build an imagination in your head. So how has this changed, or or how important is still like this communication in brand building from your perspective?
That probably depends on the market and also the competition and basically your product. So if you have a situation where you're a completely new product, you don't have any competition, and your product is so great, maybe investing in your product, which is also part of the main part of the brand, is more relevant than communication. But it really depends on the situation. So that's hard to say. But if you look at the world, it seems to me that most brands still need to communicate to reach an audience, to reach their target group. But I think how they're doing so is changing. So it's probably less TV, it's more digital and social and other means of communication. It's changing, but the need to communicate, I guess, is still there.
One question that's a little tied to that is, people also basically, obviously everybody wants to create, if they're a B2C startup, they want to create a great iconic brand, but very few are actually able to do that. Yeah. And the question is, from your experience, if you have the right playbook, how likely is it actually that you're able to achieve this? Yeah. Because to be honest, my hypothesis is, yes, you need to adhere to a certain playbook, but then there are also a lot of things that you don't control need to come into place at the same time. And then, this results into this kind of, but it's something that I'm not sure how well this can be planned from scratch and then be executed on it with like 90% accuracy. I mean, how big is like this element of luck or, just ambiguity that you cannot really control in brand development? Can you do you have a view on this?
Well, I'm not really sure, but I think there's no playbook. It's probably a mixture of luck, but also maybe having the right vision, and also some craziness probably, which is required to strive to that mission or vision. So I don't think there's a real playbook for that. That would be too easy.
It would be too, and I mean, yes, you have this, and you have a strong survivor bias. Yeah, I mean, you have people that are like Jägermeister, for example. I mean, they used to be a pretty shitty brand when I was young, and now they're like really cool. Yeah, so and yes, they. In hindsight, you might kind of reconstruct the process how that happened, but doing that, I think, upfront and really understanding what exactly will lead to something and to a certain perception, I think, is extremely hard. Yeah. So, but it's and that's probably why people also still like to invest so much in active communication, because that's something that you control to a very large degree, and other things might just happen, and so that's a very interesting aspect. So thanks a lot for your time. If there is any more questions that you might have, or if you want to get in touch with you guys, you are on LinkedIn.
I'm on LinkedIn. Yeah.
And,
so also the study, if anyone's interested, get in touch.
Either get in touch with Nina. We can also send out the study if you want to get in touch with us. So we also will distribute it. So if you contact either us or Nina on LinkedIn, you'll get it. Yeah. Thanks a lot for your time.
Thank you. Ja, vielen Dank.
Vielleicht erinnert sich noch. Ja. Tschüss.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. The next guest that we'll have here. Did you already do your talk, Markus? I just finished it. That's
Coming
great.
right out of the wonder, wonderful wonder link.
Yeah. So Dr. Markus Wibben. Yeah.
Hey, wherever the cameras are. Hey, Flo.
Yeah.
Hi.
It's number 1 and number 8. I
Oh
think
yeah,
it's
the lit
active.
one. Hey,
Yeah.
great. Hey,
Yeah.
Flo, how are you?
I'm all right. I hope you had a pretty good talk.
It is. I think I really didn't get to see much of the comments. I was very busy speaking, but
Yeah.
hopefully it was good. Yeah, a lot of people attended, so I'm very happy. That's
Yeah.
great.
That's good. Let's see. I mean, how whether we're going to move back to like real conferences next year.
Yeah.
But I guess for now we have to do it this way. And then
The one thing is stable is the good weather on during your knowledge days, right? That's interesting at your conf. Yeah.
That's true. That's true. That's always the same kind of problem that we have. What would be great, I mean, for the people that have not attended your talk, which I guess will be most that are here, is it? Can you give us a little bit of background of yourself, and then also what CrossEngage does? Because I mean, it's not something that's as easily explainable as LilyDo or Trade Republic or something like that. So it's a little more complex. So how did you get where you are, and what is CrossEngage doing?
Yeah. So actually, I'm a computer scientist by nature. Did this good old computer science diploma a couple of years ago, but very fast got interesting in data-driven marketing. I was really flabbergasted by concepts like payback that started in the early 2000s, and I was really interested what was behind that. So after finishing my master's or my diploma in computer science, I did a PhD in marketing and data-driven marketing. So very much what people nowadays call machine learning. We applied support vector machines and all kinds of neural networks to customer data sets to understand what drives customer retention. That's where I came from, and then I was actually inclined to do some academic work. I actually wanted to become a professor at one point, but stopped it because I thought I really want to go into the action. And then I actually a couple of stages also worked with you at Rocket Internet, but saw that customer retention, albeit being the one single driver of customer profitability, it was heavily neglected, especially in young and still small e-commerce companies. A lot was put into acquisition. I was really not happy about this, and so I looked at the tool landscape in the retention space, and I found these big platforms like Salesforce, Oracle Responses was a big thing back then, and they all had the same issue. They couldn't really handle data. It was easy to send out an email and create a nice template, but without the right target group, a behavioral-based target group, no relevance is created. And then, if you looked at these platforms, creating, finding customers that where the third last purchase was, I don't know, a New Balance, wasn't easy. That you needed tech guys to do this, and I was a tech guy. I can program, so it was kind of easy. But looking at my colleagues, it was just they were like, okay, let's send the gender-based newsletter to and spray and pray. And I thought that's not the way to go for it. And that's when I started thinking about how to create a software that can actually create more relevant customer groups and segments that we can target across channels. And that's how we started CrossEngage basically. And
6 years ago, right?
5 years, yeah.
5 years.
5.5 years ago,
Yeah.
at the beginning of 2015. And where the term, what people now refer to as a customer data platform, wasn't even really, out in the market. We knew that there is kind of this use case around, using first-party customer data in a smart way. That's very important. First-party customer data, and use it in a smart way that reflects behavioral changes of customers. We are all not the same, right? Life changes. I change. I will be different and have different attitudes tomorrow than I have today, probably. And we needed something dynamic that can really give the basis for great relevant customer communications. And actually, this term CDP spread out a lot more. So, and that was really good for us because it actually spread out in the market. But what we also saw was that with more data comes more responsibility. So this excuse of, oh, we don't have the data, and you might know this from back in the days as well, right? The guys in CRM saying, oh, we don't have any data to do really cool, email marketing. And what happened, in the recent years was that, so many data sources came out that what they're now saying is, we have so much data, we don't know what to do, right? So what we also see at CrossEngage, and just to wrap up, that is that we have a customer group that's super smart, intelligent, that can, use, all this data, but we also have a group that needs assistance. And that's kind of explains our latest move by merging with a company from Hamburg who's built a customer prediction platform called G-Predictive. Now under the brand of CrossEngage, we joined forces. And now CrossEngage we call it a customer operating system consisting of a customer data platform and a customer prediction platform that will using what is called auto machine learning that will identify the relevant customer groups given a certain target and behavior. That's what we do.
Can you explain a little bit, like quite concretely, if I'm, I don't know, Flo's shoe shop, and I'm trying to sell shoe. I mean, what do you do for me? I mean, if I'm Flo's shoe shop and I have a customer base of 500,000 customers, across Germany, across a whole range of, different segments. Some like running shoes. I see that some have bought, flip flops. Others have bought €1,000 Gucci shoes. So I know that, but what is kind of what do I do with this now with CrossEngage?
Yeah, one of these, one of the very common use cases is that usually your marketing budget is limited, right? You have a certain amount of budget, and the question is, who should I be contacting either to create, let's say, cross-sell? Maybe somebody buys another shoe. And what kind of a shoe that could be? Who do you acquire, especially this new trend of a direct mail is quite expensive, but also very effective. So who do we prioritize?
So, direct mail, you're talking offline, like
we're talking offline.
You're talking about a real letter.
Yeah, a real letter, and it works pretty nicely. I'm actually opening quite a bit again, and it was really funny. I saw Monaco France a couple of weeks ago, and there was actually this joke about so much direct mail being in the mailbox that he just threw it away, and it was like, this doesn't happen anymore. People are actually opening the letters again, so it's a really effective measure. And we as CrossEngage, we want to be channel agnostic, so we want you as a shoe retailer be able to reach the right customer on the right channel, and then what is the right customer is the one that's most likely. Given, if we had unlimited marketing budget, we'd always be doing everything, right? But we need to prioritize, and that's the idea. Who is the most probable segment for a given task? Maybe cross-selling, maybe reactivation. What kind of a voucher? How high is the voucher? Is it percentage? Is it a money-based thing? Is it so absolute value? How many offers? What contact frequency? Right? You can, is it?
How do you know these things? I mean,
we're collecting data from all sources, so that could be either. Given you have an online store, we'd be having a tracking snippet on your site that tracks all this behavior. We are a behavioral machine. That means we have this event tracking logic, like some people might know segment.com. So this, everything's behavior. So we collect that from the websites, and it's pretty generic. We have companies that send food boxes. So they send us an event called food box, dispatched, or wasn't picked up, or this kind of stuff. So very deep information that we have from the web, but we also get data from data warehouses, from shop systems. Customer service is super interesting for us as well. And in order to understand how was the interaction, right? If I have a call into the call center and I'm complaining, and 10 minutes later I get the happy family buy from Flo's online shop, and there was just an issue, it doesn't really work, right? So that's also a very good source. And of course the POS data, also very interesting in this case, and trying to bring this together to really have a 360-degree view on customers, because I totally believe in content personalization,
Mhm.
but if you don't have the right target group for the content is gone. I always have this, if you send me a letter of of weapons of mass destruction, I could be the best products in the world, could be best prices, I won't buy it, right? If you send it to some dictator,
Mhm.
that actually then content personalization actually makes sense, but it all depends on the right target group before investing anything into content marketing. Yeah.
To what degree? I mean, there's some people that also argue great product, it will sell by itself, as long as you invest enough in the product. To what degree or can you actually compensate a not so great product with very good CRM measures, and how do the two interplay? I mean, does a very good product that has a unique selling proposition, do they need like all this understanding of, in order to good CRM, do they need active CRM?
Yeah.
Is it only the mediocre products that need it, or what would be the argument here?
So I think we have to see two. So there's a difference between B2B and B2C. When I start with B2B, people do not buy the product or feature. They buy a solution, and part of the solution is the competence of the company selling this, so the brand value and everything around that, right? I'm not just kind of putting a tool on the table, but I show you how to use that tool and how to make most of it, and that's where that's how clients are making the B2B space, are making the decisions. So you can have the best product if you don't have the customer experience and the service around that, making more out of this product, you will lose potential, right? And that gets even worse if your product is mediocre, right? Is not as up to speed, is not the best in the world. You still get the purchases, right, if you have the best product, but there's a lot more you can leverage around that. That will create word of mouth. It will create retention. It will create free advertisements for you. And that's in my view, interesting part for the B2B space. In the B2C space, I think it's especially with the trend of direct-to-consumer brands, there's a lot around creating an experience around the brand. It's not only we have this new whatever water, if Viva Con Aqua, for example, right? We don't have this is superior water, but what they're doing around it, how they communicate what they do around this is part of the product. So the experience, even in the B2B setting, is part of the product. There is not just one little thing, okay, buy it off. That's not what it is, right? And so I believe that the right customer experience with an individual brand experience is part of the product, may it be B2B or B2C.
A big topic in marketing overall is like AI. Yeah, so everything is AI,
Yeah.
and the question is really, what is the practical use case of this in CRM? Yeah. So, I mean, because everybody's, we're falling behind. China is so much smarter in terms of BI. Does it basically mean that, they will basically destroy us all over? But and I think a lot of people lack an understanding, including me sometimes, what does it actually mean? And I think in marketing, it's a pretty good use case to illustrate what the usage or the use cases around AI can actually be. Can you describe a little bit to the audience how AI, what kind of role is AI playing in this kind of area? I mean, what can you do with AI practically, and what are also the prerequisites that AI will actually work? Yeah, because I think often people overestimate the power of AI. You cannot just throw data at it and then it will somehow miraculously come up with a great solution. But you need a lot of prerequisites also in order for it to work in a productive kind of way. But it would be great if you could illustrate some examples here.
Well, first question, like, what are the benefits of AI? And that really comes down to understanding who your target group is. Is it the marketer? And the market, as I said, right, has problems handling these huge amounts of data. If you are not like an IT guy, BI guy, if Martin Lutsch would come in the game and he'd say, like, I'll just do the SQL query and then I know what my target group is and I can kind of, your director of data, right? I mean, like, he would be able to do this. Marketers can't. So a marketer needs a machine that, especially in CRM, is offering the opportunity space. What are segments that are targetable? For example, we envision across Engage be the assistant to the marketer. So when you log in the morning, it says, hey, Flo, there are 20,000 people that changed their category preference from shoes to shirts. Do you want to target these people? Right? So they open up opportunities, and then you as a marketer, you can concentrate on what you're supposed to do, and there's great tactics, great strategy, and making this really great instead of, oh God, what are my target groups? How do I get there? Because the effect is what we see is very, very low quality newsletters because they just don't have the time. So this is part one of AI. Who can benefit from AI as the marketer? On the consumer side,
because AI is solving this problem of identifying opportunities.
Exactly. And then it's up to the market, especially in CRM, to choose the opportunities. And in kind of ad tech, it's a bit different in terms of like, just get me the customers. And I don't really want to know how you do this. Just get me the customers. In CRM, there's this, I think Sail Through tried it to be super AI based, kind of, we do everything. The CRM managers didn't like that because they want to have control more of what's going on because it's such a one-to-one interaction. So we believe in presenting opportunities and options that marketers can do on that day or on the long.
I actually like that point because we also see that in other ventures that are applying AI that, there's no full automation run by AI, but it's often we call like hybrid or assisted approaches where there's something done based on AI or whatever it is, like in that case, concretely like machine learning model that, will generate some kind of suggestions, but then a human being will act based on that. And I think oftentimes it's also a lot more efficient than trying to go for full automation. I mean, we see that at large scale when you see autonomous driving.
Yeah,
it's extremely hard to achieve. Yeah,
but it's a single use case.
And it's extremely hard to achieve because it's a very complex use case. But if you have a lane assist kind of thing, the question is whether lane assist is already qualifying for AI. But that's probably like a different question. But that's very useful. Yeah, that something helps you in the car to keep on the lane, but it's far away from full autonomous driving, but it's still very useful to have it. Yeah, and give you certain guidance in that regard. And I think that is, I think, a very good point that it's not always the full automation, but it can very well be automizing parts of the value chain of the process that can also so it would be an identification of opportunities. What else do you see? Where is AI have practical value here?
Yeah, and then in terms of the end consumer itself and the experience, one thing you were just saying, like what's the use for the consumer? First thing an AI can detect is, are you already fed up with the frequency of how much I contact you? Do you actually want to be personalized? Yeah, we can try that out. An AI machine can find out, do you want to be personalized? Because it's just plain wrong that, you should be personalizing everyone from the first purchase. It's just wrong. People don't want to be personalized. People just want to, create trust and value with the brand and then kind of give data, right? And there's so many decisions and so many people, and the target groups, they're so split. I mean, we basically look at society, right? We have so many different people, different groups in terms of, data privacy, data usage. Do they like marketing? Do they not like marketing messages? Are we more transactional customer? Are we relationship focused customer? And AI helps to create unique experiences for all these individual segments. And again, most important for me is, that personalization per se is not great. There's more to it. There are people that like that, and there are people who don't like that. Just asking your friends, and some will say it's great, others will say it's not great, and AI does that. And that's what it is. And we all know kind of AI from product recommendations. And we also see the effect of over personalization as well, right? People are getting afraid. So within product recommendations, like you have 5 products, you throw in 3 that are crap and 2 are really personalized, just to kind of balance that. So there's a bit of, there's a bit of exactly that thing. So creating an individual experience, given that you have hundreds of target groups, is the benefit of AI. And I think you had a third question. It was the prerequisites. At the end of the day, it's data. Data at the very, very beginning that is first-party data, the data that you own about a customer.
Mhm.
That's why we are so strong at repeating, build your own customer relationships, otherwise you're gonna die.
Mhm.
Right? If you give it only to Amazon and the Facebooks, that's why they are so big. That's why they're making, what did Amazon say? 3 times the profit of the last quarter, or what was the news this morning? Something like that. Incredible.
Mhm.
Because they're creating a customer experience around first-party data. So that's number one you need. Number two, you either build up a data science department, and if I may be opportunistic, or you buy the customer prediction platform from CrossEngage, because then you don't need data scientists. You can actually click and you really click and plug and play the models and really play it back to the orchestration.
Mhm.
And that's the third thing. You need kind of a way to get AI results back into the operational work, and that's very often a problem if you know, work with companies like the Data Robots of the world.
Mhm.
We just had a sales talk, I remember that, and the guy that we talked to, he was basically he was basically saying, I can't believe you have all this behavioral data and goes into the AI platform, and then the results are back and they're operationally just there.
Mhm.
So yeah, that's what it is, right? So bringing this to action is the third thing, right? And then, you know, there's so many more issues around that. Like, if you have data scientists, do they speak the language of a marketer? Are they more technical, or are they more, you know, the marketer kind of style, right? These are like the small issues. You can prevent that by using a customer prediction platform, for example, that's in the hands of the marketers.
Mhm.
But still, then a lot is around operationalizing. That's what's all about. Getting used to that. Also, kind of relying on a prediction is something that is, for some people, a hard thing to do. So you also need a bit of a guts to try it out and really like, okay, this is a limited budget, whatever, 10K, and I'll try it out, and I'll run my own kind of rule-based assumptions versus the machine, and then really show that this actually has an effect. That's that's actually, and that's the fourth thing, is organizational change. We all know that we don't really all want to change. People don't want to change in one way or the other, right? We see a lot of digitalization projects that fail because you try it inside of the companies, and you know, people are trying it outside of the company and then merge it back in. And I think AI is one of these things where that could fall under the same problems than the digitalization, and then it's
Cool.
ethical problems and so forth.
Yeah.
I mean, we could continue a lot around the ethical
Absolutely.
talks, and also around how Europe can be strong in AI, doing ethical AI. I think that's a big problem.
Makes a lot of sense, and I think it's one of the very like clear and practical use cases where this actually plays a role. So thanks a lot for illustrating that a little bit more, and also for introducing the marketing flywheel. If you're interested in getting in contact with Markus, you can either contact him on LinkedIn, so he can be quite easily found, and or you contact us. We are more than happy to hand over the slides also, and share the slides, and or get you guys into contact with them. Yeah. So thanks a lot, and I think we're moving on right away to the next session. So
Thanks, Phil, for having me.
Yeah, and thanks, and hopefully you'll find some more sessions you like.
Absolutely, it will. Great conference so far. Really enjoying it. Great work, guys. Thank you.
Thanks a lot.
Bye bye.
Bye bye, Markus. Okay, so now it's going to get really interesting. There's nobody going to be on the couch with me, but it's Shawn
Hi.
Sheen. Hi.
Yes.
And she's right from San Francisco. Is that correct?
That's right. I'm in San Francisco. Yeah.
That's right. And she is responsible for what we have been using all day. Yeah. Because she's the
Hopefully you
founder and
enjoyed it.
CEO
Hopefully
of,
you're enjoying it.
she's the founder and CEO of Run the World. Yeah. So thanks a lot for stopping by. You already had your talk, right?
I just had it like the minute ago, and I just came and grabbed the mic to join the conversation.
Okay, perfect. So let me say this. So far, the feedback I think has been very positive.
That's
But
good to hear.
we'll send you more structured feedback of the tool actually afterwards. So there may be some things to improve, or maybe some things to work on. I guess that's always a thing. But I think overall, people are very happy. Yeah. So
That's great.
that's good. And I mean, for the people that don't know you, I mean, they know your tool now. It would be great if you could just describe a little bit who you are and how you became basically CEO of this company and how you came to Silicon Valley in the first place. Because originally you're from China, and then you came to the US and founded this company, and then we'll move along from there, if that's okay. Yeah.
That sounds great. I moved to US when I was 18 for college. I studied computer science and economics, and after school, I got a job at Facebook as a product manager and Instagram. So I came from a video and social experience background. Then I went to Stanford for business school, but I guess I dropped out after a year to start around the world because my mom was a doctor in China, and she has never been to an international conference until last year. And during that conference, she met another doctor from Dubai, and turns out they share the same rare patient case. It was really rare, but extremely helpful for her. And she was talking about how valuable that experience is. But at the same time, she was so disappointed that she couldn't make it the next year because, you know, the visa is getting really tricky. And the travels, it takes weeks for her. So that time we're just thinking, I wish there is a way where she can meet other doctors more often. And I figured the only way possible would be an online events experience where people can socialize. It was before COVID. And people thought, oh, that was a stupid idea.
That's nothing to do with COVID. Yeah,
it was nothing to do with COVID. That's right. And people think that was the most stupid thing they have ever heard because I'm basically depriving all the Las Vegas fun and replacing with something online, you know. But then obviously COVID hits the week after we launched the first version. At that time was a very early alpha. And we immediately got a lot of interest. And I would say right now we're half of our organizers today are probably like pivoting. We're pivoting from offline to online. We also see the other half. They have never organized any events before. And they now see, oh, this is a better way for me to engage with my people and to create super fans. And I wanted to leverage that opportunity. So now we're kind of have a combination of both, where we have served tens of thousands of events in more than 120 countries, recently closed our Series A by Andreessen Horowitz Founders Fund, and some celebrity like Will Smith. So super happy that we were kind of at the right time doing the right thing. So that was we got really lucky.
But they came in before COVID, or they came in after COVID?
Andreessen Horowitz actually came in 4 months before COVID. So it was something they obviously they didn't see the COVID coming, but they all of the investors, they're excited not because people are pivoting. They're excited because they think, look, that's the first time in human history where instead of having before is either we're all watching the same thing, like Instagram Live, but we don't talk to each other, which is one too many, right? Or we have one-to-one, which is like, you know, you have a private meeting, you have a private call. But in reality, in human history, we always have this type of format where we have a lot of people sharing something in common, being in the same location. But sometimes you have everybody looking at you at the same exact direction, but sometimes people can, you know, break into little things and they can talk to each other. And that kind of dynamic, fluid interaction just didn't exist ever online. And they really think that is the biggest opportunity. So, and that's really what I believe is the biggest opportunity, because that's how you make connection with people. And I don't, frankly speaking, came from social media. I know that social media is not social, right? Social media is media, is not social. And so we really think this is the time for us to be social. This is social. Social media is not social. So I think that's kind of the point why they're excited to invest in company like us. And that's where the angle of theirs. Yeah.
So can you describe a little bit how does it work? I mean, the social aspect of things, and how well do you feel are people getting adapted to it? Because I think what's pretty accepted now is that content delivery online, that works. Yeah, so doing speeches, that works. What's your experience so far I mean, you've obviously operated, or a lot of events have been operated now on around the world, and increasingly so. What are kind of the learnings on how well the networking and kind of this non-content delivery piece of events, how well does that work, and what are kind of the success factors for it to work? What do you see there?
So we start obviously from the first principle standpoint. What are the right way to measure success? And I believe the right way to measure success in networking is to see how many people do you actually get to talk to, and how many people are you following up, right? Those are the right way to think about it. And I really believe that is not the same exact way as a, just we do a 3D model, everybody's avatar moving around, because we believe we can do better than that. So if you look at the exact problem was offline, and there's actually a few. One problem is that, this is the part that I hate, being like a tiny Asian female walking around in the main conference floor and trying to look, hey, who wants to talk to me? Who is interested in me? And sometimes you'll do like eye contact with the other person, and then they evade it, and then you're like, oh, they're not interested. You feel rejected. You feel bad. And then you're looking at the other person. Is he interested? Or a group of people are already talking. Should I break into that group? A lot of awkward things are happening because you don't know if the other person wants to talk to you right now. And that's the first thing. The second thing that really sucks is that if you really, really hate the conversation, there's just not an easy way to leave without being a douchebag, other than the fact that you want to get another drink. But if you're holding a drink that's like full, then you can't get another drink. You have to keep drinking until you're like almost like tipsy, and you're like, oh, sorry, you know what, I want to get another drink. They're just not a graceful way for you to exit the conversation. And as a result, because it's not graceful for exit, so you're worried that you're wasting all your time to talking to somebody that you don't want to talk to, and that makes you less likely to start a conversation in the first place. And those are the things that I think are happening every single day in an offline event setting, that now I believe it's time to get rid of that. Why do we have to make people choose who they want to talk to? Why does a person have to judge me and to decide if we can have a conversation? Why not? So that's why we kind of designed the cocktail party in our own way, which is a kind of like a speed networking. You come here, you don't do anything. We just match you with people. It's short. And you're going to have 5 minutes. If you like the conversation, just add each other and follow up later. If you don't like each other, blame it on around the world. It's bad match. Oh, sorry, you only have 5 minutes. So there's a graceful way for you to blame the system. And from the surface, there's no difference on the other side, whether you enjoy the conversation or not. It seems like everybody's enjoying it. So that as a result, what we find is that introverts love it. Introverts say, this is the best format for me because I don't feel like I'm being rejected all the time. I don't need to be the first one reaching out, which I hate, and that is the thing that we really want to go. So on average, people are making around 10 to 12 connections per hour. And we believe we can do even probably better than that in terms of follow-ups. But those are kind of some of the formats we've seen. And we have added abilities for you to like start a party directly from a conference room. So imagine you're giving a talk, presentation, and then 2 minutes in or 10 minutes in, you're like, okay, why don't we break into the party mode where everybody can talk about this particular slide? 2 minutes each, you talk to 5 people, we speed networking you, whatever, we talk about this topic and come back. Hey, share your thoughts. What have you learned from your presentation so far? So the fluid between having one room where everybody's here in the conference room to having the party room that is really fun and engaging and social can actually happen within one room. There is no regulation that says they cannot happen in the same setting in a really fluid way. So that's kind of the angle we want to go, is redesign everything towards a goal. And getting rid of all the awkward part, all the biased part, all the non-exclusive part. Fuck that. We don't want that. So let's redesign the right format that can make everybody feel involved and engaged. So that's kind of our angle, which is quite different from, I guess, most of the other companies. So I know I have a radical view here.
No, but that's I guess that's first principle thinking. Yeah. So and one of the elements of that is trying to rethink things in a really radical and fundamentally different way. So what do you think? What will happen in the future after COVID? I mean, right now we don't have a choice, but after COVID, how will events look like? Which kind of events will be physical still, because that's a better format for whatever reason? And what kind of events will be purely digital, or at least in a hybrid kind of format, which you also see now? Yeah? I mean, I don't know how often you see that right now. You have like 50 people or 100, just the most important customers are invited, but the like 2,000 more can participate online. So what do you think will kind of be the end game after COVID in terms of the event space?
Well, I think we're too far away from the end game here. A lot of things are still happening. I will say three things. The first thing is that from the data we have seen, the best events defined by engagement, meaning like people are most active and they're making the most connections, are typically are getting shorter and shorter. It used to be multi-day, each day, 10 hours. Now sometimes you can break into smaller piece and do it more frequently. Why don't you have one large conference? Obviously, that's a great social media boost and everything. But what if you can turn that into a year-long community where you still have 10,000 people, but they're engaging with you every single week? And that's kind of the trend that we're seeing. And we definitely want to embrace that. It's shorter, extremely engaging, but happen way more often. And you want people to stick in the same community, after each event. So each new event became a new way to generate more people. And bring them into the community so they can talk to each other throughout the year. And then you have another event, and then you bring more people, and then put them into the community. So and then basically what you're creating, I just overheard some of your talk where you want to own your data. What you're really creating is your own community with your own data, with your own engagement, with your own people, right? And that's kind of the direction we see is going. The second thing, I think that it's really, really important in terms of live, which event's going live, which event's going to stay online. Well, obviously, I have no intention to replace the fun tropical party in Philippines for the President's Club. I think you deserve it. If you're doing a great job, you deserve it. But at the same time, I think we're all seeing it in the wrong way. I personally. If we're only, because everybody's talking about, the live events is going to come back and the online events is going to, there's going to be fierce competition between the two. But I really don't think that's the right way to think about it. In the advertising world, when Facebook and Instagram and Google came about, they were the same exact arguments saying, hey, TV is going to die, whatever, print is going to die. What you have seen is that obviously there's impact in TV or print, but sometimes not in a bad way for the advertising industry as a whole. The advertising industry actually get much, much bigger because if I'm an SMB, I'm really small. I can never afford print media or TV. But now I can afford $10 ad of Facebook and Instagram. So the entire space of advertising just got so big. And obviously the right keyword is now getting more expensive. So it turns out it's expensive for all channels as well. So we really believe the same exact thing is going to happen for events as well. Think about how many people today who are not organizing any events, but they have the right connection to invite the right speaker. They have an established following, and they know how to make people engaged. Those are YouTubers, they're authors, they're community builders, and they have their own Slack channels. Those people today are never identifying themselves as event planners, and they will never do. But they actually, turns out they can be great event planners online, and those are the people that we're talking about.
Fascinating thought. To basically say you bring down the transaction costs of good events so much, like Google did for advertisers of Facebook. Now Florian with €5 and a credit card can participate in global advertising. Yeah,
That's right.
And if that is something similar that you guys could be doing, that's actually a very fascinating kind of perspective. Yeah, so we have to come to an end, unfortunately. But I really love your thinking and your ideas. It's great that you share them with us, and thanks for implementing the tool in the way you did. Yeah, it works great for us so far. We have 3 more hours, I think, to go. But
That's great.
Let's hope that technology does go down. And I think next time we have to rethink our format, because we did like a 10-hour event. Yeah, so we should probably shift it into having once every 2 weeks, like a 3-hour something event. Because as you said, the transaction cost has been fairly low now. Yeah. So
That's right.
cool.
That's right.
Thanks a lot.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, let's catch up later after the event and probably share.
Well, we can catch up at the after party. I know there's an after party in the cocktail party format. Let's catch up then.
Okay, let's do that. Yeah. Thanks a lot.
Okay.
And speak to you soon. Bye bye.
Yeah, speak soon. Yeah, bye bye.
Okay. Now we're having the next session, and that is 20 minutes with the founders and managing directors from Join Politics. There's Caroline Weimann. Thanks a lot, Caroline, for joining us, and Philipp Husemann. Bye. Bye. You want something to drink?
I'd love to have some water, but
Das ist noch used. Aber hier, zack. Das ist frisch.
Danke.
So ein bisschen. Okay.
Vielen Dank.
Oh, sorry.
Kein Problem.
So you guys just had your session, I think. Yeah. So was it okay? Did you like it? How is it to speak in a virtual event without so much interaction? Was it okay?
Yeah, it's okay. I mean, at least you can see how many people are there, and you can start imagining how many people are there. We just didn't have enough time. There were so many questions, so
yeah.
You can ask some of them.
That's interesting. Yeah, if you tell me, I'm more than happy to. I mean, you can also, if some of the people at least are going here, and you pose the question here, I'll take a look at the chat, and sometimes it's okay for me to read. So if you have any questions, just post them here, and I'll try to get engaged here. But talking about Join Politics for a minute, because most of the people that are here probably weren't in your session, so I think it's another way to. So it sounds like a fascinating project. First of all, to say that, can you just describe a little bit what you're doing there and why did you actually start it? Because it seems like quite an unconventional way of approaching this, and we like unconventional things. So, yeah.
It definitely is unconventional. So in a nutshell, we're a startup, and we're scouting, hopefully finding and promoting political talents who develop innovative new solutions to the big challenges of our times and who want to scale them politically. So people who are ready to not only go in the streets on Fridays, but actually develop solutions themselves and are ready to take up political responsibility. So that's what we do in a nutshell. Why do we do that? I think Rainer put it very well this morning on stage. We're really doing something concrete against the erosion of democracy. What really shook us and moved us was both of us in a similar situation, actually. Trump, the election of Trump in 2016, Brexit, the rise of populist forces, not only in the US, but also in Europe. And also the fact that we see that our challenges today are becoming increasingly complex, moving increasingly fast, and are becoming increasingly difficult to moderate. So the job of the politician is becoming increasingly complex. The job of political parties is becoming increasingly difficult. And we thought a lot about, what does it need? Does it need maybe something similar to the startup world? Do you need not only the big tankers, but do you need some speedboats to develop ideas and solutions? And that's really what we want to do. We want to create a space where this is possible, and we want to move more talents to get engaged in politics, because we think they should not only go to digital startups and
Which
Google
makes
and
a lot
Facebook.
of sense. Yeah.
We need them in politics.
Absolutely, yeah, 100% agreed. Because I mean, we see in a phase like now, like COVID, how important it is that also in politics there are very important decisions to be made on a daily basis. One sometimes forgets things. If you're in 16 years Angela Merkel, everything works smoothly, but you don't really notice it. You sometimes don't probably get the picture of how important it is. Can you describe a little bit more? What do you mean by getting politically engaged? Yeah, because a naive person, me, would say, okay, then I apply for the SPD, and then I try to get a position there, or I'll try to apply for the Ministry of Interior, and try to get politically involved there by working. So what kind of formats are those? How you can get politically engaged, and what are the formats you are actually supporting and looking for?
I mean, I may be picking up on what you just said. And to make a comparison also in the startup world, I think that we also have a problem in politics that these are often very closed shops, closed rooms, and very traditional structures. And for a lot of, especially young people, it's really also from the culturally very difficult to fit in parties sometimes. And you see more and more people starting up something in a political movement. Everyone knows Fridays for Future, for example. It's also a movement. Young people go together, are very agile and collaborative. They use WhatsApp primarily for their engagement. And we say there are so many people out there, young people, who want to go into politics, and maybe you also have to talk what is actually politics. What is politics in the 21st century? And it's parties, and they also do a good job. And we want to work together with parties to find the best talents. And we think that innovative structures need to be on the outside from exterior and work kind of have an impact in the interior world of parties, for example. So we say, let's find a module to really give, let's say, money, give network, give know-how to young people, and give them the space and the capacity to make their ideas come true. And you can only apply for Join Politics if you have a great innovative idea.
But would the end goal be that the people that you somehow support end up in the traditional structures to impose kind of the impact? Or would you say it's completely okay if the next Fridays for Future, I mean, whether you agree with the goals or not, they've had great impact. That's at least my perception. And they were not part of any structure, and can also be very impactful. So are you flexible on this, or would you basically say in order to have long-term impact, it's necessary to become part of the political structures as we have them?
I mean, more the latter. We are very interested in people who, for example, maybe first go on the street. You've seen more talents from Fridays for Future say, now this is not enough. I have to go into politics. I have to run be a candidate for the Bundestag for the next election next year, and become, for example, a member of a party, and then have real impact on politics. And we really understand these people. And this is interesting because they bring a new culture into politics, but also they are very aware, I need to have impact, and this is in traditional structures, but by being a candidate for this party, I can also change within structures and parties. And this is just one example. Maybe you want to give another example.
Yeah, I think in some ways both is true, right? You always have to think about where can I really not only make my voice heard, but where can I really make a difference, and where is these positions of power? And in many cases, you'll just have to go through a party and through elections. But of course, there'll be many examples where you can bring something into politics from the outside. So in our, we already have a beta phase where we went out and we scouted for talents, and we looked, what ideas are out there, what kind of people are out there, and we had a huge variety of applications. So people who wanted to run for politics, people who wanted to, found a new party, people who have a specific topic that they want to bring into politics via other means, by lobby campaigning, by making proposals for how policies could look like. So we have one team. It's two ladies. One is German-Polish, one is German-French, and their topic is basically Rechtsstaatlichkeit, what's the word? The rule of law in Europe, because they see that degrading in so many spaces. And what they're fighting for, or their idea, is to fight for like a European agency for civil and political education. So in Germany, there's an organization, how do you call it in English again?
Just in German.
Bundeszentrale für politische Bildung. So their idea is to transfer that on a European level. So they're working on the policy paper. They're talking to lots of politicians in Germany, in France, in Brussels, and via that way they try to mobilize support for this idea. And they hope that in the end, von der Leyen will take up the idea and make that big. So that's another way to take scale an idea.
So when would you basically? So you support people, that can be individuals, that can be teams, that can be also, I guess, companies or initiatives resulting from that. When would you call it a success? I mean, how do you define your own success? Because I mean, it's obviously not that. I mean, here it's pretty clear. Yeah, if valuation is X, and we invested Y, and Y is smaller than X. X very likely is a success. Yeah. So, and then it depends on the order of magnitude of success. But with you guys, it's obviously a lot more difficult to say that. Have you thought about this, or have you defined it clearly? Do you have OKRs? You know, everybody here has OKRs for what success is in your case.
We just implemented OKRs for a better phase, the teams, and it's very helpful. And we have many exits, different exits, as you can imagine, because it's very individual. And the easiest exit, so to say, is you're running for the Bundestag, for example, and you get elected. And then you have your own office, you're in power, you're a politician, and that's one exit. Or you run to become a mayor. Where there are many similarities to the startup world is when you actually are a founder, a political founder, and a political entrepreneur, and you say, I have to found not a company, but let's say Verein, an initiative, and I need funding for that. I have to scale my idea. I need HR, I need money, and there we help, of course, with the seed funding that we provide, up to 200,000 euros over 2 months, if you're over 2 years, if you're really good. And at the
2 months, that's always
2 months. That would be really nice. But at the same time, you always, especially for these teams, you just mentioned one team, we always have calls. What is your funding strategy? Are you talking to foundations? Is there a chance to get money from the European Commission, for example? They fund pilot projects like they do. So that's a key to become sustainable, also financially sustainable, to grow.
So also for you, follow-on funding is a really key issue, because it's here as well. That sounds right. But in case people become successful, like, how does the model work? Is there any kind of, are they morally or contractually obligated to pay back the money if they're successful and they're able to do that? Or is it rather something, no, we are happy if the exit happens and that's our success, but we don't expect any of the money coming back?
Yeah, we don't expect any of the money coming back. We're really non-profit. I think we're going to remain non-profit. It's politics. We have to be. But of course, what we hope is that in the end, and that we have to differentiate between short-term results and long-term results, right? Is really people who fight for democracy, who have solutions that unite people instead of, bringing them apart. So we have a lot of sort of different measures, and of course we expect, or we hope to see good results in that respect. The only thing we expect in return is that they would probably become coaches themselves after some point when they have been successful to coach others. So we're also, like, over time building a community of political entrepreneurs who support each other. But we're non-profit.
And who's financing you? I mean, where does the 200,000 euros come from, or the money for your salary, your office? I mean, where's that money coming from?
Yeah, so we put a lot of thought into this, because of course it's not an easy funding model. Because it's non-profit, because a lot of things also don't fall under charitable law in Germany. For example, if you give a stipend to people that is not connected to studies, and also if it's political, that easily falls at least in a gray zone of charitable law. So we want to be very clear there. So we really depend on private donations. We've set up a fund structure, and we're looking for investors or supporters who believe in the idea and who stand behind the non-partisan mission. I think that's very important to mention, that we're non-partisan. So for the start, we have 7 angel investors, or 7 angel supporters, as we call them, who have committed a sum of 2.5 million over 4 years, which is really amazing. It's really helping us to kick off the ground and do the first couple of cohorts. But of course, you do the maths, right? 50,000 per seed round. We need much more. So we're looking at closing the first fund with 6 million. So we're on the lookout.
So if you have any idea who could support this, either write to Caroline or Philip directly on LinkedIn. You can find them, or we can obviously also initiate the contact. Or we have to do a crowdfunding for you guys. That also, Tomorrow Bank worked really well. I don't know whether you saw that. That could also be an interesting idea. There's one
Let's
question.
talk about that.
There's one question from the audience that says, how do you choose the candidates and which requirements do they have to fulfill? Which I think is a very fair question.
Yeah, it is. So how do we choose them? We have quite a complex selection process, and we have been inspired a little bit by the VC model, I have to say. So looking at how do VCs work? How do they identify the best talents? How do they see potential? And we're trying to transfer a little bit of that. So we have 2 committees. The first one is called the talent committee, because there it's really about seeing the talent in a person and in a team. People can apply. We have a number of selection rounds. People have apply with a political impact plan. So no business plan, but the political impact plan is very important. Then we select the best in this process. The talent committee, there's people from different backgrounds, different political views, and we also take in the advice of experts. So, for instance, if you apply with a Europe project, we'll ask our European experts in the network, and then of course we accompany the teams for the seed period of 6 months. And after 6 months, they pitch in front of a larger jury of people from politics, civil society, business, etc. And there's a bit like a democratic debate. Then after that, the most promising solutions get picked for the scaling phase or for the growth phase. So it's important for us to be very focused at the beginning, because it's so much about, knowing the person, looking at not only does that person convince us, do they have a good plan, a good strategy, do they understand their market, is it realistic, but also do they fit with the values that we have at Join Politics? Are they, because non-partisan is one of our values, transparency is one of our values. We have a whole charter, a values charter that has to be. It's basically the basis for all our work with the talents, and of course, you have to know a person well to see whether that's the case.
And what really is difficult is you ask for the criteria.
Yeah.
What is political? Going back to that question, because we had in our first beta phase fantastic applications from people who, for example, had a good idea for a political YouTube channel, so become a political influencer, so to say. But we said that we are looking for people, talents who want to go to politics, and you can, of course, argue having a YouTube channel is being political. It's totally right. But we are specifically looking for people who have an idea to go directly into politics and the politischen Betrieb, as we call it in German.
Yeah, and I think it's key. I mean, it's also in venture capital. There's so many great things out there, but I think it's probably more important sometimes to know what you don't want to do and clearly state that as well, because otherwise you're completely going crazy.
Exactly.
So how did you both end up in this, actually? Just because we also have people here that are looking for purpose, and so it has become really important. So how did you guys end up in this kind of, I find it a fascinating idea, but it's not something that is rather obvious, I would say. So
totally.
How did you
started it? Explain that.
Yeah, so sometimes I wonder how I ended up there. I think I was always a person looking for purpose, or where I can have an impact. But sometimes I wonder, because I'm just one of these people who's worried about our democracy, worried about the how the discourse is shaping in times of crisis. So what is it about me? I think I really get fed up when people just talk and complain about problems, and don't get up and just do something about it. So that's kind of what sort of guides me.
But did you work in the political system before?
I didn't, and that's the point, right? I was I had some always at the intersection of politics and civil society, but I wasn't in a party. I moved around a lot when I was young, so I never really had this classical way into politics. But I realized, so before I was working at a foundation
education, working, building startups, social startups in Kenya and Uganda, because I always thought, okay, so this is where help is needed, but that shifted over time because I saw, okay, we really have homework to do here. And after the Trump elections, I started like a dialogue format with friends in Munich at that time, where we tried to bring lots of diverse perspectives into one room, people who think completely differently, and start to have a discussion. Same thing after Brexit. I was so shocked that, you know, we thought about the upcoming European elections and started like a voter activation campaign, because we said, oh, it's not possible that only a third of the young people go to vote, and then you have these results.
Crazy if you think about the consequences.
So I always started getting engaged, and I realized, okay, there's a huge need, but there's also a huge potential. So many young people are ready to go into politics again and to take up responsibility, and that's where this idea of joint politics started developing.
Yeah, and I think helping people to find an angle to that, I think is really important, because a lot of people like a lot of things.
Yes.
Or like certain things that are important, but I think showing people a way on how to do that practically, I think is really key, and also many other aspects. Thanks a lot for what you do, and I hope you will be really successful, and hopefully you'll find, you know, the next 2.5 million based on this conference. No, we'll see, but there's some.
We have a Spenden button on our website.
Yeah, you can start small. Yeah,
it's in German, but we help.
Yeah, doing good, start small. It doesn't have to be several million. You can start small. Yeah, but thanks a lot for that. And if you want to get in touch with them, just write to us or directly to them on LinkedIn. So thanks a lot for your time, and hope you'll enjoy the remainder of the conference.
Thank you.
Welcome to the Project A Knowledge Conference. Stay tuned for very insightful sessions.
Okay, some more water for me, and then I'm ready. I'm just with. The next session is going to deal with a really interesting topic, law. Yeah, Benjamin Ulrich from our law firm, basically since the start, SMP. Yeah, thanks a lot for stopping by. You had several sessions already, but not you, but I think your colleagues did, right?
That's right. Yeah. A couple of sessions, one on ESG, a very interesting topic. Links in perfectly with the previous session you guys had.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Very interesting. And then one on strange cases in venture capital.
Yeah. Okay, we're going to come back to ESG in a minute, because I think that's actually something that's quite relevant to a lot of people. And the direct link to law is not. I mean, yes, it becomes obvious if you think a little bit about it, but it's not obvious from the beginning. But let's talk a little bit about you, and probably also about SMP. Like, how did you end up in a law firm? I mean, you studied law, obviously, but is that something like, also because we have some people that are looking for job orientation, is law going to be something that's going to be automized by AI, or is there still going to be relevance in the future? So as a career advice, would you still study law today? Do you still think it's going to be relevant in the future going forward?
Absolutely. I think, a lot of what we do is strategic advice. Having said that, there are definitely going to be portions that can be automized. And to be quite frank, those are not necessarily those parts of my daily work routine that I enjoy the most. So I'm actually very much looking forward to there being more tasks automated. I think it's actually not going to start off necessarily with law firms. I think in-house legal departments, there's probably a lot more in terms of tasks that can be automated. But when it comes down to the really complicated stuff, and also, as I said, providing strategic advice experience on how to run a transaction, negotiation strategy, I think that's the parts where it's going to be artificial superpower that eventually will replace us, but I think that's still quite some time away. So yes, definitely, if you're looking to go into law, I think it's great, and venture capital law in particular provides great opportunities to as a young lawyer, work internationally, work with the client directly from the beginning onwards, of course, together in the team or as part of a team. But I actually enjoy it a lot. I think it's and you know, I guess we'll talk about that in a minute a little bit, but also understanding about business models and understanding what the client does is really very interesting. And maybe one last thought, it's also great because it really allows you to you know, try to understand the bigger picture and understand about business models, yet you're really an expert on something. When providing career advice, or thinking back when I started, I always worried in a way that, yes, it's great to be a generalist, but it's also great to have something you're really knowledgeable at. You know, you're the online marketing expert, and there's you know, it's I think it's always good, or for me, I've always enjoyed to despite, you know, being curious and wanting to learn about things, to really have something where you're an expert in, and that's great in the law.
I couldn't agree more. I mean, it's like also, as you said, for me, that has always been online marketing. And especially if you have a tendency to be like an insecure overachiever type person, yeah, it's always good if you have at least something where you have, that's at least hopefully relevant. I mean, there's some things that you can be really strong at that are not that relevant, but I would definitely agree with that. Talking a little bit about SMP, I mean, I don't know whether there's been any other law firm, at least in Germany, growing that quickly in this kind of area. I mean, you were founded 6-7 years ago, maybe?
Actually, just over 3 years.
That's true. That's true. No, it's just because we work with the same people.
That's right. We worked previously in our old firm. Yeah.
But just and you have like 80 lawyers now, or 70 or something.
Yep.
And it has really developed in a great kind of way. Can you describe a little bit why you actually found? I mean, all of you guys were on very good tracks to develop your own kind of career within existing law firms. So what does SMP do different, and what are the things you specialize on, or the fields that you're very active in?
So our firm specializes in corporate, meaning M&A transactions, venture capital financing around capital raises. We do fund structuring. We structure venture capital funds. We do tax and corporate litigation. Now, why did we start SMP, and why did we start our own firm? I think a lot of it was culture. We really wanted to build an organization the way we wanted it, and also you know, doing something ourselves, and being flexible, being agile, not being necessarily part of a larger organization, but really developing our own practice. That was a strong desire, and it's yeah, as you said, it's been quite the ride. We've grown very fast, and that whole experience actually brought us a lot closer to our clients. And you know, in many ways, we're a startup ourselves, and I guess as a partner in a law firm, you're always an entrepreneur in the sense that you need to fill your own desk, and you need to go out and find your work and develop your own business. Having said that, actually starting a firm is a different animal, because suddenly you're not only busy with your own desk, but you actually need to think about the organization, which to you, you know, this is probably something not news at all, and it's something that every single one of your portfolio companies is facing. But for most lawyers, they would rather grow up in mature organizations and not be involved in managing growth and managing or devising a structure, an organizational structure, and deciding as to when to bring in external managers. And that really has been amazing, and then a large part of the work that I really enjoy, aside from client work and the actual legal work, because that's all news, and working with teams, and that's really been a fascinating aspect, which, as I said, you know, brought us a lot closer to a lot of our clients. And it starts with small things. You know, it starts with building up cash flow and you know, toilet paper. Either you buy it yourself, or you find somebody who is going to buy it, or you run out. It's quite simple, but stuff like that.
Especially in these days, having toilet paper enough in the office is not as normal as it sounds. Yeah. One thing that, and I think another aspect of that, and I think that's also ties a little bit in what you said earlier. I mean, what you expect from a law firm or from a lawyer is not somebody that, you know, just shows you all the risks involved in a legal problem, but kind of behaves like a co-entrepreneur. Yeah, because in essence, I mean, you need advice as an entrepreneur. What should I do now in that position? And you can never find the perfect solution or the risk-free solution. There's no such thing. So people that can, you know, put themselves into their shoes is definitely something. Also on the legal side, is I think what are the risks that you can take, or you should take, or you have to take? I mean, a lot of risk you have to take, yeah. And it's always not great if things go wrong, but I think there's no risk-free kind of entrepreneurial activity. I think that's for sure. Can you describe a little bit, I mean, who are the clients you're mainly working for? And is it mainly funds? Is it mainly startups? Is it a combination? Do you also work for larger corporates now? Can you just describe a little bit of who the area of clients are?
Yeah, so it's actually a bit of everything. I guess we do quite a bit of work on the fund side, which is partially due to the fact that we're also active in fund structuring. So also on the transaction side, we oftentimes end up working for the same clients and doing deals for the funds that we structured. Then we also do a lot of work for international venture funds. So for example, Lightspeed, one of your guests today is one of our clients, one of our international clients. And that's also a lot because we do get referrals. You know, if somebody wants to do their first deal in Germany, chances are they might call you because they know you and they say, you know, who are your lawyers? And then we get a recommendation. But we also do a lot of work on the company side, and sometimes, which you know is probably one of the greatest experiences for us, is that we initially do some work for an investor, and then the company likes the way that we work, and even though we were technically on the other side, they still enjoyed working with us, and eventually we get asked to work for the company. There are some serial entrepreneurs with whom we've been for a number of years, and we've been together with them basically on virtually any company that they incorporated. But we also do some work for corporates, and that's mainly corporate venture capital activities, which is getting really big. Very interesting field, and most of us, my partners and I, have a background in big law. So we used to work for large international law firms. And that actually helps when dealing with larger financing rounds, but also corporates. They can be a little more complicated, obviously, in their decision-making processes, and you need to understand those. And I guess it helps having worked with blue chips in the past if you want to do some work for them on their corporate venture capital activities.
I mean, for the startup founders that are here in the round, or people involved in startups, what are your recommendations, or what is your view on how to find the right law firm for a startup in a given stage? I mean, obviously, yes, getting recommended a law firm is always something that's good, but if you are, I don't know, a large startup like Zalando, you might be working for them, yeah, and you get a recommendation, but that might not be the best fit for pre-seed, early stage startups. So do you have any guideline on how to find the right law firm for you at a given stage? I mean, how would you approach this if you were a founder and you didn't have a clue? And yeah.
So I think that's actually asking the right question. If I may just briefly comment on that, because you're not saying how do I find the right law firm, but you're asking how do I find the right law firm for me at the time, because that may change, and we may not be the right law firm for you, depending on what you want to do or which development stage you are at. So I think, first of all, you may need a number of law firms. That's maybe the first learning. Yes, it might be convenient to go to a lot bigger law firm that has a wide offering, and you can do labor law, and you can do data protection, and you can do your financing rounds. Now, I'm sure there's great law firms out there that do provide great advice on all these fields, but it's difficult to maintain the same level and the same standard of advice on each and every of these areas of law. And then those firms tend to be bigger firms, and you know, even if you're willing to pay their rates, and maybe they might even offer some good startup packages, but bear in mind that you know you might be a very small number, and you might not get the attention that you deserve for your money. So I think that would be my first piece of advice, is to not necessarily look for one firm, but look for a few selected firms. It's okay. I mean, I appreciate that, some people working in-house, they're saying, I don't want to have a zoo of law firms. That's fully understood. It doesn't have to be 7 or 8 firms. You don't want to explain your business model over and over again. But it probably makes sense that if you're a startup and you might have some regulatory needs, and you might have some labor law questions, and there might be some data protection and some corporate law work, which is mainly what we do, then I think it actually makes sense to look for a few firms, and ideally those firms know each other and they can work together. But again, you might be better off going to smaller boutique law firms. Sure, I'm also saying that because I'm in a smaller setup, but I'm honestly convinced that for a smaller organization, it does make sense. I'm not just saying that because we are a specialized, focused law firms. And then to the second,
and that's actually a learning we have in similar settings in other fields as well. Yeah. I mean, for example, we also tend to work. I mean, if you're able to identify individual experts for certain tasks, like in advertising, yes, you can go to the largest advertising agency out there, but if you just spend 50,000 euros on a TV commercial, then you probably won't get the best service, but rather the intern with some oversight. Yeah. So so I think if you're willing to go the extra effort in identifying and managing this, then I think it's a very similar pattern. And we always recommend to startups, try to find somebody where you at least, if you're not important today, where you might become important in the future, and people see that potential. Yeah. Because then they will get engaged. I mean, it was when we got started as a fund, we were okay-ish attractive, but I guess also the people saw the potential in us and basically also invested in the relationship, and I think it's probably similar here. But sorry, I interrupted.
No, that's fine. I mean, it makes perfect sense. You don't want to be the smallest client of your service provider. I think it's quite simple as that. So yeah, and then I think. To the second part of your question, well, so that there was sort of the structural, or the question as to the structural setup, and then the question is, how do I find the right firm? And I think really asking other founders, asking other fund managers, that really helps. I mean, yes, there are some rankings, and some of them are better, some of them are peer review, and some of them are based on client feedback. So it's not like they're all bullshit, but I think actually asking people whom you trust and is a very good way. And usually, there are Slack groups and alumni networks that people heavily use, and I would recommend to use those to get some advice. And then finally, I think it's important that you can actually establish a good working relationship. So as a last step, I would then maybe interview a couple of firms and see whether you can connect, because ultimately we need to be trusted advisors of our clients. Ultimately, those issues that we're dealing with, they're really important. And if we don't manage to get a lot of trust from our clients, or if our clients don't trust us, then we shouldn't actually be working together. So if you, looking for an attorney, feel that you cannot establish that level of trust, then you really shouldn't be working together.
Just because picking one of the sessions you had today, I mean, this ESG thing is really big. I mean, for us, as fund, I mean, first of all, we have a problem because we are like 5 male middle-aged partners, some older.
Sounds somewhat familiar if you look at ours.
We definitely have to diversify there, and we're working on that, and the investment team is already. But that's just a small aspect of ESG, obviously. But how do you guys help? Like, what's your view? I mean, how can companies, also startups, prepare for this? And how can they actually also benefit from this? And how can you guys help there? Because, I mean, it's obviously not something, I was doing a little joke about it, but it has a deeper core that actually makes a lot of sense and makes companies better if they do it right. I mean, how do you accompany companies there? And can you derive like any recommendations in that sense?
Sure. So I think our activities are very much twofold at the moment in this field. So first of all, we actually do a lot of work for impact funds. We structure a lot of impact funds. So this really seems to be gaining momentum. And that also links in with your question, what's in for a company? Why should I care about ESG? Well, first of all, there's going to be a lot of ESG investors. So that's probably one way of, in the future, attracting or attracting capital, really. the honest answer is I'm deeply convinced that we should all care. It's our world. It's the world of our children. But beyond that, there's really, I think there's also a business case. A lot of venture funds, like Atomico, for example, one of our clients, they have an ESG policy which they require every portfolio company to implement. There's Leaders for Climate Change that provide some sample clauses. It's actually a lot of the activities that we see on the level of the portfolio companies, or of your portfolio companies, is driven by investors starting to ask these questions and starting to look for opportunities to deploy their capital where it may actually make an impact. And obviously capital can be a scarce resource. Yes, it's more readily available now on an early stage level compared to a few years ago, but fundraising may be difficult. So you may want to think about that as generating funds as a business case. I guess ultimately, if you look at some evidence at some studies, they actually show that, and most of that is done for public entities because it's easier to track. But actually, companies that invest in corporate governance and that have a strong corporate governance, they perform better. It's not just anecdotal evidence, but it's actually empirical evidence suggesting that there's a very strong caring about ESG. And I mean, I must say that I had very few touch points with that topic, maybe. So I think it's and obviously it hasn't stopped, but it's gaining so much momentum at the moment that I would really recommend portfolio companies, startups, growth companies to look into that matter more deeply. I think also coming back to your question or what we discussed earlier in terms of people looking for jobs or looking or thinking about what they want to do, I think this is going to be a really interesting field on so many levels, not just for lawyers, but really for everybody. If you want to specialize, and again, touching on what we discussed earlier in terms of becoming an expert in a field, I'm super confident that this will be one of the topics that will keep us busy on all levels in the next years.
Yeah, if even somebody like BlackRock puts it in their annual shareholder letter, they haven't been really the company you would have associated with ESG in the past, then I think it's time for you to, or for everybody to think about this. Yeah, thanks a lot for your time. Actually, there's a session on strange cases in European venture capital happening right now. So if you want more from SMP, and the great colleagues from Benjamin, you can just switch the session on Run the World. That's quite easily done. And if you want to reach out to them, you can obviously just get to their website. Benjamin is also on LinkedIn, so you can contact him there, or otherwise we'll pass you on if you have any questions. Thanks a lot for your time, and hope you'll enjoy the conference.
Thanks for having me. Danke, Florian. Beim nächsten Gast kannst du einen Drink anbieten. Das ist Freitag 16 Uhr.
Yay, hey, my name is Thu Nguyen. I'm heading a customer acquisition at Project A, and I have with me Daniel Schneider. Daniel, so we said before we came to the stage that I pretend I'm Ellen and you're Barak. So please, could you please tell more about yourself, Barak?
I'll try to do that. I'm not sure if I'm as eloquent as he is, or as I don't know, charismatic. Nonetheless, I'm Daniel. I'm the country manager Germany for Kry, spelled K-R-Y. It's a digital health app, particularly in video consultation, Swedish-based, but now in Germany, France, UK, Norway, and obviously still in Sweden. We're very big in Sweden. Just started running our own clinics, but our core product is video consultation. So talk to your doctor, get advice, prescriptions, all the things you need, and usually would get from walking into a doctor, sitting in the waiting room, and well, hoping to get there without getting in something else that you pick up in the room.
Okay, so there's already a question from the audience. By the way, to the audience, if you have any questions, please just write them into the chat and we'll cover them. But before we cover the very interesting question, I wanted to ask you, what did you do before you actually went to Cru? Because the background is actually also very interesting.
Happy to. I'm a social scientist, so I have a PhD in communication, worked on somewhere between political science, communication, psychology, a lot of questionnaire methods, those kind of things. And then I started at BCG, so spent a few years in consulting, actually in retail banking primarily, which was kind of an accident. I started in 2008, and that's what you did late in 2008 was help banks weather the crisis. And then I moved to Zalando, so I spent a few years at Zalando in product management particularly. And then I helped the Oetker Group. So 125 years of family-owned business based in Bielefeld in the middle of, for most people, nowhere, selling cakes, but also producing beer and tons of other things to build. And I helped them build a digital unit here in Berlin. So we went from 5 to 110 people, and they're still going strong. They're still working on that. But then earlier this year, I decided that my next stop is to go back to a more kind of startup building business situation, coming into a new market. And that's what I'm doing now in healthcare with Cru.
Okay, nice. Very interesting. Before we move more into the topic of Cru and digital healthcare, especially in Germany, the question from the audience. So would you rather only eat donuts for a week or eat a whole cake in one sitting?
I think it's a donut. just
Really?
Yeah. I mean,
okay.
It's just like you have. I think you have more of it because like the second piece of cake is never twice as good as the first one.
That is true. Maybe it's just me that I prefer cake than donut.
That's I thought about that. If I could choose, I'd probably take a piece of cake every day. I think that's the solution.
Okay. Okay. Interesting. Okay. But talking about digital healthcare in Germany, could you describe how, like, what's the potential in the German market, but also what's the status quo? Also because Cru is actually coming from the Nordics, so there the market is much more different. So maybe you can shed more light into that.
Absolutely. I mean, I think healthcare, digital healthcare is one of the few segments, markets where you could actually right now see a lot of digitalization at the early stage. I mean, I think this is probably the same situation that we had in fintech 5, 6, 7 years ago. All of it is just starting now. So we just had another panel here at the Knowledge Conference on digital health apps, which is something that is very new in German. The first ones are now released where you can get a prescription and you can get a digital health app that is verified, certified, clinically tested, and you get this on prescription. That's a new thing in Germany. It just started. The first 3 or 4 are now out in the market. Teleconsultations, the way we are doing it, where you're talking to a doctor through your phone or through your desktop computer, is something that is pretty much possible, I would say, for about 2 years now. And most of the services have just started ramping up last year and now got pushed a lot by the pandemic because doctors started to see a potential. Their patient heard about it in the news and they started using it. So we're in the very early stage here in Germany, and there's a lot of stuff that has happened, but there's also much, much more. Every time you do early stage digitalization, there's a lot about kind of like building trust, clarifying what is actually the use case, trying out things and realizing what doesn't work, and then continuing with whatever works.
Yeah, and now that you said that, especially in Germany, it's still very early stage, the whole product, but also the whole industry. Can you maybe describe what are the milestones for Cru for the next, let's say, 6, 12, and also 24 months?
Yeah, I mean, so we've started here about a year ago. So the first time our service started was December 2019. Then it was focused on self-payers and privately insured patients. Then the team focused a lot on getting through the certification process. And then in August, we started to also offer our service for publicly insured patients. So today, pretty much everyone in Germany can use our service, and it's fully reimbursed by the insurances. So that now means we're now in the position to pretty much address the entire market.
Yeah.
And now, well, the objective is to do that and to start building trust with patients, to start building collaborations with partners like insurances, doctors, etc., getting them onto our platform, and then step by step, getting deeper into the market, building new services around it, onboarding different specialties like dermatologists, gynecologists, urologists, and start building an ecosystem around that. And that's what we're doing. That's what we've done already in part in UK, where we're collaborating with Boots, which is a pharmacy chain, or in Sweden, where we're starting our own physical clinics. So in the other countries, we're a bit ahead because we started a bit earlier, but I think that's the same trajectory that we would like to take here.
Okay. One question from the audience. Is Krü thinking about expanding its services to other health sectors too? For example, online consulting?
Yeah, I mean,
counseling.
Counseling. Yeah, I mean, psychotherapy is something we do in Sweden and in France already.
Okay.
And it's definitely something where we see a ton of potential and a ton of use. It's probably not gonna, I mean, for what we do, there's one thing that's always true. This is not here to replace entirely the existing doctor-patient relationship as it is. This is in a lot of cases about adding a new way of doing it, replacing part of it. And I'm sure there's a lot of areas in online counseling, and psychotherapy that will require in the future direct personal interaction like we're having today, sitting each to the other and talking about it. But at the same time, we see already that for reducing the burden to go to a psychotherapist, making the way shorter, giving perhaps even the opportunity to do this on a bit more short notice, perhaps shorter segments. And that's things that we see in Sweden and France that are working. Now, health is always a very regulated topic, particularly in Germany, but pretty much in all the other countries as well. So for example, in Germany right now, doing psychotherapy the way we would be doing it in our platform isn't as easy. There's a few regulations that kind of limit that. But we'll see if that changes, and if there are developments that will make that easier, and then certainly we'll go into those directions.
Yeah, but you were talking about trust, and I think especially in Germany, people are a little bit more hesitant towards moving to digital services, like let alone speaking about payment services, right? I mean, I don't understand why people just don't use cards. But can you tell a bit more about how you're planning to basically break that gap or fill that gap basically, and also ensure that people really understand the value behind it?
Yeah, I mean, we actually realized in the last couple of months that perhaps Germans are not as hesitant as we sometimes think. I think we've cared a lot in the earliest part. We thought a lot about how do we communicate this to Germans? How do we explain this to Germans? And it turns out the core service most people get. The idea, okay, I'm not going to walk over to the doctor, I pick up my phone, I have a conversation through video, is now becoming easier and easier because people in the last 6-8 months have used that in many contexts. They have used this in obviously work environments. I mean, all of us have started to do a lot more Hangouts and Zoom meetings, but they also used this to talk to their grandparents on FaceTime. And so the whole thing has become way more common, and that now applies to digital healthcare as well, and that I think a lot of people get. Of course, I mean, in Germany, you need to be very transparent on safety measures, on data protection topics, and I think that's something that all of the players are doing, and they're doing it quite well. There's always certification processes to look after that. So currently, I don't think we should be too easy on just blaming the Germans not being easy enough on adapting things. One thing that we do see is that once people use it, the value becomes clear very quickly. But that's our job as a company to make sure that their experience is good enough, that we have good doctors who are good at this. It's a little different than sitting face to face, is doing this through a phone. It's our job to make sure that the medical quality is right, that the prescriptions work, that they feel helped at the end of the process. And if you do that well, people come back. We see that in the other countries. We're already seeing that in Germany. And that's then something we'll build on. They're doing word of mouth. They're talking about this. I think that's going to be very, very important for us in terms of acquisition.
Yeah, okay, interesting. So, because I actually also used Krü like a week ago, and I was actually very happy about the touch point I had because the doctor was super nice and didn't feel like like a treatment via phone, basically. So
yeah, it's very different.
nice experience. And talking about again the German market, can you maybe describe how the competitive landscape looks like right now, and what you expect coming in the future as well?
Yeah, I mean, again, early stage, right? It's actually it's one of those phases. Of course, everyone looks out what other competitors are doing, what new things are they trying out, but we're actually still in this stage where like all of us are interested in pushing this into the market. That's what we all have in common. We all want to explain this. We want people to start using this. There's a few competitors out there who do very much similar setups like us. For example, TD Clinic, a Munich-based company that was recently acquired by Doc Morris. There's obviously Dr. Lib, which is more coming from the doctor's perspective, building tools for them. Some of the insurances, largest insurer in Germany on the public side, the Techniker Krankenkasse, is experimenting with video consultation. So there's a lot of players with different intentions. What we're trying to do, we're trying to focus a lot on the patient side. We're trying to come through the patient and say, let's build a patient-centric service. Now, of course, at the same time, you need to make this efficient and a good experience for the doctors as well. You need to have good relations with the pharmacy side, because that all of that factors into, like you said, into the good experience for the patient. But the way we look at the competition landscape right now is lots of players, almost no consolidation, but it's also very, very early. And Germany that's the good thing about Germany. It's a large country, lots of people, good health insurance, coverage is universal. That's a good starting point for what we do.
Okay, interesting. And maybe going a little bit back, so because you've been at Zalando, and then you moved to Oetker, and what was actually your first touch point ever with digital healthcare, and why did you think like, okay, this is something I really have to work upon?
Oh, that's interesting. My first touch point with digital healthcare. Well, I mean, probably the really first one is more kind of like trying to find a health insurer that going through like some portal and trying to find out what the deals are. But then I think one thing that a lot of us have seen is these apps that are released by the insurances. And almost all of the insurances now have their own app, and they're trying to provide some service that is, I mean, they're all fighting for relevance. And that's not easy for them because, I mean, it's like some of them trying content. Obviously, on the private side, they're trying to put the whole invoicing process into those apps. It's a hard battle, and it shows that they all suffer from what big companies often suffer from. It's hard for them to build digital products that are highly iterative in an environment that is risk averse and that is trying to kind of work in a bigger corporate environment. And I think that's why we're seeing so many digital health apps, starting with like health coach apps or things like ours, like video consultation, the digital health apps that are directly trying to provide health treatment. All of them are out there. It's not an easy market because usually it's not like you build an app, you release it, and you do an early crappy version. You usually have some certification you have to go through. In health, I mean, obviously, experimentation needs to mean something else because you're experimenting on people's well-being. So that means, like in e-commerce, you could say, well, great, if like, I don't know, 10% of people break off in the conversion funnel, that's my problem as a shop. In health, you can't do that. In health, you can't say, well, if 10% of people have a bad treatment, that's not how this works. Yeah, but it's a different mind. It requires inside the startup lean thinking mindset, it requires a slightly different approach. You need to factor in that you're dealing with people's health and well-being, and that requires a different level of experimentation you're willing to do.
Okay. And what are the techniques or the work behind how you basically ensure that the quality is really high, and also ensure that the whole experience is also a positive one?
Yeah, I mean, on the one hand, we're doing what every good digital company does, right? We're looking at the user, we're trying to understand how they do things. We of course can pull in a lot of the experience from the other countries that we're in and the couple of years experience we have in Sweden. But one thing that is very important and that can't be replaced in what we do is the doctor. So one thing we do is if we have doctors who want to join our platform, we have conversations with them. We'll try to understand, are they the right kind of person? And then we coach them and we help them along the way and make sure that they really are, that if they have questions, if they need advice on how to handle specific situations, we'll coach them. And we have a doctor on board. She's a practicing doctor in a GP practice, but she also works for us and really makes sure that we have the right quality ambition and the right processes to ensure that quality.
Okay, cool. So we only have 1 minute left. The last minute I'd like to spend on random questions. So who's your female role model?
Female role model.
Yes.
Wow. My female role model. I'm not even sure if I could answer a male role model, but my female role model. Well, okay, you started with Barack Obama, so I have to counter with Hillary Clinton. And I mean, I know she has gotten a lot of slack, and there's a lot of people who don't like her. But I think if you think about someone who had over decades that level of tenacity to push through the things that she believes in and she wants to work on, I think that's quite remarkable. And not to get frustrated with a lot of the stuff that has been thrown at her or that she has experienced. I mean, if you think about a lot of the healthcare stuff that's today in the US, that's based on work she did in the 90s while her husband was president. So she also lived that role of first lady completely different than most other first ladies did. So I think that would be my pick off the top of my head.
Okay, I wanted to ask you a second question, but we're already out of time, so I'll ask you later.
Yes, perfect.
Okay, but thank you so much for
for
being here, and have fun at the PackCon.
I will. Thank you.
You're welcome. Yeah. Okie dokie. I think Daniel was supposed to dance out of the out of the stage, but that's fine. Okay, and then the next guest we have is Pip Klöckner. He'll join us remotely. Well, actually, Philip Klöckner. I just don't know why I'm saying Pip, but yeah.
All right, no worries.
Hi, Philip.
Hi, nice
How
to
are
meet you.
you?
I'm great. How are you?
I'm good. I'm just very exhausted. It was a long day, but all good. First of all, welcome to the PackCon. And I think, I mean, probably most of the people from the audience already know you. But for those ones who are new, can you please explain who you are and what you're doing?
Yeah, my name is Philip Klöckner, or many people address me as Pip as well, so that was all right. I've started at Idealo, the market-leading price comparison, like 15 years ago. And since then, I'm doing online marketing, digital product, and search engine optimization. The last 10 years, I've mostly been an advisor and investor. So I've worked with lots of German, but also international startups and growth companies. And in the last few years, I'm more and more consulting investing companies. So some of the biggest private equity firms, still with a focus on search engine optimization, online marketing, and digital product.
Okay, cool. I also read through your LinkedIn profile, and it also said that you're focusing on accessibility. And I think it depends on how you put accessibility, but it can also be used in terms of making websites accessible for people who will have a few limitations. So can you maybe explain a little bit what you meant with that?
Good question. However, it's actually a pretty technical term. So I'm trying to help companies making the website accessible for the probably most disabled user, which is the Googlebot. So accessibility in that case means making the data as easily obtainable as possible for Google and saving some resources for Google. However, usually if you do that correctly, it would also help to make the website more accessible for blind people, for example. So if you follow great SEO advice, then you would usually automatically improve your website for handicapped people as well. So.
Okay, good. Then at least that's also working then. I mean, if we can cater for the bot, then also for the others. Okay, I'll pick one question from the audience. Not sure if it's really from the audience, but we'll see. Would you rather live 100 years in the past or 100 years in the future, and why?
Very good question. Let me think 1 second. I'd probably live 100 years in the future, not because I'm a huge tech optimist. However, I think looking back, the world has become better over time. So if you compare the generation of our grandparents with their grandparents the world has usually become much better. So I think being conservative is one of the biggest crimes that there is, because we know that the world has always gotten better over time. So if we try to conserve what is now, that by definition means we are settling with a world that is worse than it could be. So we should strive to be progressive, not totally libertarian, but progressive. So that's why I'd probably like to live in the world 100 years in the future, because it should be a better world if the world continues to evolve like it has before.
Yeah, okay. It sounds very much as if you've been reading the book Factfulness.
Which book?
Factfulness?
Actually not, probably I should.
Ah, okay. Maybe it's a good recommendation then. It basically just covers the idea of that, or not the idea, it actually backs it up with data that everything in the world is actually changing to the positive side. So maybe that's some interesting read for you. Yeah.
I'm following Max Rosa, who does This World in Data, and he has lots of statistics like that.
Ah, okay.
Can recommend that a lot. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. And I think because you're actually doing a live recording today regarding for the Doppelganger podcast, so maybe you can tell a bit more of what the Doppelganger podcast is actually about, but also what's going to be the topic for today.
Happy to do so. So the Doppelganger podcast is quite young still. So we started like a quarter ago. Like it's the 17th episode now, I think. Basically a person who has almost the same name like I carry, and who like was confused a lot with my person actually. Like we met just because we've always been confused, and we don't know each other too well. However, we like have a 1 to 2 hours telephone call once a week now, and we're discussing kind of the most what we perceive to be the most relevant news in tech and marketing. And we try to do one of a few deep dives on business models, marketing tactics, the whole platform economy. And it's like growing very fast still. Like we're surprised how much people we have more than 10,000 subscribers since weeks already, and are still growing at the same pace. So we're curious how big this can be.
Okay.
And today we might talk about something a bit less platform economy and a bit more startup focused. Usually, like my co-host is asking most of the questions, but I think he was following the conference, and I will ask him as well what he has learned today, because there have been so many great talks. So I hope he can present some learning bits for all of us.
Okay, cool. And actually, so you said that he was seeing a few sessions. Have you been following the PyCon today already? And what were your favorite sessions? Actually?
So I was following a lot of sessions through the morning and around noon, mostly around marketing, a bit more on the branding side, because I'm more like my expertise is more on the performance space, I'd say. So I'm super interested in learning more about the line media. So that was interesting. Found some of the sponsored talks actually to be quite interesting.
Okay.
But that was surprising. I saw Tarek from About You, obviously. Always great to get an update there, and good to hear that there's Above the Line media beyond TV. So that was interesting. I followed the payment stuff. Home Day I found quite interesting. And then I got actually carried away by Alexander Graf posting the Twitch link into the comments. And then I basically wasted 90 minutes of my afternoon, in which I should have worked and prepared the podcast on Twitch with Alexander Graf.
Okay. And will you watch something after our session now, or will you just basically use the time to prepare yourself for the podcast?
I think we only have 20 minutes. Like the podcast will start at 5 p.m. so there'll not be too much time left. So I'll probably get a new glass of tea and prepare for our recording. Yeah.
Okay, we have one question from the audience. So Ole, head of data at Project A, asked, could Pip elaborate a bit on his legal case against Google's ranking algorithm?
So I've been active, like more or less active in two cases. One is the very old competition case in the EU, which has been kind of decided already, but maybe that refers to me being asked to be an expert witness in a UK search case. I guess that's what the question is about. That's quite interesting. So this was a UK price comparison website that claimed to have been unlawfully or unfairly treated by Google like 10 years ago. And to defend itself, it sued Google for that in the UK for damages, and Google basically submitted documents that would lay out how that company was treated fairly or just by algorithms they produced, which treat everyone the same. However, as this is kind of a trade secret for Google, these documents have basically been black for everyone else. So just very few people could actually read them. So I was asked to be an expert witness to help the lawyers of the company to understand what's in those documents, which would have allowed me to read it. And that, like the kind of UK press said, that would be the first person to ever look at Google's algorithms. However, actually, Google chose to rather withdraw the evidence than to have me look at it, which I think isn't too smart. I mean, it's smart because they can still claim it's super valuable, so they also can't disclose it to politicians or to nation states. I think that's what's behind it. I don't think it would be super confidential. I mean, that's a Google algorithm of 10 years ago. I think most of it, what I would have found in there, I might know already. But I mean, the bad thing for Google is if someone would kind of sue Google right now, I would always try to get an expert witness in as fast as possible, because that might then again have them withdraw the evidence, which is a bad precedence for them, I think. But ultimately, I had to have a look at those documents in a kind of redacted version. And from the context, you can kind of feel what might have been in there. And I think, to be honest, I wouldn't have learned to at Idealo, we pretty much proved how to comply with those algorithms or to circumvent them if needed. So I think I wouldn't have learned too much new things, to be honest. However, it was good press, I would be.
Yeah, especially because it's in the UK. Okay, then the next question from the audience is, what are the biggest trends in commerce and tech? Probably that's something which might be covered today as well in the podcast.
The biggest trends in product and tech. I think a trend that's active like a few years still already is surely the kind of almost dire need to turn anything into a subscription model, bundle, or a SaaS product. So it's almost like people can't find investments unless they can prove they can kind of turn anything into a subscription or a SaaS model with subscription revenue. I think that has come to a point where it's almost unfair or suppresses great ideas that are not subscription based. So I hope that trend, hope that trend kind of switches around a bit, and because compared to a SaaS or a subscription business, everything looks quite poor. Just the capital markets prefer those models so much that probably founders who could build something great outside a subscription model are turning just to build another SaaS company that probably gets acquired by Amazon at some point or whatever. And I hope that trend is reverted a bit over time. That's one big trend I see. I think direct to consumer is kind of a trend that is already reverted. That was hot like 4 or 5 years ago, I think. And you have kind of a K-shaped recovery. So for some it worked, for some it really didn't work. And we start to understand better for which models it can work and for which it can't work. And a trend that I like to see is maybe a tectonic shift from marketplaces and aggregation models or platforms to actually virtually integrated companies. So instead of building kind of a slavery machine like Uber, why not build a great black cab taxi service that has the same means of communications, the same liquidity in the market, but however creates real jobs and real benefits for all players. So I think you can build business models with better quality for the employees, but also the customers, and kind of a fairer share of benefits across all parties if you build the perfectly integrated company instead of just a platform. Yeah, so historically we went from marketplaces to integrated organizations. If you look like at the history of economics, marketplaces have been kind of on vogue, and then we've found out some services and goods are actually easier or more efficiently produced in organizations. And I think we will see the same in the online or in the digital world as well now. So that instead of just kind of marketplacing everything or platforming everything, we build better fully integrated companies that then have the advantage that they're also much more defendable. Like if you compare it to some of the marketplaces that are suffering now because their layoff value creation is very thin, those would be in a better position if they would actually have integrated their supply already. If you think of Airbnb, for example, or something like that.
Yeah. And one follow-up question from the audience as well is, how do those trends impact the future of marketing? I think especially for marketplace, that's very interesting.
I think like one big trend in marketing that I see is that just as we get the means to understand data better, as in we are able to build great marketing mix models and to kind of predict ROI better, we're actually being robbed of the data to do that. So as we get better at analyzing data, and we could theoretically become kind of more sophisticated at understanding the real impact of marketing, the platforms start to turn into a black box, almost like traditional advertising, where they give us less data to actually run those analyses. So we have a huge increase in efficiency or in understanding through machine learning and better modeling and kind of the crunching of big data. However, that data is kind of being given to us less and less over time, as Google doesn't give us all the keywords anymore. Everyone's trying to to defend their marketing pixels and use their own attribution. So the ability to create your own data on which you can then run those machine learning models, that will be a huge differentiator, I think. And unfortunately, only you have to get to a certain stage as a company. Like if you think in that marketing kind of stage model that Florian and Philip have presented today, I think you have to reach like stage 3 or 4 likely to be able to do that efficiently. And until then, you're kind of left with believing what Facebook and Google reports to you.
Yeah, that is very true. I think like going forward, we will definitely face more issues with data privacy and causing basically also less data for the advertisers, and definitely going to be a challenge. I think one hypothesis here is is that the advertising or efficient advertising will basically not be available to smaller advertisers because basically they don't have the power in terms of data, but also in terms of media spend to really also do probabilistic methods on their side. So what's your take on that?
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. So I think for the smaller advertisers, it will become more like an autopilot game where you swipe your credit card and Google basically is optimizing their profitability against your willingness to pay. So they give you exactly the amount of leads or sales that you are just willing to accept so that you spend 100% of your potential ad budget. And that's what the ad platforms will optimize against. On the other hand, it will become kind of more democratic, so everyone will be able to run campaigns very fast and set them up without lots of knowledge. That certainly isn't a good look for the agency scene, I guess, that are that are kind of working with small and mid-sized businesses. Yeah.
Okay, and okay, no, the screen was just a little bit disappearing. So one question as well from the audience is, what are other podcasts you recommend listening to, except yours, obviously?
I think, well, at least in Germany, it's certainly the Kassenzone from Alexander Graf and Online Marketing Rockstars podcast. Internationally, it's like most of the stuff from Vox Media and Pivot with Scott Galloway, his own show, Prof G Show. I obviously listen to. Beyond that, Recode Media maybe. Yeah, I think these would be the most important ones. Actually, most like 90% of the stuff I listen to is rather international. Yeah.
Okay, and what is that then?
Yeah, so like all the ones I've mentioned, probably. I'm just thinking if I have a real like Geheimtipp.
Deutscher Rundfunk.
I have to think harder. I don't know, but the ones I've just mentioned are podcasts I'm really listening to on a weekly basis. And it becomes harder and harder to find the time because there's so much content out there. Lots of it is actually good. Yeah.
Okay, so we're running out of time. We only have 1 minute left, but I'd like to use that 1 minute to ask you random questions.
Go ahead.
One I already asked to Dania, and I think that's actually a very cool one, is who's your female role model?
Probably easy to guess. It's most certainly our Danish competition commissioner, Margrethe Vestager, which I think is a great role model for women, a great politician, and a really smart and fair woman with a good sense of fairness, and I think she's doing a great job for the good of European citizens.
Mm-hmm. Okay, and then last question, oldtimer or Tesla?
Probably no car at all. If a car, then actually an oldtimer, because I like the round shapes of oldtimers probably.
Yeah, me too.
Anything like 90, 70 or so.
Okay,
But rather
cool.
no car, to be honest. I think it's totally inefficient to be driving around with something that's 2 tons in weight.
Okay, so the team just said that we have another 2 minutes. So if it's okay for you, I'll ask you.
Sure.
Yeah. Okay. Cool.
Go ahead.
So cats or dogs?
Cats.
Okay. Interesting. Cats are. I think cats is just like this one animal which gets like the most memes ever.
Yeah, they break the internet. Yeah.
Okay. And what's your favorite ice cream?
I'm not a big ice cream lover, to be honest. I'm
What? Oh my God. That's so much
guy,
Ben
not
Jerry's.
sweet. So I'd usually prefer like a good cheese as a dessert, to be honest. But if it was ice cream, then maybe a sorbet. So something like passion fruit sorbet or something, or a lemon, or some fruity stuff.
Okay, sounds very exquisite though. Okay, and then a question from the audience: Radio or Twix?
Again, no
Assuming
sweet.
that
Like
you know.
I wouldn't eat neither. So
Okay. Then Mac or Windows?
Best of both worlds. So I have an Android phone. I have a Windows desktop PC, and I'm using an iPad Pro for most of my video calls. So it depends on the use case. But if it's like I'm working on a Lenovo X1 laptop, so more Windows probably plus Android.
Okay, cool. Very mixed up though. Cool. Then thank you so much for being here or being here virtually. And for everyone else, please feel free to join the podcast and listen in. And yeah, thank you.
Thanks for having me. It was a pleasure.
Bye bye.
Welcome to the Project A Knowledge Conference. Stay tuned for very insightful sessions.
Hi guys, my name's Anna. I'm heading Investor Relations at Project A. And technically, I was waiting for Mark Roberge. Great guy, great sales guy. He's an advisor to HubSpot. He wrote a book on sales acceleration. He's a lecturer at Harvard. But now I'm sitting with the somewhat familiar and infamous Rainer Berak. No, I'm joking. He's the MD of Project A. Yeah, and he pretty much organized this entire event with our operations. So yeah, Rainer, how are you? How are you feeling today?
I feel actually very good. So last night I slept, I think, half an hour. If my wife is watching, she had the same joyful situation. Our 9-month-old daughter developed like a sickness yesterday. There's, I guess, nothing serious, just some like a cold. And she was like crying really, really, really hard and loud the whole night. I think, yeah, we had like half an hour of sleep. And I think it's just the adrenaline of this event pumping through my veins that, and I think like once this is over here in like what 2 hours or so,
you just faint in your
yeah,
sleep?
no, we will just all together have some drinks and then that's
nice.
it for this weekend.
I'm really much looking forward to it.
Yeah.
And today, what talks were you actually able to watch, or were you only busy in organizing?
So I had the pleasure of hosting a little bit. I was hosting the appliance or application of AI by Sebastian Kielmann. That was quite interesting. I was also involved in a quite good discussion with Caroline Desiree Töpfer that was far too short about how we can achieve more gender diversity or balance in IT. And obviously 20 minutes, that was actually quite a spontaneous idea that we did this. And Caroline, in case you're watching, we said that we should totally continue not only the discussion, but also our mutual activity on this. I can say a few words about how we got to that, but yeah, that was very interesting. And I'm just coming out of a talk that I was holding together with Miriam Wohlfahrt and Andreas Greilhuber about probably a little bit counterintuitive what startups can learn from corporations. You know, like everybody would say corporates can learn so much from startups. That's what we all believe in, right?
What were the top 3 learnings?
Well, I can tell you my top 3 learnings that I just said in the, but I think, so Miriam was putting a lot of emphasis on HR and like being there for people and binding people and working longer term with people, which makes an organization really strong. And I copy that. Andreas, which is known by, he has this, so his nickname is Greili. I think I can say this here. And he has Greili's theory of things. And he says, and I know this is now very controversial, but he says, we shouldn't always ask for the why we should do things. And everybody today would say the why is the most important thing, right? And it depends on how you define it, etc. But I think he has a very interesting, and if you want to engage with him, I bet he's also actually since 2 months or so more active on LinkedIn, and I think it's totally a topic to go in together with him. My 3 tops are, I believe startups are very political, and they just don't see it, and because they don't see it, they don't face it. They don't focus enough.
Don't reflect and they don't act.
Exactly. And they don't act with or against it. Second is that they don't focus on the tactical horizon, operational tactical strategy. They just do operations and strategy, and they miss the middle part. And the third one is intellectual humility, to accept as a startup that you can also learn from corporates. I will now step out of this because originally you should have an interview here now with Mark Roberge, and I'm super happy that it worked. So Mark, it's great to have you, and I'm more than happy to give you the stage. Anna, enjoy your interview.
Thank you. Sorry about that, Anna. Hey, how are you? Sorry, I didn't know where the grab the mic button was. So
yeah, I heard.
Unfortunately, we're a little tight here. I got to run to teach actually at the top of the hour, so hopefully we can jam through some questions quickly.
Yeah, sure. We can keep this quite short, but it's great to
How's
have
it
you
going?
here. Excuse me?
How's the show going? It sounds like it's going awesome.
Yeah, it's going all right. You can imagine we've had quite some anxiety throughout the day, but I would say that the majority, or at least everything overall, went pretty well. So we're all very confident and happy, and can't wait to have our, I guess, well-deserved drink in a bit.
Yeah, it's not even noon over here, so I got a little ways to go, but it is Friday. And I had a lot of great engagement and great questions in the prior speech. That was great.
Yeah, that's so amazing. I already introduced you earlier. I told everybody that you're a Harvard lecturer, that you're an advisor to HubSpot, that you wrote this amazing book on sales acceleration. So I was wondering, maybe we could chat just a little bit about this. Maybe you could tell us maybe few insights on how to scale, when to scale, or how to scale fast, and maybe talk a little bit about, I don't know, whatever is keeping you awake at night.
Yeah, sure. So like, just to give everyone the context, so I was part of the founding team at HubSpot and was CRO through the IPO. So it took about 9 years, scaled it to about 100 million in revenue. I wrote this book called The Sales Acceleration Formula after that, like right around then, to talk about like building a very data-driven sales team. And then the last 6 years or so, you know, as Anna said, I've been teaching, and I have a venture capital firm that I started 2 years ago that kind of invests in this new thesis. And really it was, I'd been reflecting on a lot of the startups that I was helping, some that did really well, some that didn't. And it seemed like the success and failure was correlated to like when they chose to scale sales and how fast.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't think the industry has a really good answer to that. I think when you ask entrepreneurs when you should you scale sales, they all say product market fit, and I think that's great. The problem is if you ask 10 entrepreneurs what product market fit is, you get 10 different answers. And so that's really what this framework that's called the science of scaling has done, is it adds a lot more rigor and data-driven aspects to these two questions, when to scale and how fast, starting with product market fit. So it's product market fit, then go to market fit, then growth and moat. Those are the sequences you want to move through. Go ahead, Anna.
And do you have the feeling that founders typically are good at finding product market fit, or even know?
No, they don't. It's just prematurely defined, and they prematurely go after revenue, and it kills a lot of businesses. I'm all about blitz scaling, but it's like you gotta do it at the right time, and you gotta do it in a controlled manner to know if you're going too fast or too slow. So what I encourage people to do with product market fit, like you'll hear things like, oh, we have product market fit when we have 500,000 euros in revenue. That's like market message fit, right? I mean, we have product market fit when we have 5 customers and they gave us reviews. Yeah, it's a little better, but I just need to know that you're going to like consistently sign up customers and create value for them. So I personally like customer attention in the world of software as a way to measure it, but it takes a long time for retention to surface. So it's all about defining leading indicators to customer attention. And so what I like to do is I like to use a format, and you can see the recording, and you can also download some of the ebook work. But I like to use the format of P% of customers achieve E event in T time, right? So Slacks would be something like 70% of customers send 2,000 T messages in 30 days, in the first 30 days. Yeah. Wonderful. Product market fit. Dropbox, 80% of customers back up their files within 1 hour. Beautiful. HubSpot, I know this was the case because this is what we did. 75% of customers use 5 or more features in the platform within 60 days. Like those are much better definitions of product market fit. And that's such a better North Star for the company in the first phase than to get to €1 million in revenue. Like it's just so much better to align the organization around that definition.
And how do you typically teach it? Like really make founders understand this in a really tangible way? Do you typically start off with a workshop, or what's like the best starting point?
These days, I try to do as much speaking as possible. There's a 40-page ebook. If you go to my venture capital firm is called Stage 2 Capital. So if you go to Stage 2 Capital, the website, you can download the ebook and read about it. Personally, I teach it one-on-one to the companies we choose to invest in. Right. So we've invested in 12 companies. We're on our second fund now. We're backed by 150 CROs and VPs of sales. Most of the CROs and heads of sales at the software unicorns like Salesforce, Snowflake, Twilio, Dropbox,
Wow.
you know, like most of the are like our backers. And so when we assess someone through this standpoint, we'll run them through this process in order to get their foundation in place.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Interesting. And when you're hiring salespeople or advising to hire salespeople, like how do you know that somebody's a good sales? Do you really still do this classic, I might have one, sell me a pen kind of move?
A little bit. I think the role play is really important. It depends on your stage. Like the first salesperson you hire is different than the 10th, right? Because if you're at the product market fit stage, again, the North Star should not be €1 million in revenue. The North Star needs to be getting 80% of our customers successful as quickly as possible. And you need a salesperson at that point that's almost like half product manager, half account executive. Like they can look at like 3 days worth of calls and see the patterns and then communicate that to engineers. Like that's a product management skill, but they also have to be comfortable with money. So in that case, I do a lot of testing on like, I literally like have them use our product and then communicate what's wrong to the engineers. Okay. But like when I get to the scale mode, you know, one of the things I like to look at is coachability as an example. So I will do a role play and I'll have them sell our product. Yeah. And then I'll coach them. Right. So like I'll do a role play. Here's my whole interview is it starts in the you know, in the lobby in a post-COVID world where, you know, hopefully they've done a little research and we can have a little dialogue and they're asking questions. If they don't do that, then it's not a lost cause, but that's a big deal for me. Then I warm them up with like, why are you interested in our company? And, you know, I like to assess like where they are in their career and whether or not we can help them achieve their next growth goal. That's kind of a big deal. And then I go after like, what's their ranking? Like I see your account executive at, you know, like Dropbox, like how many account executives are and where did you rank? Right. I'm looking for like top 10% performers. And then the little trick there, and is everyone, when you ask them like, oh, wow, you were 15th out of 200. That's amazing. How did you rank so high? That's great. And then why aren't you number one? And every single person says they're not number one because their territory. And then you can just ask them like what the best territory is and then go recruit that salesperson. Right. So that's like a little trick in like hiring. And then the last thing, the big one is like, I have them do a role play. Like I said, I'll be like, Anna, you know, why don't we do a role play? I'm going to be a VP of marketing. You sell me HubSpot. And I'm going to watch, like, do you start the role play with show up and throw up? Like, do you just like go off for 5 minutes about all the stuff I could have read on the website? Or do you actually ask open-ended questions and dig into my pains? Right. So I'm watching that like curiosity element. And then after 5 minutes, I stop the role play and I coach you. Say, listen, I tell everyone one thing they did well and one thing they can improve on. And then I watch how you're if you're like listening, and then I have them redo it and see if you like absorb the coaching. Sorry, I cut you off, Anna. What'd you say?
No, I was just going to say, and then you teach them if they can adapt to the feedback you've been giving them. Yeah. Okay. Makes sense.
Exactly.
What about you? What's your strengths, hunter or farmer?
I prefer the hunting because it's the hardest. I like both of them, but yeah, I prefer the hunting because I do think it's harder.
And just to confuse you, waiter or cook?
Oh, I like cooking. I like cooking. I grew up cooking in the seafood restaurants in Maine. So I make a really good lazy man lobster. We've got good Maine out here. A good lobster out here. So yeah, I do enjoy cooking.
That's amazing. Yeah, cool. And what's like one of your let's maybe continue with some of these casual and kind of funny questions.
Go ahead.
So like if you could do any job in the world, no matter what your talent is, what people think, what you would earn, what would you do? You can also be a
dolphin. I think if I had the skills, I'd probably be like a musician or something like that. That would be fun, just to bring that level of happiness to people. That'd be a lot of fun.
Yeah.
Maybe stand-up comedy would be fun too, if I had the skills. I do read some jokes here and there. They're just not very good. And so I think that's That's what. Now I think
Yeah,
like
speaking
I'm
of
fortunate
and
to be able to teach too, because I think that's a big one. Someone asked me that when I was 22. If you had all the money in the world, what would you do? I said I'd teach. So I'm very fortunate to have the opportunity to do that at such a great school.
yeah, I can imagine. So you're a professor at Harvard in the MBA program, am I right?
Yes, correct. Yeah, I'm
Yeah,
actually
yeah.
heading to class right after we're done. We're teaching an awesome case today about this amazing female entrepreneur in Saudi Arabia. Not a lot of female entrepreneurs in Saudi Arabia that started the first Arabic coffee maker. So we're going to talk about how to drive sales there.
That's really interesting. Can you tell me a little bit about it?
Well, this particular case, I don't want to give it away for the students there might be listening, but this particular case is about building. Yeah, it's about building sustainable moats around our businesses. So this is a pothole for many entrepreneurs. Is I'll ask, okay, great. Let's say you do succeed, and you become 10 million euros in revenue, 20 million euros in revenue. Why can't someone just copy you? Like, what's your sustainable moat? And many entrepreneurs answer that question with a feature. And I'll say, well, how long would it take for a competitor to build that? They'll be like, oh, like 6 months. So that's just not a sustainable moat, right? But like sustainable moats are like, network effects,
Yeah, sure.
Dropbox,
I mean, that's also what we look at, right?
Yeah, brand category creation. If you've read Play Bigger, like David Cancel at Drift plays into this big. If you can create your category, HubSpot did that with inbound marketing.
Yeah.
Artificial intelligence algorithms these days are very sustainable because the more transactions you send through, you get a jump on things. So there's different ones that are truly sustainable, but unfortunately for this woman, she never built one, and the big players came in and it went downhill. But she's been off to an amazing career since then, but that's the lesson we extract from it.
Interesting. Would you tell us her name so that we can look her up as well?
Yeah, look up Latifa. I don't think I can pronounce her last name. Latifa, Latefa. And her company, the Arabic coffee maker, was Yatook, Yatooq. And even if you go to my my professor page, my faculty page at Harvard, you'll see I wrote the case on that. So you can actually download the case and check it out.
Yeah, thank you so much for sharing that.
You bet.
And by the way, what's your opinion on this A method of hiring? I don't
Great.
know if you've heard of this.
Yeah, it's good. I think with hiring, it's like anytime. Yeah, so that's I have the book here. I actually teach it. Like you just have to drive it with a scorecard. You can't hiring. We need to get better than just like read the resume 1 minute before and interview them. Like go through the resume. It's got to be. We have to dissect the job into tasks and skills, and then ask ourselves how can we interview and assess on these skills. And then develop a scorecard around a high, medium, and low score. I like to drive everything through a scorecard, especially for repeatable hires like salespeople, support people, customer success people.
Yeah, I can imagine. And Mark, kind of like, there are many theories about like if somebody's not motivated anymore, or for example, if somebody's becoming a bad apple. You've probably heard of that term, right? If somebody's like causing negative externalities or spreads bad energy.
Yeah.
I've got a few questions on that. Like, when is the point when you would like literally get rid of the bad apple?
Yeah, you have that a lot in sales. Like we call it
I can imagine.
like a cancerous person in the organization.
Okay,
it's a bad disease into it. But like, I've had to deal with that many times, and basically I'll just go to even if the salesperson's hitting their goal.
Yeah.
I'll have to go to them and say, there's such a thing as a cultural performance plan.
Mm-hmm.
The performance plans are not just hitting your quota. If and I have to write an email with very specific behavior. Like you said this, you emailed this, you did this. This is just not good behavior. And it's going to cause our organization to not achieve its mission.
Say you really put up a mirror. So you're like super transparent and you really tell them, so, hey, listen, this is kind of like the impression we're getting from your behavior and it's not okay.
Exactly. So I got to run to class, Anne. Maybe if you got one more quick one, and then
a last quick one. I don't know. I had a bigger one, but I don't know.
All right, give me the bigger one. Give me the bigger one, and we'll go after it.
Yeah, it's kind of related. I was wondering, like, how can you motivate the laziest dog?
All right, the best motivator is like about 2-3 months in. I take my salesperson out to like a coffee. And I really get into like why do you come to work? Like, why do you need money? Like, what if you made twice your quota? What would you do with that money?
Mm-hmm.
And you start seeing like personal motivations. Like I had one of my salesperson had an autistic son, and he really needed to get into private school. And so we did the math on what that would take, and then 6 months later, got him into private school. You know, so it's like for whatever reason, a lot of people don't connect that day-to-day sales work to their personal aspirations. And if you can understand those aspirations and connect them, that's the best way to motivate even the lazy dogs.
Thank you so much. That's super valuable and I think applicable also to other topics and industries. Thank you so much.
All right, thanks, Anne. Good luck.
Take care. Bye-bye.
Take care.
Welcome to the Project A Knowledge Conference. Stay tuned for very insightful sessions.
So, Anna and I will continue where we stopped before, because we wanted to make sure to sneak in Mark. Because I mean, if you have the chance to have somebody like Mark on the stage, that's just great, and you just want to learn a lot from him.
Yeah,
right?
absolutely. It was super interesting what he shared. I don't know if you could listen right now. I asked him, like, how can you motivate the laziest dog? It was quite interesting what he said. He said he would then fetch this person and go for a coffee, and then he would ask, so what's like, what motivates you? What are you like in general working for? What's something you want to buy yourself or a dream you have? And then he tries to make the connection. He had a salesperson that actually had a son that was diagnosed with autism, and so he needed private care, and he knew he wasn't going to afford it. So Mark was like, okay, we will get you there. I will show you how to get you there. And I thought this was a very interesting, tangible tip for everyone, actually. One interesting point.
So one thing where we interrupted earlier, where we took off earlier, was this diversity talk that we started. So what happened is, in the preparation of the knowledge conference, and this is really something that is, if you go to our website and you click through to our company values, embrace diversity is one of our company values, and it's for a number of reasons. It's not, and this is important to me, it's not only because it sells well. I mean, like, every modern company says that diversity is important for them, and if you don't express that, then people are almost, and probably rightfully, suspicious if you're somehow like negatively biased against this or so. But it's much more. We really believe that diversity makes you successful as a company.
Because of the different perspectives?
Yeah, you have different
perspectives.
Yeah, you have different perspectives. You widen your view, and you in the first place also don't exclude any smart people from just working with you, because all these aspects that are typically taken into account in diversity, like the color of the skin or the gender, or I don't know, your educational background, etc., they just don't define if you will be a great contribution to a company. And whatever gives the slightest idea of that you're excluding anything is just like taking opportunities away from you in order to make your company better. So all this in back of the mind, when we have put together the program for this year's Knowledge Conference, we really looked at opportunities and possibilities to balance the program and the speakers and the hosts and the moderators and everything as good as we can.
Yeah.
And then in the running up to the actual event, we did a lot of advertising, but organic advertising.
I
So
think
just
we saw that.
LinkedIn posts, right?
Yeah.
And I did also like put together the lineups in some functional areas, like all the talks that we have in marketing,
Mm-hmm.
and then all the talks that we have in IT.
And then you
And the
realized
IT
in
lineup
IT,
was actually quite nice. It wasn't me, unfortunately, realizing that, and I'm a bit ashamed for that. But the thing is that Caroline Desiree Töpfer, commented on it, harsh but fair,
Mhm.
that it seems like I've forgotten to tag the women in the lineup.
this was the case. You tagged the men and
So
you didn't
I
tag the
just
women.
tagged everybody who was having a talk.
Yeah.
And okay, truth is there was a woman, but it was one. I think it was 1 out of 9.
So by chance you forgot this person.
No, and I didn't forget this person. It probably was it was Jules Coleman. I guess Jules can be a man or a woman, you know, like but that's not so the point is it was only 1 in 9. It wasn't 0, but it was not. It was just not enough. So what we decided spontaneously, and I think we have decided that 4 or 5 days ago or so,
Okay.
we said, okay, Caroline is actually an expert in cybersecurity. She will also do a talk, which she did today. And from what I heard, it was really excellent. She actually worked together a lot with our IT people, and they cross-referenced between the talks, which was nice. And Caroline and I also together talked about how it is possible to get more women in tech making a career. And saying all that already combines a lot of different aspects.
But could you also dig a bit deeper? Because now we're only superficially talking about what you've been talking about. Could you please also like share some takeaways? Like how can you get women into tech? And I think it's like, I would also be interested in what you think of actively trying to get people in, because it doesn't feel maybe as organic, natural, or even authentic, if I may say this sometimes. Also these events that are women in leadership, do they really have to be phrased women in to get women into those events, or can they just be a leadership event and then it should be the default and natural that women are part of it? You see where I'm coming from?
Yeah,
right?
I totally see where you're coming from. It's complex. It has so many different aspects. I mean, we only had these 20 minutes. That's why we decided we will just like start the discussion, and over the next weeks and months we will like continue with that. I don't know yet, maybe with meetups, maybe with a podcast, but Caroline and I decided that we will together drive that further and make it really like a further initiative. You know, it's first of all, it's not statistics, it's numbers that you have less women working in the tech area, and you have less women in leadership, and you have less women in tech leadership.
Yeah.
By having less women in tech leadership, they also have less say, and their potential side of the bias comes less into play.
That makes
But
sense.
and then every company tries to be balanced ideally. So there's a bigger competition for the people that are on the market, right? But then at the same time, and I think this is where you're coming from, you don't want to make this too artificial or so, right? You don't want to. You might as a company
then coming in, right? It doesn't feel authentic. It's also a bit like forcing it, and in the end, you still want the best person, right? And if N is just de facto smaller, you cannot just multiply it through like, I don't know what, like.
But at the same time, if your result then is that 1 out of 9 or 1 out of 10 talks is like including any women in this case, and again, diversity has a lot more aspects than but that was the topic here, then that's not a good result. That's just not what you want to do. And especially if you're running an event, like we are here today, you are more than just showing the average throughout a company or what's going on. You also try to give an impulse and you know, like show something, paint a certain picture, and inspire so that people follow the example and consider something more normal even than it is, but how it should be. One interesting point that we got to was the cultural aspect and the fact that and Caroline copied that, even though I think she's a bit younger than me. But I'm 48 years old, so I grew up. I was young in the 70s, you could say, early 80s and end of 70s, and in the late 70s, for sure, balance in careers or so was worse than today, probably. But the general direction of thinking, the cultural agreement was that nobody should be really, at least from how I remember it and how it was probably in Germany or Central Western Europe, is that women can do everything they want just the same as men can do whatever. Like people can, gender doesn't matter. I mean, it wasn't so much about more women, more or gender. It was just like gender doesn't matter. It's not so much the case. And we experienced, I think, in the early 80s,
But
a very strong, or since the early 80s, a very strong cultural way backwards into what some people would probably call more traditional gender roles. I'm not sure if that is because by calling it traditional, you make it almost like sound too nice. But it's yeah, I think that is causing a big deal of the situation that we are seeing today.
Yeah, interesting. But back in the days, couldn't it also have been the case that not as many women were asking or demanding or showing interest in positions that to date then typically men, for example, because we're always speaking about when women were taking.
I think if you, I would here differentiate between leadership and tech. But if we look at tech, Caroline knew the numbers much better than I did, and I think she was saying that in the like 70s, 80s or so, the share of women in tech education, for example, was more like around 30 or so %, and has dropped down to something like 5%.
Okay, okay.
So we did actually
interesting.
go backwards in that.
Okay, understood.
And yeah, companies can't just like solve it like that.
Yeah.
But I mean, like back to what I said in the opening, companies, if they want it or not, they are political actors. And they have to do their share.
But wouldn't it be interesting to interview maybe some women from that time and ask them, why were you back then attracted to go into tech? And then now to somehow understand why, and would you still be now? If no, why not? And ask other women, would you be attracted by going into tech or other fields, to like kind of get a bit of an understanding for what has changed?
Yeah, it's a very good idea. Yeah, and I mean, some of them, I mean, like take Belinda Gates or so. Some are actually very like in the public light, and I think this is something where we. I mean, that was probably not like the main focus, the planned focus of our interview here.
No,
but that is, yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, it's like one of the hottest topics right now. It always comes up, a very sensitive topic. So I hope nobody will.
Take yourself. I mean, you. At what you started at Project A, I think, as an intern, right? Or as a junior? No, intern.
I was an intern during my master's studies.
Yeah, exactly.
I finished my master.
So you made it from an intern in the venture development. That was 5 years ago.
Yeah, 2016.
Exactly. And now you are head of position, which is actually for investor relations, and we are a fund. So in a fund, investor relations is an absolute key function, and the head of is what we have there. So you work directly with Thies and the other partners.
Yeah.
That's a steep, great career, and congratulations to that. That's really great. Maybe you can say what's driving you, and what do you think is not stopping you? And
this is, I guess, quite a big topic in general. But well, I think like the way I've been raised, of course, plays in quite a lot. Like my parents always wanted me to be selbstständig. How do you say that again? Like self-sufficient, to be confident. So I've been raised in a quite strict way. Like I've been going alone to the doctor since I'm 10 years old, and these kind of things. And I don't think it's a bad thing, but quite early you occasionally fall on your face, but you just learn to get up again. So I think I'm in general, compared to peers, because I mean I just turned 27, right? So and compared to some of my peers, one could say I'm a little bit tougher. I'm not just that easily getting irritated, because I'm a bit used to ignoring a few things or just like reflecting and being able to handle it. It's like I've always tried to develop a skill set, because my ultimate goal is kind of to feel comfortable in every single situation. That's my goal ultimately. And I think how to get there is by always getting back up. And how can you get back up is kind of up to you, and also what irritates you and what not. And some of my strategies are, I don't try to, when I get feedback, I don't try to be defensive straight away. I try to take it in. I try to treat everybody in the same way. So I try not to judge. Like for me, an intern or a successful person is as interesting. I'm genuinely interested in people as a celebrity or like some senior CEO or whatever, like a very successful person. So and then I don't try to lie. Like I always try to be not even like an easy lie, like why are you late, and then make something up. Like I try to always be honest and direct, because like you can kind of see where I'm coming from. I also like Buddhism, because then when I speak to people, I I'm also very open all the time. So people cannot attack me, cannot say, Anna, you said this the other day. Then I'm like, yeah, I would say that to your face as well. Or Anna, this is like, nobody could call bullshit on me that easily, because I always try to at least say the truth. You see where I'm coming from. And so that's why I'm not that angreifbar.
Yeah.
So I'm not that vulnerable, I guess. So that's why I'm often okay. Right. So if somebody, and I also have it's also Buddhism thinking, if somebody is not nice to you in Buddhism, one would think, I'm not a Buddhist, but I like some elements of it. You would think this person probably hasn't got a good day. So you kind of have empathy for this person being shitty to you. And then it's okay.
Yeah.
I don't know. Yeah.
Anna, thank
Long
you very
answer
much.
for a short question.
This is basically the point where the two of us hand over. So you were the moderator on the main for the last talks here. Thank you so much.
Thank you, you too.
And I will take over at that point. And our next guest is Romanus Otto from Business Insider. Welcome. And I will actually try to find hi. Give me a second, because I had my computer somewhere here. I will grab it. It's here.
Okay.
This is the point where you actually realize that we are not professional TV hosts or anything like that.
Yeah.
And we do such events once per year, and the people who do it usually do other jobs.
Yes.
And that's very different from you, because you are a pro, right? I mean, you are working in the field of journalism since like forever.
Forever, yeah. Since the time that you were just talking about the late 70s or the early 80s, yeah. Actually,
so that's when you started to work as a journalist.
That's when I started to work as a journalist. That's true. Yeah.
Okay.
So now you can make your calculations how old I am. I think I probably am the oldest guest at this conference. Maybe, I don't know.
Am I allowed to ask how old you are?
Of course, 58.
58. So probably yes, but it was very close.
Okay.
I have one COO at Anyline. He's not 58.
Yeah.
He's not he's somewhere between you and me. I mean, I'm 48. It's also not sorry. Would you like to drink some water?
I'm fine. I'm fine. I just had a glass of champagne downstairs,
really?
so I'm really fine. Yeah.
You know, this is my.
And this looks very tempting as well. So
yeah, this is my actually. So this whole thing here is happening in our office.
Yeah.
And this is my personal bar. So
Okay.
we have some really good rum, if you like.
Whiskey, if you have.
Whiskey. I have a Woodford Reserve. It's quite a nice bourbon.
I never heard it, but sounds just great.
Okay, I'll get you.
So why don't we have a bourbon?
Yeah. Okay.
Like Dean Martin.
Yeah, exactly. Romanus, when we started to think about doing something together, it was far too late, and that's just another proof of that we are. We are doing this event, but that's not what we usually do. So we improvise really a lot, and we've probably realized that also on the main stage now over the last I don't know hour. And it was 3-4 weeks ago, and we said, oh, we do this event with 1,000 or so people. Now it's online. It's a couple of thousand people. I think I'll have a rum. And we said, why don't you want to be our media partner? And I guess you must have thought,
wow, we thought, wow, that's a cool idea. And because it's so late, maybe that's just the right project for us as well, because it was clear from the beginning that you have to improvise your way through it, and it was totally fine for us. So
okay. Yeah. So and where do you see the key? Cheers.
Cheers, Rainer.
Where do you see the key of this media partnership? So why do you do that? What's in it for you?
I mean, so very honest answer. I know some of your colleagues for quite a long time now. And when they first approached us, and when Anton, for example, approached me, I think, wow, that's a really good idea. And we have been in talks with Project A about several projects from time to time. So I was always in contact with Project A, so I knew what you were into, what the spirit of the company is, and I think this is a perfect fit. I mean, I mean, this is just a perfect fit for a company like Business Insider and Gründerszene. So it didn't took too much time to convince us, and
yeah, thanks a lot. It has helped a lot. I mean, like it's an obvious difficulty if you are organizing something like that to make people know about it. I mean, how do you advertise it? We are everybody who's in the event knows we are not taking any money for tickets. It's for free. So how do we finance it? We just pay it, and then we have really good partners who help us to some degree to finance it, but we don't, it's not like a normal marketing machine where you say I put €1 in, I get €2 out by ticket sales or so. Until last year, you could actually advertise quite well organically on LinkedIn. So if you posted a lot on LinkedIn, you got a lot of attention, and we could very clearly see a difference between LinkedIn in 2019 and LinkedIn in 2020, similar to the drops that you had with organic reach in Facebook some years earlier than that. And then the first thought, of course, is, maybe we have to go back to more classic media. I mean, you are fully online, obviously, and you're modern media, but you're more normal media.
I know what you mean. Yeah, and I mean, you really got a very important point there. I mean, the most important asset for you to market conference and like this is the content. So it's the people, and I think you had a very compelling conference or conferences. Now you have a history of compelling conferences over a couple of years, and it's, of course, it is much more easy to communicate conferences like that where everybody who has been there knows that it is just a good conference. So we went through a very similar experience with our Business Insider Trends Festival last week, and for us it was extremely complicated to really market it beside our enormous reach with our online offerings, because nobody really knew it. So as long as you have to really explain I mean, there are so many digital conferences out now, and so I think what you really did very, very good is the title, a knowledge conference. It's really a promise. So I mean, it comes with high expectations from your audience, but a knowledge conference is something that you really can have you really feel and smell that you can take away something from that.
I hope that this is really the case, because that's where we're coming from. I mean, you mentioned the history of the event. In very short, the history of the event is it used to be our portfolio days. Right, so it was basically Project A is a fund. I mean, Project A Knowledge Conference. I'm not sure how many of the audience actually know what Project A is, but we are a fund, we are a VC, and it used to be 6-7 years ago. It used to be the founders of our investments met to exchange some learnings, like, and it was like 30-40 people or so. And over the years, and I think just 3 years ago, we started to call it Knowledge Conference, give it a different name, and really open up to the outside. And has developed since then. One thing that I wanted to ask, I need to be careful with the microphone. Again, you see, we are not pros. One thing that I want to ask you is, when I read media about the startup world, it's mostly about who gets how much money from whom. It's a lot about funding. And that is essential, right? I mean, it is, as a startup, in most cases, you can fully bootstrap, of course, but in many cases, you need external money in order to make the thing a success. So I understand why this is news. But what I miss a little bit, and I'm wondering why this is not more a topic, is how is who doing what? I mean, why is there so little? And probably that's our narrow perspective, because we, as the operational VC, put so much emphasis on the operation, because we always say, like, this is what makes the difference if you are successful or not, and not if you get another 5 million from somebody, because you can also burn these if you do it wrong. But why is this not more in the media?
So the first question is, why are closings, exits, investment rounds so much in the media that is related to the startup scene? So and I think this is just because this is the gossip of the community. So if you meet people from the startup scene, you immediately are who gets how much money from whom, and at what stage are you now? Are you looking for a funding? So, and I think funding investments are so important, and for the people, I mean, in the end, success comes a lot with are you a unicorn? Are you able to become one? How is your evaluation of your next round? So it's a little bit like the ranking in the in football, or I don't know, the how many how much is the market value of a football player. So it's just this, I think, this gossip, and it's part of entertainment. So it's the one side is information and the other side is entertainment. And I think that's completely fine, because there is an interest. People are just they are just curious. They just want to know who gets how much money from him, and what is the evaluation of a company. But that doesn't necessarily mean that you don't report on how do they do it. So there's this famous podcast in the US, Success, How I Did It. We have at Gründerszene, we have a series that is So geht Startup. So how do you really do it? And I think this is, of course, that's more the bread and butter, and that's not the so sophisticated stories. But I mean, we cover a lot how they do it, and we are a lot in talks with the C-level management and trying to find out really how they manage to get along in these complicated times.
If you agree, I would like to do like a little format where I ask you like I don't know, 6 or 8 questions that are not that super serious, and they're really like rather fast.
Okay.
And don't worry too much if they make sense. And then we will go back to the normal format.
That's why you offered me the
Yes,
whiskey.
exactly. I first wanted to have you drink, and then so it goes a little bit.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay. So, what are you wearing during virtual meetings?
Actually, I'm wearing the same than when I'm in the office or at home.
Okay. Also shoes?
I always wear shoes.
Okay. What's your favorite ice cream flavor?
Vanilla.
Mac or Windows?
Mac.
What was your dream job when you were a child?
I wanted to work at the Statistisches Bundesamt. So
as a child?
Yes, as a child. I was lonely then, yeah. No, but no. I mean, of course, I could say I wanted to be a professional football player, and I wanted to be a doctor. No, I wanted to work at the Statistisches Bundesamt. I don't even know the English expression. So when I had the rare chance to have a Haribo gum bear gift from my parents or from my grandparents, I always emptied it immediately, and I counted how many colors and I had a little notebook where I took down notes, how many yellow, how many red, and how many green bears were in the. I know it's weird. I know.
Did this ever come in handy in your further job?
I am still good in head counting. So Kopfrechnen is not. I'm not head counting.
Okay.
Head counting is completely nonsense. That's the whiskey. So I'm good in counting and.
Okay, cats or dogs?
No animals,
No
except
animals.
in recipes with delicious, delicious recipes.
Yeah.
No, unfortunately not.
A chief data officer always says that when he sees a deer, like for Christmas or so, he always gets hungry.
Yeah, same for me.
Okay.
I'm guilty.
What's the most ridiculous thing that you've ever bought, where you afterwards thought, "Why did I buy this?"
Wow, that's really an interesting question. The most ridiculous thing that I ever bought. There's nothing that really comes in my mind immediately, so I really have to think about it. And I think it's like some really weird fashion item.
Okay. Are you a gadget person? This is not on my list, but do you buy like electronic gadgets because I don't know.
Not at all. Not at all.
Never?
No, never.
Okay.
No, never.
Because this is something where you easily, just like you see it somewhere, then you buy it, and then you put it aside, and then you actually don't. Okay, lucky you.
Yeah.
What was the last time you laughed really hard, and what was it about? Probably when you heard us that we want you to be media partner in 2 weeks.
No, I really laugh a lot when I am with friends and they tell me good stories. So a friend of mine told me a story that he was on his bicycle and he was really serious because it was immediately after this happened to him and he was still upset. And he said, he saw a scene on the street where a woman was attacked by a man. And on the streets, she was on a bike, he was in a car, and he got out of the car and he attacked her with some fight, and he drove by with his bike, and he immediately entered like a hero, and then he wanted to defend the woman, and then he really noticed that he got into a set for a movie scene. So everyone was shouting, "Oh, hey, you idiot!" And like he told us, and this was something that you would never believe if somebody tells you, but this really happened to him, and that was really very, very funny.
Yeah, I can imagine. Yeah. That sounds awesome. Yeah. What's the weirdest moment you ever had in an interview?
The weirdest moment in an interview was one of my first interviews that I gave in English with the I think it was BBC Radio, and they told me, or they invited me for an interview, and then we said what was it about. It was about German economy, and then the interviewer asked me about das deutsche Tarifrecht, and he wanted me to explain in English the specialities of the Tarifverhandlung in the German metal industry, and that was really when I was completely lost, and that was really weird.
Yeah, I can imagine.
Yeah.
I mean, you really had a lot of different stations. I think Financial Times Deutschland, Deutsche Presseagentur, Axel Springer, etc. What was the job that you enjoyed the most? And maybe just for the sake of that, you don't say my current one, excluding the current one.
No. I have a very clear answer to that. What I really enjoyed most was being a reporter in the former Bundeshauptstadt Bonn. As a young reporter coming to this scenery at the capital, and my first experiences in being a correspondent at the capital, I think that was the best time of my career, and in general, being a reporter still is the thing that I think is the best part of our job.
Did you live in Bonn or in Cologne?
I did live. First, I used to live in Düsseldorf because I worked in Düsseldorf with a German press agency, and then I moved to Bonn.
Okay. Never in Cologne. Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, like, if you look at what's hanging here on my rum bottle,
okay,
it's actually like an 1. FC Köln mask.
Yeah.
So I'm a big patriot.
Yeah.
For
so I'm from Bremen, so you can imagine my colors are green and white.
Yeah. Yeah, we share similar pain.
Yes.
Of supporting mediocre football clubs.
Kind of, yeah.
There's a question from the audience, and that is: imagine you're a startup and you want to be reported about in your magazine as a new startup. What would it take? What do you have to do?
Yes.
Other than pay you?
No. The very honest answer is, and I mean, I'm serious, and it's important. You cannot pay us for coverage, and I think that's a very important thing. So you have to come up with a good story, and it's really easy as that. You have to be convinced that you have a good story, and then of course you have to build a network. You have to build trust. You have to get to know people, and then I think you should really try and talk to people you know, and of course get to know people and build trust. But I mean, you have to have a good story.
But there's not this magic inbox where you send your story or your pitch or whatever, and if it's just good enough, it's like the rolly screen. Because I mean, like, we have the same thing, right?
Absolutely.
I mean, a lot of startups ask us, where do I send my material, trusting that if it's just good enough, it will be filtered out, and then we will fund them. And the truth is, unfortunately, that very often it's almost part of the expectation that if you're so good, you will make your way of being seen and recognized. And
yeah, you know, I mean, everybody who starts a career knows or experiences that this is not automatically the case.
Yeah.
So it's not just enough to be good, and it's in this case, in the case of the question, it is obviously not enough just to have a good story, but of course you have to sell it in a way. So you have to get your foot in the door, and then, but in the end, it's always the story.
maybe last question, how did you like the event? What was your highlight of the day?
My highlight of the day are two highlights. One highlight, it is just only a couple of minutes ago, was this discussion about can startups learn from corporates as well, and I think it was you, right? I saw it when it was you talking about this, and it was like, and you mentioned that this was like counterintuitive.
Yeah.
And I always wonder why this is still the case. Why? And I think this is a very, very interesting discussion. Why is there still this old world, new world thing? And why aren't both sides more open to, and you are a knowledge conference, to learn from each other? And I mean, in the end, it is not that different to run a good business. If you are, I mean, there are many differences to run a big corporation or a small startup. Of course, there are a lot of business, but in the end, you have to offer successful, good products on the market, and you have to organize a company that you can make money out of it.
Yeah.
And so I always wonder why if I have one criticism for the startup scene,
please,
it is that it is always a little bit at the border to a religion, or to be like esoteric. And I mean, just anecdotal evidence. You have in I think it is in the first floor or in the entrance, this neon light.
Yeah.
Change is good.
Yeah.
And I mean, change is good. That is something that I would expect in a church, because I mean, this words.
It's actually I'm actually looking at it as well as in one of my phone booths. But
I mean, change is good. It is so obviously wrong, because I mean, everyone who has, if you are healthy and you're getting sick, this is change.
Yes.
Is that good? No, it is not. So change is neutral. Change is not good or bad, but change is just change. And then, I think this is my one criticism for the or about when I look at the startup scene, is that there is a tendency that they are looking for what they are doing, as this is like a closed world, a closed universe with its own rules, and it's not. So it's just a part of the whole turbulences and this tremendous changes that we are in. And so this is, I think this is always very interesting if you see it, this discussions with the colleague from Harvard just a couple of minutes ago. And it's always a little bit like people are looking for wisdom, or for the final advice, and for the golden key. And this, I mean, I was raised in a Catholic family, and I always see parallels between church and the startup universe. And I think that's not necessarily good.
Thank you so much. I'm so sorry that we have to cut it off here. We have the last interview for today here on the main stage. Thank you so much, Romanus. Thank you a lot for coming and for the nice interview. And let's continue that in the future on a different channel then.
Yes, thank you for having me, and thank you for the wisdom.
Yeah.
And thank you, everyone.
Thanks a lot.
Yeah, thanks.
Next on stage is Elias is showing me some drinks. He's probably sharing it with Romanus. Next on stage. What is that? Oh, Berliner Luft. Cheers. Thanks a lot. Next on stage is Philipp Westermeier.
Hello.
Hi.
Hi.
So now, I must admit, I'm a tiny little bit nervous because I'm a big fan, obviously, of your podcast. I listen to it a lot, even though I'm not a marketeer. And yeah, it's just great having you in this event. I would love to offer you a drink. We were starting here with rum and whiskey, and our colleague Elias just brought me some Berliner Luft. Are you having something?
I will certainly. Can somebody bring me a drink here, please? I asked my colleague.
Okay. So
we get something. I get something. I'll be there with it. Let's start, and I come up with something in a minute.
Okay. So I don't think I need to introduce you too much. The people here will know you. You're probably in marketing one of the most known personas, at least in the DACH region, I guess also beyond. You were actually a founder, and now there's something funny. I mean, like, I'm managing director at Project A, and I think you were a founder of a Project A company.
Absolutely.
And believe it or not, I was not really aware of that, because that happened, I think, really like most of it before my time. It was Metrigo, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I'm really like happy with Project. I mean, a huge fan of Project A, because they helped me like start the business. And I mean, I have to admit, we did not return the fund. We did not like really like enrich your colleagues very much, but at least I think we brought the money back that you gave us, and even a little more. So we didn't like cause any losses for Project A, and we returned the money, and you know, like a small return as well. But yeah, it was very supportive. I'm very close with Anton and Uwe, and especially Florian since then. They were really early supporters of what we did, and I'm very grateful for that.
Really nice. So I bet there will be a lot of questions to you also from the audience. So please write them in the chat, and our chat manager will actually like give me like a condensation of that here on a screen, and we'll talk later about that. You were also you worked also for some time as an investment manager. So you did investment managing. You obviously have a strong footprint in marketing. You're doing OMR, which is the festival, it's the podcast. I think there are educational formats. It's like a whole universe about this online marketing rock stars thing. Out of everything you did, and excluding what you're doing right at the moment, what did you enjoy most?
I mean, the podcast is just an incredible adventure for me. I mean, it's the magic of having the timing right, and it's also like a lot of luck. I mean, I started the podcast 5 years ago. Today we know that was the best timing you could have. I didn't know that at the time. I just had twin babies at the time, and were like driving them around quite a bit in the baby cart, and had nothing else to do while driving the baby cart. So I was listening to American podcasts, and then thought, okay, well, I might as well try this myself. That was at the very best time. And now it led me to like meeting all kinds of celebrities, interesting people. Like it leveraged my life basically, beyond what money can do. For instance, like we're talking on a Friday, the Monday, like after the weekend, I'm driving to Wolfsburg, meeting Herbert Diess, the CEO of Volkswagen, for the podcast. You're getting like basically intros to everybody now, thanks to the podcast. And it shows you how powerful content can be. And I'm a huge content fan. So this was probably the biggest single, game changer for me. And I enjoy it very much.
And it goes far. I think the podcast also now goes, I mean, you always had this strong focus on marketing, but it goes far beyond. I mean, you really talk with decision makers more about their overall business models, and you have a much wider functional range that you cover now than only marketing. That seems to go easy for you to like really make your I mean, probably because of your background as a founder and investment manager.
Yeah, I mean, being a founder is like being an entrepreneur is really helpful for being a journalist, and I think vice versa. Because I mean, in the end, journalism, and I'm obviously not the most investigative journalist, but I think what we do is a little bit of journalism, and that means like accessing people, getting to ask questions, getting permission to ask questions, and getting access to people, and all these things. And I think it's very close to what a founder needs to do. I mean, he needs to like win over customers, win over investors. It's a very similar game, and I think it's been a little bit of best of both worlds. Like doing this podcast has a lot to do with being a journalist, but also like finding ways to like create more reach for the podcast. And this is how it all started. I mean, I started out with Florian Heinemann and, like guys, like heroes from our industry. But then I asked myself, how can I like gain more audience? And this is when I first reached out to like Dieter Bohlen and other German celebrities. And then it took me all the way to Billie Eilish and huge like international celebrities. Basically, it's what we try to do is like, in podcasts, it's really hard to establish reach. And one of the most powerful reach tools is having celebrity guests. That's just the truth of how it works. And I realized this 3-4 years ago, and this completely matched with like what I like to do, like meeting people, meeting interesting people, and asking them questions about business, and asking them how much money they have and make. And this is, so this all came together.
Yeah, you do. I think you're still doing a good portion of your podcast in German, actually, which of course is probably easier for your guests.
Yeah.
Your English, as far as I can judge, which is probably not much, but it seems very flawless. It would probably help your international reach if you would do it in English, even with the German guests. Why don't you do that more?
We noticed that we have like 20% less listeners when the podcast is in English. So this is really like causing basically like audience loss for us. And this is one thing. And I noticed that obviously if you speak English with your guests, you're like competing with all of the American podcast landscape. So if I have like a marketing professor from, I don't know, from Berkeley or from NYU, from Harvard, chances are very big he's been on a US podcast before where he spoke like with a native English speaking host. So it's really hard to differentiate and to win the game with like international guests or against the American competition. And like speaking English to a German person on the podcast, I think it's not as native and it's not as obviously not as natural. So it really hinders you to build a community, because what you want to establish with a podcast is some kind of like social connection. There's tons of people that write me or that text me or like say hi to me on the train, Berlin, Hamburg, because they feel like we are friends, we know each other, because they listen to the podcast, luckily, all the time. So they feel like they know me. And this is because I speak German, they are German. It's very, very like a parasocial relationship we have there. And you can't, I think, have this parasocial relationship with somebody that always notices you're speaking English, you're not like exactly close to me, you can't be my best buddy, because then you would be speaking my language.
There's a question from the audience, and it's not exactly about the language, but it's also about like how you deal with your guests and which guests you pick, etc. And it's how do you stay true to your audience that expects marketing content, but then you are having guests like Dieter Bohlen?
I mean, good question, but the truth is that most of these celebrities or like big time entrepreneurs or politicians or like all these people that we have on, marketing in digital is relevant for everybody now. I mean, we're living in times where like Dieter Bohlen is like living on Instagram. He knows more about Instagram than probably like half of my company and like probably half of the audience here today, because he lives there. That's important to him. And same thing with other like celebrities, stars, entertainers, musicians. They really like leverage digital platforms. There's people that like in music business that do nothing but try to optimize and leverage Spotify, and so that goes on. So you basically find a digital or like a marketing connection with almost everybody. And now, like talking to the CEO of Volkswagen, obviously he has all this. He's now like big on LinkedIn. He's not having to deal with Tesla. There's so many digital questions that I can ask him that maybe Manager Magazin or other German outlets, media outlets would not ask him. And I try to like ask the bold questions. I try to ask him, or like ask people in general, how much money are they making? How much is this in terms of like what real people want to know? Like, are you rich now? With the idea, how big is the idea in terms of money? And that's in the end what people want to know. And if you combine that, I think you can find a connection with almost everybody.
Yeah. Our CMO, Philipp Werner, I think you know each other. He often talks to me about he repeated more than once how he still remembers being at Hamburg Media School.
Yeah.
And I think you were an alumni. You came in, and he was sitting there like listening to the profs, and you just came in basically as a guest. He says, very casual, with your backpack, just came in, just said, so he summarizes like you came in, he said, you know what? Yeah, you learn here a lot about marketing. Forget all that. This is all going digital. We'll all work different. And then just gave them like the first heavy input sessions on what performance marketing will be about at
Yeah.
the very beginning of it.
Yeah, I'm totally proud of that. I mean, I'm always like, I'm following what Philip does and how he grew through the ranks at Project A. And I know that all the partners are really proud to have him. And I'm just as proud that, he's from Hamburg and from Hamburg Media School. And I was able to inspire maybe a little bit in the beginning. Yeah.
So, but where did it come from in you? I mean, like, how came that you were there, you knew it, and you had to tell this to the young people, and they didn't learn it basically at that media school? Was it that obvious? Was it already that clear?
Yeah, I mean, basically, what I am to Philip is what Florian is to me, right? I mean, he's a couple of years older, and then I ran into him, I don't know, a couple of years before this incident with Philip, when I was 30 or like 28, 27, like 13 years ago. I met Florian, and he was still like even before Rocket, and I noticed he was telling me about like the way he looked at digital marketing and SEO, and it all made sense. And then you know him, like the way he tells you about stuff, very analytical, very great storytelling. I was like, okay, this guy is right. And then I ended up in this very first crowd of SEO people like André Alpa, Philipp Klöckner, I think he's speaking here as well. All these guys, this whole brotherhood of early days marketeers. And it was very convincing. I mean, the whole SEO functionality was very convincing. And then after, I think Florian Heinemann and Chris Schagen and Max Moldner and these guys, they told me what they're doing. I set up my first SEO page, and it worked. I was making a couple hundred euros a month next to my job at a publishing house. And you can't beat trying it and listening to something or hearing something first, trying it out and seeing the results, and then being so obvious. Yeah, I owe a lot to those guys.
You mentioned something interesting now. So you basically, it's actually here on my list of the questions, and you named exactly the same people. So there is this brotherhood, sisterhood of the first generation online marketing: Flo Heinemann, Pip Klöckner, André Alpa, etc. All these folks, and I'm sometimes wondering, will there ever be, because they were the faces, the known people some years ago, and they are still. Is it time? Is it happening? Is it a gradual? Is it a slow process of when is the next generation kicking in, and how?
I mean, I think there's a next generation coming. I mean, we at OMR, we connecting with all kinds of people around certain online marketing topics. But I mean, today the whole industry, I mean, online marketing is an industry now. It used to be the Wild West, and it was very few people living in the Wild West and creating and experiencing these adventures at the time. And now it's more of a professional industry. And then we're connecting with people now on Instagram, and it's completely different people from that work in search or that work in podcasting, all these things. Yeah. So it's really. I think you can't own the whole topic anymore. You have to be a niche expert for Snapchat or for TikTok or these. But there's new people coming, but they are within those certain domains. So I think at the time, online marketing was one big domain. You knew about email marketing, about affiliate marketing, about search. It was all the same, and there wasn't much to know. And within 3 months in, you were an expert, and that was the crazy stuff. I was meeting these guys. I was setting up a website. I was doing some SEO, and within the same year, I was an expert by the standards of the time. And I think this has changed. Now it's more particular and more individual. But there's a new crowd. There's a new cohort of people, but you don't see them as general experts anymore.
There's a question here from the chat, and I'm not sure if somebody's setting me up and it's a joke, but it says OMR rented the Hamburger Fernsehturm.
Yeah,
non-digital thing to do. What are you expecting from this? Is this true?
Yeah, it's true. It's true. I mean, maybe it's a fun fact for people in Berlin. I mean, when the opportunity came up to actually rent the Hamburg Fernsehturm for the next the Tele Tower, the Alex of Hamburg. When the opportunity came up to rent this for the next 20 years, I looked around and I looked at the Alex in Berlin, the huge tower at Alexanderplatz, and you won't believe how great that business is. They're having 1.4 million guests every year. using the elevator. Like one elevator ride, I think in Berlin costs 14 euros. 14 euros times 1.4 million. So you do the math. This is just better business than, I don't know, the regular, I would guess, Project A finance business. And it is just, all you need to have is have the, be the landlord of this tower. And in Hamburg, it's not going to be as good. And obviously you have to like pay rent accordingly. But I think it's an interesting business, like with the elevator and with the, working or like activating one of the biggest landmarks here in Hamburg. And it's, in the end, it's content. Like such a tower, such a piece of architecture is content in itself. And that combined with the elevator business, I think is an interesting business opportunity.
Wow, very interesting and very unexpected. I have one last field that or maybe one question, let's see. And that is how, I mean, like for you, the podcast is super important. The other aspects of OMR are very important, but the festival is an important pillar of OMR. How do you see that working next year? What are your plans?
I mean, we are very skeptical if there can be an event in the first half of next year. Probably can't be. We think there could maybe be an event in the second half of the year. We are like, this is our working thesis, that there could be an event second half of next year, that we are like working against right now. But for us, the question, if we can run an event, is we don't have to make this decision now. We have to like be ready, and we have to basically make a decision in January or February of next year, and to look. And then we always need like 5 or 6 months of runway before an event to like be able to create the event, to market the event, to sell the event. So we think like if you looked at end of February, it's 4 months away from today. The world can be different by then. And then if you like look at 6 months of runway, there could be the chance. But I'm also like at the same time an entrepreneur. I'm preparing my colleagues here for potentially a year without an event. For us, what's important is not to get caught like planning an event, spending millions, and then realizing like a day before the event we can't do it. That's deadly. And we also don't want to be caught like not doing an event and everybody else is doing an event and everybody's like happy and then being back at events. Then we want to be part of this. We want to be part of like the first events coming back. So we have to make the right call, but we don't have to make it today. We have to make it probably early next year. And then let's see what the circumstances are like then. But I also tell my colleagues here, like motivational, but also true, I think, if there is not going to be events next year, it's a huge opportunity for us to drive our review business. Obviously, it's the next pillar, maybe the biggest pillar we ever started. We like look at businesses, G2, Capterra in the US. We want to create that for the German market. Last valuation, I think that G2 had is Excel, the London-based VC. I think you know them well. They financed G2 at a 600 million valuation. So all of a sudden, this could be the chance for me and for OMR to be a true digital business, to be a business that can grow further and bigger than an event ever can. So if we manage to like grab just 10 or 20% of what G2 or Capterra do, we are in a completely new universe. We'll be like talking big time investors. We'll be talking like maybe, I don't know, building a 300-400 people company. And this gives us a completely new opportunity. And I think this is something we also want to jump on. And if there's no events, then we have a better chance of realizing this opportunity, because all the focus will be on this, will be on OMR reviews, and will be on becoming the German Capterra, becoming the German G2. And maybe next year at this time, we'll be relaxed. We didn't have an event, but I'll be running a digital business that maybe Project A or other like leading investors want to look at. That could be the chance.
Sounds awesome. I see a lot, but really like a lot of questions appearing in the chat, but I'm sorry, but we just don't have that time anymore. Is there a chance you will stick around and be on Wonder on the networking format still a little bit, so that people can ask you a few questions?
Sure. Just let me know what to do.
That would be really awesome. In this case, Philip, thanks really a lot. Thanks a lot for holding your speech here, for being for having this interview. It was very nice finally like meeting you, even if digitally, but in person. And I hope we stay in touch. And thanks a lot for that.
Thank you for having me. Thank you. Thank you for today. So, ich muss jetzt irgendwie in...
And now I think, am I on the screen? I can't see myself here on the screen. I don't know if I'm online. Because I think it's time for the closing. Is it? Yes. So we want to start with something, and so today is Uwe's birthday. Uwe Horstmann, one of the founding partners of Project A. It's his birthday today, and we all want to sing together. And obviously, you can all sing at home, and I bet he will feel the love. We have a few people here who will come on stage, if they please could do that. I think Christoph and Moritz wanted to come here, and Philip, Jane, a few others. And erste Runde Bukarest, zweite Runde. Ah, no, that's the wrong song. That's a football chant. I always mix. It's the same chords. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, lieber Uwe. Happy birthday to you. That was number one for now. Number two is we have that one person who made this whole day basically happen. We had the joy of just standing around here and like talking a lot and putting ourselves on stage. But the person that was organizing this whole day, and I think slept on average like half an hour per night for weeks now, is Jane, our event manager, who has basically more or less alone pulled this whole thing off. So thank you very, very much. And then that's it. There's not so much to wrap up. I hope that you all enjoyed the day today. I kindly ask you to keep making screenshots, still hang around in Wonder, hang around in the cocktail party function of Run the World. Use Run the World in the future. Big thank you again to our partners. Stay close with Project A, and we hope that we will see you all again in 2021, no matter if physical or virtual on a hybrid format. I hope you enjoyed the day. Thanks a lot, and see you next year. Bye-bye.